Yes, that was the ending. No, I'm not sorry. Yes, it's streaming. HBO Max. No, you can't DM me about it. Okay, fine. One DM.
You are watching the Vodka stream.
I should probably click that. Hey, what's happening, guys? What is going on? Just a message from Jimmy Guns about the Peacemaker finale. Why not, right? Welcome to the Vodka stream. We made it through another week. We're in the Mariners hat again. They are playing right now. I don't have the game on because it's going to be way too distracting. It's do or die tonight when it comes to the Mariners. And it's just, it's not looking good. It's not looking bad either. It's like one of those where I just I just feel like I'll be way too distracted if I had it on in the background. That's for damn sure. So the Tigers are up 2-1 right now, and it's just been a pitching duel. It's been pretty freaking crazy, but hopefully the Mariners can pull it off. Hopefully they can pull it off, but let's get some mood music right now. There we go. All right. Welcome to the Vodka stream, guys. Cheers. We've got plenty to talk about tonight, man. When it comes to that Peacemaker finale, I tell you, man, the discourse on that one was pretty crazy today. But cheers, of course, guys. Of course, got my vodka shody right there. Vodka shody. All right, how we doing? All right, let's see what we got. TGIF there, Ryan. Good to see you. All right, we got Mr. Droga. Welcome. What's up? We got Arkham Knight. What's happening? Paramount canceled Yellow Jacket. Yeah, I just saw something. I never watched the series, but I saw that it was going to be ending after that. But sometimes it's a good thing. I don't know. Sometimes series don't seem to last more than 5 seasons anymore now. I don't know. It's interesting. I don't know. Was that they're canceling or? Yeah, I don't know. Like I said, I don't know. What's going on, Rational Skeptic? Saw TRON Ares yesterday. It was an okay film. Music by 9 Inch Nails was great. Sam Flynn should also been in the film. Yeah, there's some things definitely missing. I'm gonna give my full review of TRON Ares. I'm gonna give my full review. So season 2 was a giant shit sandwich. All right, tell us how you really feel there, Captain Wingsuit. Tell us how you really feel. And then, of course, Mr. Jason McKenzie, thank you for the $40 super chat. Of course, appreciate that. Always helping out the pirate ship. Cheers, my brother. Thank you for helping out the pirate ship. Super chats, of course, are welcome, naturally. And, if you guys have a question or something, if you guys have a question for the panel, usually, right now when I'm by myself, I, of course, I'm answering questions and everything and reading off some of this stuff, which you guys can ask questions right now before we start bringing the panel on. But, like I said, if you want to ask the panel a question, if you do a super chat, I'll definitely bring that up. Sometimes I just not paying attention to the chat when the panel's here, but definitely get a notification when there's a super chat. So, and of course, always much appreciated helping out the channel and everything. Let's see. Where am I at here? Where am I at? Okay. Checkmate. Hey, there's Phil right there. Good to see you. We got Mama Film Junkie right there. She's happy, of course, because of that crazy Dodgers win last night. That didn't even make sense, and I feel so bad for that Phillies pitcher. But hey, it happens. He panicked. What can he do? What's going on, Caleb? Good to see you. Music Man, we got the finale. Peacemaker was not fine. It was shit. Not fine. It was shit. What's going on, Versus Seed? Good to see you. Versus Seed said solid Peacemaker finale. In my opinion, we got. Let's see. The finale of Peacemaker was disappointing for me. Previous episodes were perfect. Yeah, I think a lot of people were thinking that too. What's going on? We got Miss Monique in the house. Oh, it's great to see you. Clone Avenger. Just got to see in TRON again, man. I don't know. I just love that damn movie. Hey, that's good. That's fine. Like I said, I'm going to give my full review, and I'm going to talk about it a little bit right here. So, show isn't working on my okay. There's always something, right? It always seems like there's something. I don't know. I'm not sure why that is. I'm not sure why that is, but what can you do? What can you do? All right, we got Mr. Balger right here. Did we let our speculation become our expectations with it? Yeah. Is that our fault or gun building or for gun building? Yeah, it's very interesting. We got the glove official. Even though the finale was disappointing, DCU will be fine. We finally getting Lantern. The new people working on DC have been waiting for creative. Yeah, we got to remember that. And now we are done with the full-on gun era of the DCU. Now the next 3 projects are just gun produced. They're just gun produced. That's what's going to be interesting. Like I said, I mean, I've been talking about that for a bit. It's the fact that next year we got 3 live action projects that aren't written and directed by James Gunn. And that's what's going to be interesting. And we got a stray cat in here that's meowing. Somebody get that cat. Get a broom. Get that cat out of here. Tony Movie Chappie D9 Neil Blomkamp fan. I always try to say your name so quickly. Hey, Dave, thoughts on The Thing 2011 prequel? Very solid alien creature feature flick. A nice companion. Yeah, I mean, it's fine. It's just got bad CGI. And that's the bad part. That's what sucks because the original movie has such fantastic practical effects that it's hard to watch that one. The best part about that one is how because it's a prequel and it leads directly into the original. When you hear that bass, that little bass, boom, 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 you hear that John Carpenter bass when you know the dog is like getting away and you're like, oh yeah, and then the dog, and yeah, it's pretty good. It's pretty good. Chris coming in with a chicken or an egg take on Peacemaker. Right. I didn't watch the Wonder Man. Wonder Man trailer. I totally forgot to watch that trailer. I guess I should have watched it beforehand, but I totally forgot to watch that. I saw that it dropped, and I have really like no interest, to be honest. I don't have really much interest when it comes to Wonder Man. I mean, I'm just like, okay, I don't know. I'll probably check it out, but who knows? I don't know if I'll have much interest in it, but hey. Yeah, who knows? But anyways, all right. That's pretty much, like I said, if you guys have any questions, go ahead. The time is now to ask questions. Cheers. I will say I'll apologize too for Wednesday Film Junkie Live. I don't know what was going on. And like I said, I think I don't know why Wednesday streams always end up not being so great. Like every other Wednesday, it seems like the stream just goes to shit. I mean, yeah, I could probably just come back here and do it on StreamYard. It'd probably be better because I don't know. It seems like StreamYard, I don't have any problems, but I just don't like. I like the quality of Streamlabs when I do those shows. I don't know. I've always been toying with the idea of doing Film Junkie Live just on Monday, and then just doing videos, and I still want to do a members stream. I still want to do a members only stream on Wednesdays. I still want to do that, and I think we'll figure something out. I don't know. I think now that the news, we're getting into the months, and now especially when it comes to the DCU with Peacemaker ending, the news is probably not going to be as crazy. So I'm thinking I'm just going to do Film Junkie Live Monday, DC Fanimated Wednesday. We might bump it up. I think we're going to probably bump it up. We'll bump up the time, and then of course still doing the Vodka stream at its normal time. So that's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking we're just going to do it like that, and then I'll just have videos in the middle. And I'm doing a lot more where if you guys interact, if you guys comment on the videos, I will likely respond. I've been trying to do that a lot more when it comes to just posting regular videos, is trying to just like interact and engage when it comes to comments. So I think that's just might be something, but I do want to apologize that, I was a little, it was a little frustrating. It definitely was a little frustrating when it came to that. And I was already having I was having a week of bad sleep and all this stuff. So I was over it. I was just over it. I was just really just over it. So yeah. So but I know I was a little, and then I hit a wall of exhaustion. Like I watched the episode of Batman Beyond that Scott and I were going to talk about, and then I was starting to set it up, and right before I was about to set up the stream, I went, I am so freaking tired right now. Like I just was exhausted because I just hadn't gotten good sleep in a few days. So, and then thankfully it was a good choice to just not do any streaming because my head wasn't in it. And then I just went to bed and I slept great. I've actually slept great for the last 2 days. So yeah, I was just going through a little bit of like a right there. But I think, next week, we'll see what happens. I'll still do anything that's DCU news. I'll still cover it and still do a video like I've been doing. But I think, just one Film Junkie Live is only going to be on Monday next week. Let's try that out. Still going to do DC Fanimated and everything. What the hell? Oh, Arkham Knight. What are you doing? What are you saying right here? Why are you saying that? Okay, I'm not seeing anything different. What's going on? You just said season's over. You just freaked me out right now. I'm looking at the score. Well, 2 men on. You're just doing that fan thing. How dare you? All right, let's get on. Let's get in on the opening stuff. Like I said, if you guys have any questions or whatever, I'll get to them in a bit. So let's talk about TRON Ares at first here. All right. So if you guys saw my reaction review, it wasn't my first reaction because I went with a bunch of people, so I couldn't do my normal, when I'm pulling away in my car kind of thing. So I did a reaction when I got home, and you could tell that I was okay with it. I was okay with it, but I wasn't, but I wasn't too you could tell there was just something missing when it came to TRON Ares. And, after sitting on it for now a day, the movie was enjoyable. It's okay. So my brother's howling. So that means something's going on here. Come on. Yo, it's tied now. Ooh, buddy. See, I don't want to get too distracted. See, that's the thing. If the game was on right now, I don't want to have the game on. So, but I'll keep an eye on the score. That's for damn sure. So it is 2-2. Woo, buddy. Oh, hopefully they can pull it off. But anyways, TRON Ares. So, I remember, and then somebody underneath my reaction review was basically said, some movies just, can just be like that popcorn type of movie where it can have a generic plot, but the visuals and everything, the visual effects look good and the soundtrack is kick-ass. And it's just an enjoyable popcorn flick, but it's got a weak story. And it's true. That's exactly what it is TRON Ares plays it safe, plays it really safe. And if you were to watch all 3 Tron movies, I don't know. When it comes to story, this is the weakest one when it comes to the story. It's definitely got a weak story when it comes to even trying to do something. I don't know. It's just everything feels kind of generic. I do like their approach on talking about AI and how all that works, and with modern day and everything. That's pretty cool. I like stuff like that. It's not all bad. It's really not all bad. But I'm just talking about when it comes to just the 3 movies. And I have to watch Tron Legacy again. I need to rewatch that. I'll probably try to fit that in. I'll probably try to watch Tron and Tron Legacy over this weekend. I've watched Tron, the original Tron, so many times. But yeah, I think it just had a weak, there was something they were trying to build there when it came to the girl. I forgot her name that's in there. I do like what they did with the Ares character, because I wasn't sure. I was like, wait, is he supposed to be a villain or is he supposed to be a good guy? And they kind of just they start him off as, oh, he is, but then you're like, oh no, he isn't, and I think we kind of get a sense of that, where it's yeah, he's not exactly the villain. And then I'm wondering how Jeff Bridges' character, how Flynn's going to be involved with it. But then at the same time, Tron Legacy, because none of those came back, and they were trying to fit in little pieces with that. And I don't know, it's just, you could kind of tell that there was a lot of rearranging where it just kind of just had the plot just was kind of just generic and just didn't quite go, oh, okay, that's. You have some cool things. You have nostalgic things. There is a very cool, nostalgic scene in the movie. But, I mean, the visuals are really good in this movie. That's the thing. The visual effects and the visuals are really good. Really good. And I'll give, I don't even remember, I forgot who directs the movie, but yeah, but I'll say like the cinematography and the visual effects are pretty top notch. And that soundtrack is really good too. Trent Reznor and Nine Inch Nails obviously doing all that. And it's just, yeah, it's awesome. It's definitely awesome. It's definitely, it's that part of it is all fantastic and great. So, but yeah, so I think it's just, that's what it is. It's just a weak plot. And I think that's what people are kind of just going, oh, you guys didn't really, oh, okay. You guys did that and you did that. Okay. It just kind of like played it safe. It felt like, I think Tron Legacy didn't play it safe. Tron Legacy definitely didn't. And that was Joseph Kosinski. Yeah. Definitely didn't play it safe. I don't know, but we'll see what happens when it comes to this. Like I said, it's still very enjoyable, and I still recommend it. And if you like the Tron type movies, then definitely watch it because you'll like it for sure. So cheers to that. So, oh, what's the score now? Huh? Are we more? No, it's just okay. Now it's just tied to. This is gonna go into extra innings, isn't it? Holy crap! Peacemaker Finale. All right. Yeah, jeez. This freaking finale. A lot of buildup to this finale. I will say that. Jesus. I mean, there was so much buildup. I mean, obviously the hype was there. But I said on Film Junkie Live, I said, hey, there's going to be people that are going to be disappointed. People, we hype ourselves up way too much, but it doesn't help that Jimmy Guns was also, kind of just hitting that hype button a little too much. I mean, he was doing a lot of talking, which he does. And, he made he tripped on his shoes a little bit. I would say he tripped on his shoes a little bit. Hyping this thing up. But I know he's trying to sell his series. I don't know. It's all very interesting, and there's going to be spoilers here too. By the way, if you haven't watched the finale, then you're going to have to shut this up because we're definitely going to be talking about spoilers. I'm going to be talking about spoilers right now, and it's very interesting because it was underwhelming. It was a little bit of like, oh, and that was it. Oh, there's a lot of things going on in here. It almost felt like it was more like an epilogue because last week's episode was insane. Last week's episode was a tight 33 minutes. That was just boom, 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 boom. It felt like it was 10 minutes because so many things were happening. And it was like, holy crap, what's going to be happening in the finale? And it almost felt like that was the finale. And this was like an epilogue. I was kind of thinking about that because, I got home from Tron and I was not going to watch Peacemaker and I barely looked at my Twitter because I knew there was going to be spoilers. So I decided not to look at like Twitter too much. I know there's some people out there that were already like hinting that they were in the know and then they ended up being wrong, which I think that's funny, by the way. It's like, stop trying to be I get it. It's cool to try to be in the know, but it's much more fun to not be in the know. But so when it came to like last week, okay, so then of course I wake up this morning and the first thing I do is just put it on and watch it. And yeah, I found myself to be like, wow, this is kind of boring in certain spots because I'm going, okay, so it's okay. So we got obviously Chris is, in this hotel room, he's just down and out. And we're getting like these flashbacks when it comes to the boat and him and Harcourt on the boat. We get this opening scene in Big Belly Burger. And so basically what's been talked about through the whole season is the fact that their relationship, that something did happen on the boat, which we eventually see that they did kiss, that things did actually happen. But of course, Harcourt doesn't want to because she's just so standoffish and blah, blah, blah. Okay, so we saw that. And it's actually a pretty well shot scene. There's a lot of really good character scenes in finale, big time. Like when we're seeing kind of everybody just with their characters, and even when they go to Peacemaker's hotel room and they're trying to talk him up. There's a lot of good things that lot of good exchanges, a lot of great scenes when it comes to like the characters, for sure. But at the same time, I'm thinking, okay, but then something's going to happen in like the last 10 minutes, right? It's just going to be insanity. And then when it comes to, Harcourt and Bordeaux and everybody going into each of these doors, in the Pocket universe, and going through all these doors and seeing stuff, you get this Candyland world and whatever, and you're getting people that are getting killed, and you're wondering what exactly are they looking for? I thought maybe there was going to be, I think a lot of us thought maybe there was going to be like some kind of crazy cameos. What character is going to show up in some of these worlds? Who's going to be popping out? I thought Blue Beetle was going to end up showing up at some point. That didn't happen. There was always like, oh yeah, he said that David Cornsweat Superman's not going to be in there, but maybe he will be. Of course, he didn't end up being in it. And then it was like, okay, what is this all leading up to? And then it's all leading up to the whole Salvation storyline, which is very much in the comic books. Anytime that there's some kind of crazy thing, I know people are like, what the hell is James Gunn doing? I'm like, well, he's just pulling from the comic books. So the dude knows how to do his deep cuts. Does it always work? Maybe not for some people, but at the same time, this is why I always say that when it comes to somebody who's running, this studio, I'm going, yeah, this guy has a very unique knowledge on some deep cuts. And when it comes to this whole Salvation, like planet thing where they're trying to figure out a place like Rick Flag Sr. teaming up with Lex Luthor, and talk about Rick Flag just kind of falling off. Man, he just let vengeance consume him, where now he's become a bad guy. Man, he started off in Creature Commandos, good guy. And it seemed like he was always like wanting to be the good guy, but man, he's just turned into a fucking bad guy now, hasn't he? To even where Bordeaux, who they were getting it on, of course, saw that all brewing up, and she was like, I don't want anything to do with you. This is fucked up. Well, because she's a metahuman. Makes sense. So sticking the metahumans in the Salvation world. I mean, it makes sense when you look at it from that perspective of, when you got these out of control metahumans that keep breaking out of Belle Reve, or they break out of Arkham Asylum, or they're breaking out of all these prisons and whatever the hell. They can't keep them contained. Yeah, why not seclude them to a planet that they just like, okay, they can't get out of that. They're going to be gone forever. And I'm like, okay, could see that. Does make sense. But not every metahuman is bad. That's the bad part. That's always the problem. Like, the good ones and the bad ones and all this kind of stuff. So, but, it's interesting because obviously we did get the introduction of Checkmate. Checkmate is now a thing. We know that was already teased. I think that was already pretty much teased from like James Gunn that Checkmate was going to be a thing. I was like, cool. All right. We got Checkmate, and that's now in this world. So again, Gunn just bringing in things from the source material and everything. That's what he does. He's really good at that. Regardless how you feel about the lineup. I mean, obviously, everybody's happy about the lineup of Checkmate, but at least you got Bordeaux, and it's going to, God, who knows what's going to be happening later. But then, of course, they capture Chris, and they send him out into the Salvation world, and they leave him there. And it's kind of interesting. It was like, oh shit, that's how it's going to end. I was like, okay. So that part was interesting, but at the same time, it felt like it was underwhelming. It did. And maybe that's what Gunn was just trying to go for. And I think after watching the podcast episode, when they discussed it, I actually do appreciate it more, just because now you're hearing from the writer and director and two of the actors. They're discussing it. It's an hour-long podcast. I would actually highly suggest watching it, because there's actually a very touching moment where Gunn actually, he tears up because he starts talking about his dad and writing certain scenes, when it comes to Peacemaker. So, he does have a heart, guys. I know there's some people out there that were trying to say that he doesn't care about anything, but yeah, he does do that, and it's a touching moment. And he even talks about how it was originally supposed to end and everything. I won't spoil that for you. I won't spoil that, at least right now. But yeah, I'm just kind of like, looking at the discourse out there, it's pretty crazy where people were just like, what the F? And I was the same way. I was totally like, man. And I think we built it up. But at the same time, okay, this is a learning. This is Jimmy Gunn's. I mean, no matter what. I mean, I know he's been making blockbusters since he got hired on, from Marvel Studios back in 2013, whenever it was, 2012, 2013, whenever. And then, of course, Guardians of the Galaxy came out in 2014. I think this is kind of like, okay, he's still learning. he's definitely still learning. People were passing around screenshots and the fact that the way that he was trying to build this thing up. And I think he should, hopefully he doesn't go like, because there's going to be people probably this weekend. If he gets on social media and starts responding, I didn't say that, I didn't say this, I didn't, he starts trying to it's like, he did try to sell his series and he was hyping it up. And he said a lot of things when he's like, oh yeah, the last 3 episodes, whoa, there's a lot of, and for the most part, the last 3 episodes, yeah, they were pretty whoa, but then it was almost like episode 6 and 7 were like, whoa. And then 8 went, wait, that's it? And I think that's what a lot of us kind of felt like. It was like, wait, that was all we got? That was it? Man, you were making it sound like it was going to be absolute insanity. Like they were going to be going through the, all these doors and there's going to be shit. And there's just going to be like other characters that are going to be popping out and blah, blah, blah. And it's not even the fact that it's, that everybody like someone like me, I wasn't like trying to be like, oh, it's going to be pure cameo porn that was going to be happening. It was just the fact that I thought there was going to be more when it came to his brother in that, in the Earth X. I thought there might have been something more there. I thought I don't know. I just thought there was going to be just a little bit more when it came to like, hey, a finale action kind of thing. And he kind of just wrapped it up as more of like, hey, this is where things are at right now. Everybody's just characters, which is good. Totally dig the character development that has happened in this season for sure. But when the hype is trying to be like in a certain level, trying to keep it up there, and then it doesn't deliver, yeah, you're gonna get a lot of disappointed people. So, and yeah, I mean, for the most, partially, I actually go, good on you, man. Good on you for just doing that and be like, yep, there's the finale right there. Wasn't what you were expecting. And I can appreciate that. The fact that, I'm sitting there going, okay, there's going to be some kind of like insanity that's going to be happening in like the last 10, 15 minutes, right? No, not so much. But of course, the fact that now we know where Chris is at and when are we going to see Chris again? That's what's going to be interesting too, moving forward when it comes to the DCU. Is like, when are we going to see him again? When is he going to do that? So yeah, it's pretty interesting. So, but like I said, I do appreciate it when it's like, I'm building something up in my mind, you're building something up in your mind, and then the writer director goes, nah, I'm going to go this way, and does like a whole different thing. I like it when filmmakers and creators do that kind of stuff too, where it's like, oh, I could just do this and do that and do that, which, people are like, oh, this is so-and-so is going to show up and so-and-so is going to show up. It's like, yeah, they could do that. But at the same time, like, nah, what if I do this? And then you go, oh, okay. But like I said, I highly suggest watching that podcast episode. You might appreciate it just a little bit more. And yeah, like I said, we do it to ourselves. We always do it. I said it. I was like, oh yeah, people are going to be disappointed. We're hyping ourselves up way too much, trying to guess, is he going to tease Brainiac? Is he going to bring in Blue Beetle, Booster Gold? The Lantern's going to show up. I thought the Justice Gang was going to show up again. I figured they would. Hawk Girl and Guy Gardner. I thought they would easily be showing up again, but they didn't. Hey, and I'm just like going, all right, well played, Jimmy Guns. Now we're on to the non-James Gunn stuff. That's what's going to be interesting. So again, that's going to be very interesting to see how people respond to that. So cheers. Oh, the discourse out there has been pretty insane, but hey, what can you do? That's just the way it is. All right. Go ahead and ask some questions, guys. We're still in the question and answer portion of the Vodka stream right now. I haven't heard my brother cheer or anything like that, so I'm guessing the game is still tied at 2-2. Refresh. Yep, still tied at 2-2, about to be in the bottom of the 8th inning, so gonna be interesting. Rooting for them Mariners, man. Rooting for them Mariners. Let's see, what do we got here? I just want season 3, this season of Peacemaker to the first, and it was just superb all around. I just hated the finale. Yeah, it was a good season. It definitely was. And like I said, I don't know. I think it's going to be one of those where people more appreciate the finale. as more like an epilogue than anything after that episode 7 for sure. If Wonder Man finale doesn't set up Doomsday or have RDJ cameo, the MCU is doomed, which is how some of the Peacemaker finale reactions sound over the top. Criticisms fair, just not so dramatic. Yeah. Again, I don't even know what's going on with that Wonder Man. I almost said Wingman. Wonder Man. I'm like, I don't know. I'll probably check it out though. Someone said they need to fire Gunn and rehire him so he can make Pika. Oh, jeez, that's funny. Peacemaker is a superhero show for people who don't like superheroes. Captain Wingsuit. Something tells me that you are just going to be super negative Nancy like all the time. This whole time. Am I going to read your comments and you're just going to just be spouting out negativity after negativity? You're just... Is that what's going on? It's just Jesus Christ. Cool. No, that's not the case. You fucking asshole. Jesus Christ. God, I hate people like that. My God. It's like, oh, it's for that. It's like, no, you're just a miserable asshole. That's all. Were you hoping for a big cameo in the family? Yeah, I was. I thought Blue Beetle and maybe a Booster Gold. I was kind of hoping for that. Maybe we're going to get a little dynamic of that. That's what my thought. I thought, yeah, maybe Corn Sweat Superman's not going to show up, but maybe he does. I don't know. But I thought maybe a Blue Beetle. I thought Blue Beetle and Booster Gold, and we're going to get introduced to Booster Gold. That was the thing that I thought was going to happen, and it just didn't. I didn't think there was going to be Batman or anything. I know some people were thinking it was Batman, but I don't care for Wonder Man because the actor talks shit about comic book films and is only doing it for the money. Oh, you're talking about, yeah, whatever the hell. This is like his... You're talking about Yaya? This is like his third superhero project. He was talking shit about that? Is it that guy? Is it Yaya, right? That's his name? I always forget his name. Because he was in Aquaman. And he was in Watchmen. And now he's in Wonder Man. It's basically, if it's got man or men in the title, Jesus Christ. Yeah, that probably was a dumb mistake. That dude was dominating, even though he was down 1-0. Yeah. I love new directors, new interpretations, especially for Batman, Lantern, Supergirl. Also, Matt Reeves, even if you are disappointed with Peacemaker Future. Oh, yeah. No, like, I have no, like, yeah, even though I was, like, a little disappointed, I'm still going, oh, yeah, but I'm curious about that Salvation whole thing because that's going to play a part in the future. So, and I had no idea about that, but that's, of course, from a JLA run, I think. Yeah, that Gun pulled that from. Dave, did you stay for the post? Yes, I did. I saw it. So they're definitely said they're hoping for more Tron, but, the box office is going to, tell them whether that's going to be the case or not. So you could do a show on StreamYard on at least Wednesday or at least Like I said, we'll figure it out. Like I said, I think I'm just going to do members only stream. So if you're a part of the member, we can, we'll just have, we'll just do a stream like that. Like Wednesday was always like a lot for me because you guys got to realize my Wednesday is a super long thing because I have a super early meeting for my daytime job. So I'm up before 5. And then I do Film Junkie Live, and I do a members-only stream, and then I do DC Fanimated. It's a lot. Because I'm accommodating, because Scott, that's the only time he can really do it. So, so then I've always been toying with the idea of just not, and that's why I was even doing like the premieres. I was pre-recording a show and then doing the premieres, but even that's a lot to do. So I'm just thinking like, now that things are, we're getting into the months where things are going to be like settling down and there's not going to be as much movie news. I'm just thinking Monday Film Junkie Lives, and then I'll do videos throughout the week. And like I said, I'm trying to be more engaging through those videos. But, let's see. I'm sure Peacemaker will show up. And, oh, yeah, he's definitely going to show up. He'll definitely show up. Let's see. Been enjoying Peacemaker, but the finale was a dud. Yeah, it was a dud for a lot. So, let's see. This season must have had a minuscule budget. See, there you go. Mr. Negativity right here. I wonder what else he's got to say. Mr. Negativity. And then, of course, we got this right here. We got my trolling stalker guy right here. So, gotta love it. Gotta love it. Let's see. I need to see Vigilante and Harley Quinn share a conversation someday. But, yeah, that would be pretty crazy. That would be absolutely crazy. Can you stop spamming negativity? It's your own thoughts. Yeah, I know. Can Jesus help Carrie since he's religious for the Tigers? Yeah, I better be careful. Or oh boy. Yeah, this dude's on a good one. Peacemaker has regressed as a character. He already redeemed himself in season 1, and now season 2, he's gone in a reverse arc. I thought yeah, it's reverse character development. Okay, that's not what I thought, but all right. Let's see, Dave. When will we get to? I don't think Gunn said it's not going to be. It's not. Never say never, but he's going to be focusing on all the other stuff. So I would not suspect that we're going to be getting a Peacemaker season 3 anytime soon. You know, I think this season was to help move the DCU forward, which he accomplished that. And yeah, I think it's just going to be, it's not going to be. We're going to have to relax a little bit on people, which is nothing wrong with that. So, Dave, have you seen? Yeah, I saw The Long Walk, and I enjoyed The Long Walk. I haven't seen Caught Stealing yet, but I will catch that because I did want to see it. What's going on, Mr. Fear? Jason, always great to see you, bud. Let's see. David calls anyone who doesn't agree with an asshole. Pretty childish. No, I'm just calling you an asshole. There's plenty of people that don't agree. You're just being a negative Nancy. That's all. I love it when people do that too. It's like, when I'm like, wait, there's like one like super negative person that's just like saying all this kind of stuff. And I'm like, oh, here we go. And then you're like, oh yeah, look at this. I mean, asshole right here. No, there's plenty of people that have different opinions on here. You're just taking it in a different direction and feuding with people on here and stuff like that. No. And then they go, see, yeah, because I have a different opinion. It's like, no, it's because you're being an asshole. That's what it is. Trust me, there's people that have all the time that have different opinions all through the chat, but you're just being an asshole. That's all. Simple as that. It's going to be very interesting next year because we do not have any James Gunn. Yes, that's what's going to be very interesting. I need to see receipts, not going to just believe he hates CBMs. Brandon, what's going on? I enjoy season 2 much more than I thought, but it will be nice to see a non-Gunn written directed stuff. I was hoping Margot Robbie is hard. Yeah, some people were thinking that Harley might show up. Yeah, could have been. Yeah, I did talk shit also. Sorry if I repeated the same question. I wasn't sure if you... No, it's all good. It's all good. Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. I did a drawing of Batman and Alfred in the Batcave. That's pretty cool. Hey, there's Taladia. What's happening, buddy? Taladia's actually going to be joining him and Ronan Unchained. They're going to be joining as our special guests tonight for this Peacemaker discussion. Oh, jeez. See, now we got. It's always like the ones that without the. What? Who likes licking toilets? Yeah, you gotta love that. You gotta love that. What's going on, Ronan? Sent you guys the links. If you let's see. Peacemaker did regress. He evolved this whole season. Yeah, I guess. Yeah, if you're saying that he evolved this whole season, yeah. It's all very interesting. Let's see. Did someone time that guy out? You guys don't have to do that, but whatever. Like I said, it's just it's always funny when you have like somebody who's like wants to be like super, super negative, and I'm like, oh, here we go. Because I'm all about like, having the discussions and everything, and usually that's the case. But when you could tell somebody's just wants to be just negative and negative and negative, and it's like, oh, okay, you're just, I mean, he literally said that Peacemaker is for a show for people who don't like superheroes. So he already generalized that anybody who liked Peacemaker doesn't like superhero stuff. And I'm like, all right, now this is why you're an asshole there, Mr. Captain Wingsuit. That's why. That's why you're an asshole, because you said that. That's all, you know? And that's what's so funny. It's like, oh, yeah, you disagree with me. And like, no, you just did a generalization because you're a fucking asshole. Pretty simple, right? It's like, that's what I hate. You just generalized everybody who likes it. So I'm like, good Lord. I mean, that's the thing. If he didn't say that and actually had like, hey, you know, I thought this and then, but I did like this. If I saw that, we wouldn't have an issue. But no, he decides to just shit on anybody who liked Peacemaker. So fuck off. I mean, that's just the way it is. There you go. Okay. I was kind of wondering about that. I was sure that you, yeah, that makes sense. Their music. Black Mama Studios. Peacemaker 2 had a great story arc. He did have a great story arc. I'm not gonna lie. Like I said, it was just, I think people were just not ready to have an ending that ended up kind of just being a little bit, you know, low key. Like, whoa, it almost felt like an epilogue. It really just kind of felt almost like an epilogue. And then, but it really did set up things for all that. So, anyways, all right. What else we got here? Sending out some invites right now. Sending out the invites. Let's see, what else do I got? Who else? All right, that. Okay. Sending out the invites. Pop, pop, pop. Oh, man. What's the score? Is the score still 2-2? I'm guessing the score is still 2-2. Oh, that's not what I wanted to hit. The score is still 2-2. What are we doing here? I don't even know where I'm at. Oh, man. I hate to like have to do this chat. No, it's not that. What do I say? Oh, yeah, it is that. Okay. They just changed things. They changed things. All right. Sorry, just sending out invites. I got to send it differently to other people because they're not on the tweeters anymore. Yeah, great story arc. Okay, let's see. Margot Robbie said she's staying. Well, she didn't say that exactly. She didn't say that. She said that she hadn't heard anything. So, but James Gunn said that that'll be answered later. So then that's another reason why people were thinking, oh, is she going to be showing up? Is she going to be showing up in Peacemaker? Which, you know, it would make sense. So. Let's see. Do you think Rick Flag Sr. will try to get Clayface sent to prison dimension? And ooh. I wonder if that's what. I wonder if Rick Flag Sr. is going to be showing up in Clayface now. That would be pretty interesting. That might be a little too much, and maybe that'll kill the vibe too much. I don't know. I totally forgot that they had that fight. They had that fight in Creature Commandos. But then Clayface is supposed to be pre to that, obviously. So I don't know. Maybe not. But maybe, I don't know. Maybe he might be keeping an eye on him. I don't know. Nah, maybe he won't. I don't think that'd be a good idea, to be honest. But still an interesting thing where I've totally forgot about that. He's Summer Soldier 2 and probably all the other spam accounts too. The Summer Soldier account appeared to be too quickly after. Oh. Do we have it's just like, I don't know. Yeah, no, that's what I hate. I hate it when like there's people in there that just want to just like talk shit and cause ruckus. The show explored a lot about almost all the characters. Yeah, it did. I thought it did a good job exploring the characters too. I love superheroes and Peacemaker. So yeah, exactly. I mean, that's the thing. That's why I was, you know. And then, of course, I just love that response. Oh, I get that a lot on Twitter as well. We're like, oh, yeah, because you disagree with me. So I'm like, no, you don't have any good like discussion things. Like, no, we can disagree, but we can also have a civil discussion. I don't know how many times on Twitter where I've tried to do that. And then all of a sudden it's like, no, it's just not happening. It's just not happening when it comes to that. So. Yeah, I don't know. It's all pretty crazy, but let's see. Yeah, I kind of felt like an epilogue, but yeah, like I said, there's some good moments in there, and again, watching the podcast episode with Gunn and Holland and Steve G talking about it was actually like it actually made me appreciate it more. I went, oh, okay, and I didn't, I love it when the filmmaker, the creator, something like that, talks about certain moments because you have no idea why did they write that scene, or why is this character like this, or why is like that. And obviously, when it comes to the person who's writing it, they're taking things from their own world and incorporating it there. And it was a touching moment when he was talking about his dad, and then he teared up, you know. And it had to do with like just the way that especially that hotel scene when Chris is just totally down and out. He wanted just everybody to go away, and he's like, I'm poison kind of thing. So anyways, all right, I think that's good enough for all that. Appreciate you guys asking some questions and everything. We'll start pulling everybody in here. Let's see. Yeah, turn that off. See, I haven't heard my brother yell out anything, so I think the score is still 2-2. Yeah, still 2-2. Oh, we could have a walk-off. Oh, there could be a walk-off. Oh, love me a good walk-off, especially a playoff walk-off. But, what could he do? What could we do? So, all right, let's first bring on the two newbies to the panel. Let's bring on Taladia. Let's bring on Ronan. What's happening, guys?
Hey, boys.
How you doing?
How we doing?
I'm
pretty
good.
Good. All right. Enjoying your Friday?
Yeah. We just finished my stream, so that was interesting. And yeah, good Friday. We got more rain in my neck of the woods, which I wasn't expecting, but
where are you located at?
Arizona.
Okay, so you're not too Yeah, we had some rain here, not too this morning actually. This morning? Yeah. No, it was yesterday. And then a little bit today too, I think. Yeah, it's weird. Like the weather, like over here, it's like we're getting one last little summer storm on the West Coast kind of thing. And it sucks because it's all humid right now.
Yeah.
But, what could he do? But anyways, thank you guys for joining, of course. I wanted to bring you guys on for sure. Well, I wanted to bring you guys on no matter what, but I figured it'd be a perfect time to do it because we did talk Peacemaker on Taladia's stream a couple of weeks ago. And now we got the finale, and it's pretty crazy. It's funny seeing all the discourse out there and people, which we'll get into their shit. We'll get into it. Yeah, we'll definitely get into it. But let's introduce you guys and get a little bit of your origin story here. Because Taladia, I know we've streamed before together. I know you've been a supporter of the channel, which I appreciate, and everything. But how long have you had your channel?
So I've had it for over a decade.
Over a decade, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So you started it like
2014? 2014,
okay.
Yeah.
What was your initial, like when you started it, what was it? Just straight up movie talk? Was it something else?
It was gaming basically. So I first started off.
You're a gamer too. Yeah.
I'm a gamer, yeah. So I first started off doing like GTA funny moments videos, and then transitioned from that into Batman Arkham Knight because that was really, really becoming popular.
Of course.
So I started covering that on the channel, and then from that transition into Injustice 2. So I started covering Injustice 2 and whatnot. And then slowly I decided to try something different, and I started covering stuff to do with games that really excited me, that I'm very much interested into. And I'm just like, so that's what I started doing. It's just covering different things. And then I started covering TV and movies, shows and stuff like that over the last couple of years. And then reactions started to become a thing as well. Like I really love doing reactions because it was something I really like doing. I like putting a smile to people's faces. I said, I always believe in this. If I can put a smile to somebody's face, I have done my job for that day.
Yeah,
right.
It's a good way to look at it.
That's what I believe in. And honestly, it's like for me, it's not about the monetization side. It's for me just to put a smile on somebody's face. That's the one thing I believe in. And even if you got a disability or non-disability, if you can do that, you can make an impact on somebody's life. That is something I'm proud of. So
yeah. No, I mean that's a good way to approach it. I think some people immediately think that when you start a channel and you're starting to do stuff, if the views aren't there within like a couple of weeks, it's like they just kind of give up. Some people will just give up, or like they'll try and they'll try to do like weird things. I mean, I've done weird things in the past where I'm like, why did I even try that? But I think sometimes they just end up just giving up because I'm not seeing this. But I mean, what's always cool, especially like in the space we're at now, and like you guys stream, I stream, a lot of people stream, is maybe like not all the time you're gonna get some things will take off, some things will spike and whatever the hell. But it's always nice when you have that core, the core fans, your core fans, people that you always see in the chat. And people who are always looking forward to your streams or your videos and stuff like that. That's what I like. It's always would be nice to be like, if things grow, but then at the same time, it's like, but it's nice that you just have like that core little group and everything. And there's something kind of, that's what I love about doing this, and of course bringing on other creators as well to talk shit and just shoot the shit and whatever. It's fun. What about you, Ronan? When did you start your channel?
Man, I have to go look through it, but I'm pretty sure it was maybe around 2016.
Okay.
Could be wrong. I know eventually I did take a break to do school stuff because I was just like, at that time, I didn't know about it, but I was like, let me just try school for a little bit. And then once COVID hit, that really brought me back because I think the thing that got me back was Mandalorian. First season, I was just like, okay, I remember the feeling for Force Awakens and why that movie, the reactions people were having it, like that got my interest of like doing YouTube. And I was like, all right. And then the fact that Mandalorian had that similar vibe, I was like, all right, I need to get back in. But I think I started in 2016. And I think the big reason why was because I had seen all these reactions for Force Awakens. And I started watching at that time a channel called Superhero News, which, the boys, but like folks like Adam Glavick, Hector Navarro, Augustin Rios, those guys really got my interest because I'm like, oh shit, they look pretty close like me. And I think two of them speak Spanish. All right, let me just see what they're like. And I love their dynamics. Some stuff I agree with, some stuff I don't agree with. And they started doing these different, they started going from channel to channel. Now they have their own one, but I've just been following their stuff for a while. I met them multiple times over the years, and I was like, I wonder if it's like this. I could do like this with other stuff. And I started doing my own stuff, and then eventually I started meeting other creators, other channels and whatnot. And it expanded beyond Marvel and DC. It was like, all right, what about the Star Wars stuff? Because Star Wars was my first love, and I was like, it started that way. And then it started doing reactions, reviews, vlogs, started doing streaming big bad way a few years back, and just been trying to grow the channel up that way I can make the end goal would be making a living out of it. But I know, especially in this day and age and where we're at right now with money, that's very slight chance that might happen. But if this can help ease off some of the bills, that way I don't have to burn myself with something I don't like, but I could do something I do like, I'll try that venture more.
Yeah, I mean, like it's hard. It's saturated market, man.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, there's a lot of people out there, and what's good about it though is like everybody has a unique voice when it comes to this, and that's what I like to see out there when I see the different voices. Everybody has a different kind of voice, a different kind of style, and you pick or choose. You got so much out there and everything, and to have it be the end goal, but then. It could happen, and then all of a sudden it could just drop off too. I mean, it's not like
it happen.
Yeah, you've seen that happen so many times. I mean, you could there are channels that are dedicated to this creator was on top of things and now they're working at Walmart. You'll see that kind of stuff. And it's like, yeah, I mean, I would not want that when you see like people just go crazy viral over like one thing. And then all of a sudden, they can't keep it up because it's like, and everybody's trying to find that, oh, I got to get that viral moment. It's like, no, just be consistent. If you're just consistent and you build up an audience like that, that's going to be much better because you have a foundation. The people who go viral, they don't have a fucking foundation. Their foundation is fucking paper and sand. I mean, it gets wet, that thing's going to just fall apart. But if you build up an audience, you're going to have a solid foundation. So if it does keep building up, you're going to be, you should be perfectly fine. But, just don't lose. If you stress out about like, and obviously there's going to be things where you stress out about with certain things. Oh, I fucked up on when I said that certain thing, or that edit's bad or whatever. It's always going to be those things. But at the same time, if like you're still having fun with it, still have fun with it and don't burn yourself out. Like I said, there's times where I feel burned out and I'm just kind of going, okay, maybe I need to pull back on this and that. Like I said, I was just talking about on Wednesdays. I have too much on Wednesday, and last Wednesday when my stream was just effing up, I was like, you know what? I think it's time to just pull back on Wednesday a little bit, and I'm like, because sometimes you just need to do that. I'm like, I can't keep up certain things where I'm just feeling a little too burned out. And I know some people are like, no, you could still do it, just try it. I'm like, guys, just let me. We'll still have the streams. Don't worry, streams still be there. But
savor the energy.
Yeah, I'm gonna pull back on just maybe one of them.
Even when it's stuff popular, like I haven't seen it yet, but like the Night of the Seven Kingdoms trailer, I want to see it. I'll probably cover it, and it's a big IP. Game of Thrones is a big IP, but like I know 3 of the big channels are going to be covering that, and people are going to be mostly watching that. I'm like, you know what? I'll get to eventually. Yeah. And the stuff that I'm really fucking passionate about, I'll savor the energy for that. If I start seeing the numbers, the money come in more, and again, people might even look at that and be like, oh, he's a sellout. It's like, no, it's just that like and I think all of us can agree with this, like where we're at right now with wherever we live, economically wise, nothing is booming. Nothing is booming, so we have to be very precise and picky.
You live in Arizona, which is a lot cheaper than California.
Yeah, and I want to live in Cali. I'm a Cali boy. I was born in and like eventually I hope I can do that. That way, the more comfortable I am, the more put it the other way, the more comfortable I am, I'm never gonna be fully comfortable. And the more relaxed I am, which I won't ever be, the more closer I am to that, the more chances of you seeing me put out stuff that you want me to like react or watch or stream about. That's the end of possibilities. But like you said, burnout is, I see it all the time. There's stuff I've covered. I didn't continue covering it, not because I hated it or whatnot. It's just like the energy wasn't there, and I knew if I would finish it, people would see the dip in energy, and I don't want people seeing the dip in energy with something I've been covering consistently. Like I'd rather just see that for later and be like, I'll talk if you want to know what I feel about something. Be on a stream, be on a reaction video, and comment, and I will get back to you as soon as I can.
I feel the same way as well. Like, for example, I'm a Marvel Rivals content creator partner, but the thing is, I've stopped covering the game now because I felt so burnt out doing streams after streams after streams. I'm just like, and it's like I really don't get much out of it, and I'm just like, okay, I need to give that a break, focus on something else. Like I started to cover Lego Batman: Legacy of the Dark Knight. And that game, which is gonna be a big hit. So I started covering that, and it's done really well for my channel. And I started covering 007 First Light recently as well.
Yeah, that's good.
So there's all these different things I'm doing, and but like I said, the Marvel Rival side of things, even though the game is thriving with different characters, it's going to be there for a long time, a period, because it's a live service element of a game. So I don't need to keep on pushing myself for that. I can put that on the back burner of things and focus on other things. And, I can do it when I feel like it, really. So I don't have to force myself into things. So
no, that's good. Yeah. Like I said, I mean, sometimes you just, whatever you feel is right. If you can't, if you're forcing things out there when it comes to content, that's not good. It's never good. I think we've all been there too, where we're just kind of like, you start forcing yourself and you just go, I didn't really feel that one. You know, I didn't feel that. I didn't feel like the energy was there. Of course, nobody else is going to notice that. I remember my ex. Oh my God. She used to hate it when I'd be like, that was low energy stream. I would tell her, I'd be like, she's like, what are you talking about? It was like, she would get sick of, because we're our own worst critics when it comes to this stuff, which sucks. I do like it that Ronan, you got a lot of people you got some people in the chat that have come here and they're saying that you owe money. I see Jordan in the chat. Ronan stole my lunch money. Ronan's a big meanie. Ronan took my Star Wars toys. I mean, you got some fans that have followed you into this chat. And good to see you, Jordan. Of course.
I appreciate y'all, but I don't have any skeletons in my closet. All right, I'll leave it at that. I'm like, fuck that. No. Halo.
Yeah. Oh man, that's funny, but no, it's good. And I thought, we'll talk about, of course, Peacemaker Finale. Let's get some other people in here, and we got William who wanted to join too, and he wanted to talk shit a little bit too.
So how do you get ahead of me? That's wow. No, I'm just kidding. What's up?
Hey, William, what can I say?
What about Peacemaker, dude? You bailed and like after the orgy, your little icon disappeared on our screen. So when did you come back in?
I did say to you I was gonna watch it in my own time, which I did. So I
wanted to watch it on his alone time, huh?
Oh, I get it. Your Fortress of Solitude, I get it. We all been there.
In the Fortress of Solitude, chilling with the icicles and all of that.
So, I was worried about you. I'm like, is he gonna pop up on other streams? I didn't want to, that scarred some people. They weren't ready for that.
I mean, William, what do you expect? I'm just being me in it. So.
That's pretty funny. And then we got
Phil. Hey, Phil?
What's up, Phil?
Felipe.
What's going on, man?
Knuckleheads. Or these two.
Yeah, I know, right?
Phil confided me. He loved the finale.
Oh, I know. Phil's going to be the only one that's like going to be. Phil's going to be like an outside observer when it comes to the Peacemaker discussion here, because we know how much he loves Peacemaker.
Oh yeah.
I mean, I said in our Discord earlier this week, I think it was Monday, really early Monday morning, I put in the spoiler tab, I made it a spoiler mark message. I was like fuck Peacemaker's ending this week.
Yeah, so that's so but the reason why I always like because Phil he'll make his jabs, but he'll also put in his, because we were talking earlier about certain things, like the future of the DCU and stuff like that. He's still even though he's not, he's not quite James Gunn's biggest fan, but he has hopes for Lanterns. He has some hopes for because like I said, next year, no James Gunn written directed project, so it's going to be pretty interesting for sure. We're through the James Gunn first little part here with the first three things, so we made it through the madness of that, which is pretty cool. And then we have,
hey Christopher, what you up to?
What's going on, Chris?
I'm getting used to it.
Yeah, you got to. I know.
I love it though. I love it.
Yeah.
It's a good thing.
Yeah. How is Spain?
How you doing, Christopher?
Yeah, that's a good impression right there.
No.
Christ, that was pretty good.
Yeah, that's a little too good.
Yeah, I know. I was like, whoa. I thought I played the clip again. My God. But yeah, Chris, you were on vacation again. Yeah, last weekend. You went to Spain.
Yeah, I went to Spain with a few college buddies, and they're friends. We kind of reminisced and saying we've been friends for going on almost 20 plus years, and I continue to be the responsible one of the group. And I
was about to say, because you said college buddies. I'm like, so which ones were still acting like they were in college?
3 out of the 4.
Yeah.
two out of the 4 especially.
Yeah. Okay. Because I'm about to say,
if your friends are the hangover group, you're at Helms.
Wolfpack.
No. Well, again, I was the one that said after the after jet lag night, I was like, I'm getting to bed, and then when some of them get back at 4:30 in the morning, and then the night they were all leaving 6:30 in the morning, I'm in bed by about 10, 11, saying, well, someone's got to burn the candle at both ends. Glad it's not me. But jokes aside, it was good. The weather was great. Did a lot of sightseeing, and a lot of great food. Great food.
Ooh,
Went to like one of it's supposedly the oldest restaurant in the world, 300 years old. Served suckling pig.
Whoa.
Yeah. So.
Whoa! Who's got that noise? Are you running?
No,
It's not me.
Not me. Sounds like a
He's
blender.
That was crazy. Yeah. Okay. Maybe it was.
So, yeah.
William.
So
William, what are you doing
no
over there in
no
Vegas?
bullfighting.
No, it wasn't me.
Okay. Yeah.
Not this time.
It's all good. It's all good. It happens. Noises happen. No, but that's cool. How many days were you there?
4 days. So.
4 days.
Man.
So basically, instead of babysitting, you just went, I'm going to bed. You didn't try to babysit.
No. Those days are I don't say I babysit my kids. I'm a father, so I take care of my children. I don't babysit adults.
That's smart. Especially like, when you're older, it's like, I'm not doing this. I did, you do it. And we've all been there where you've had to, babysit a friend who's, going a little too, and I never wanted to be that guy either. I'm like, you don't have to babysit me. And I never I'll freaking rage on, but I won't get obnoxious and black out. I hate blacking out. You're drinking, I don't like blacking out. Fuck that. I've done that before. I hate that. That's an awful feeling in the morning when you wake up. You go, what the hell just happened? What happened?
Yeah.
Did I say something stupid that I did? No, I don't want to.
I'll tell you what though. Jokes aside, my friends are a good bunch of guys. I love them to death at that point, and they definitely know how to have a good time and bring out the best in all of us.
That's good. And I'm sure obviously you didn't, go with those late nights, but I'm sure during the day and then having dinners and lunches and totally just enjoying everything that Spain has to offer. I'm sure you guys reminisced on a lot of things and had good laughs and everything. So
a lot of good times. Did a whole bike tour on the first day of Madrid, and let's just say going on a bike tour and then towards the end of the bike tour having doing it during rush hour in Madrid. It's a lot of learning opportunities, and bike against buses are not necessarily the best things.
Yeah, seriously, geez.
But I'm alive. I made it back alive.
Yeah,
so.
you made it.
I made it.
How long was that plane ride, by the way?
8 to 9 hours.
Oof,
that sounds about right. Yeah.
And what made it bad is we were 6 hours ahead of everyone, so it made that's why one of the reasons why I said I got to get to, if I'm coming back and need to be strong, I got to get to bed reasonably for a couple of nights in a row. But being ahead 6 hours I'd rather be behind. I don't like being ahead because it just screws with my thinking about it's 9 o'clock here. It's 9 o'clock in Spain. Well, guess what? It's the afternoons. My day is just ending in America, technically.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. The whole time zone thing's got to F with your brain a little bit, man. Yeah.
That's for the family. If they're calling you or checking on you, it's look, by the time you're going to bed, I'm waking up. And by the time you're waking up, I'm going to bed. And we're not going to have that much time to talk unless I'm out drinking or be yo, I'm going to go eat. I'm awake. What do you want?
Yeah. I'll tell you what, a lot of jamon, a lot of ham over there. They're big on the
like their pigs over there.
Bread and ham. Very good, very good. But after about the second day, I was all right, I need something more than toast and jamon in the morning.
Dude, can I get a couple eggs here? Maybe French toast.
Yeah, exactly.
My dad,
waffles.
We were raised on scrambled eggs with ham in it.
That
is. And then as I got older and decided to party, that's my go-to makeshift, get unhungover food. That right there will sober your ass up real fucking quick. It's great. I love it. But I don't drink anymore, so I don't really make scrambled eggs and ham anymore.
Never got wasted yet. I'm dreading that day.
No, but you did have to babysit earlier this year, didn't you?
I did. I'm not going to mention names just because
why? I will. You had to babysit Draven. It's fine.
That is true.
It was Draven's first time at Comic-Con, and Ronan was showing him around. Draven got a little too drunk, apparently, and Ronan had to like, okay, bud, let's get you to sleep.
Yes, Chris was saying his story. I literally got it was like PTSD to like when that happened. And again, I told the boys that I went back to my place to get some rest because every other that day we were going to bed at 3 or 4 in the morning, and we got to be up at 7 a.m. to do press stuff. And it's just like, I can't be. I want to be out and see the girls and whatnot, but I can't. If I'm gonna be up watching, some anime, I'm not. And then I literally get to the hotel, charging my phone, and then I get a call and be like, "Yo, be ready at the door." I'm like, "Why? Just be ready. You're getting an Uber there." I'm like, what the fuck's happening? And then I won't tell the rest, but yeah, I was on guard duty that night, and I was like, "Great, great."
Man. Yeah, I remember. When I went to Vegas for CES, and this is when I was working on a Android YouTube channel, and there was like a client that we had who like dresses up and all this stuff, and I had to watch him. I had to walk him back to his hotel. It was like, and we got super drunk. What?
Was he a furry when you dressed up? What do you mean?
Well, he had a whole get up, but then
like
of course,
cosplayer.
Yeah, kind of, but he had like his own little where he wore like a full on mask with like a microphone thing, and he made like icons and all this stuff like that for Android and stuff. He was a DJ also, and I remember we got this. I forgot where it was, but it was like a pool party, and we had one of the little cabanas, and we had full bottle service. And Jesus Christ, he was pouring like vodka orange juices, but very little orange juice. Yeah, so we it was and then I had to make sure he got back to his hotel. So we walked. I mean, it was like seriously like 4:00 in the morning. We're walking down to get. I think he was. I don't even know where he was staying. I can't remember. But luckily, he was nice enough to get a cab for me to go back to my place. But I woke up the next day, like 3 hours sleep, vodka soaked brain, and I was like, I remember I had to text my little coworker guy because we were supposed to like hit the floor, and I'm like, dude, I am fucked up right now. And he said same, and I was like, good. And I just like took some aspirin, down a bunch of water, and went back to sleep for another 2 hours, and then I finally made my way out there. But yeah, it's like that's the thing. It's like when you're trying to do business in Vegas, difficult. It can be so difficult, right. Especially if you're like to want to engage in the the partying stuff. It's difficult.
Yeah, what's the term? Networking at these cons, at these places that have that vice in it, that vibe. It's just like unless you're a straight shooter, like you're gonna fall one way or another. And I'm again as someone and I met up William there the first time there on a random thought. I literally got away from the con to go see FF. I turn and I see him and Raya. I'm like, oh shit, like there you are. And I was like, okay. I need to just go watch some movie and just get the fuck out of here because traffic is gonna be bad. And then you hear stories like that, and it's like it's madness. And then you hope you leave a good impression with those who you're networking, and be like, yeah, this only happens when we're tired and we just want to have a good time. This is not the work ethic you're gonna see from someone who's trying to like work with you in the future.
Yeah, can be difficult, but good old Vegas, right, William?
Yeah,
you love it, don't you?
I was square, so I don't drink or anything.
I know.
So I don't really party. So all these war stories you guys have, I'm like, wow.
Yeah.
Stories.
It's just not, it's just not gonna happen with me. But hey, but Vegas, they are out here. They are out here, and you do see and hear the stories. In fact, sometimes right outside this door here. Sometimes.
Oh, I'm sure.
Lucky I haven't been to Vegas, so I'll never will go to Vegas.
I say do it once. At least do it once. Just get that out of your system.
Wait, hold on. Go back to Claudia. Why not? What you act like we're in like Dante's Seventh Ring or something? Come on, man.
It's like Saudi Arabia.
Out here. Listen, I would treat you like gold. Nothing would happen to you that you wouldn't have fond memories of.
Would you need any shots afterwards, William? Would you need any shots?
Yeah.
Listen, if I don't drink, I wouldn't.
Not the drinking kind. I'm talking about the needle kind in the sense of vaccines.
Well, before you leave the UK, you should have all your tetanus shots and all that anyway. So we shouldn't have to worry about that once you get there.
No, William's the kind of guy you want with you walking around San Diego at night while you're trying to find, an Uber or something.
Yeah, because I don't.
William probably take me to WrestleMania knowing him.
I would take you to the entrance of the arena. I can't pay for you to get in because that's like $4,000. $4,000 for some bad seats, buddy.
I'd buy him tacos.
Yeah,
because I did that already. I bought him tacos.
Yeah, nice. Tacos.
We bought each other tacos. I don't remember.
Yeah, I remember that taco.
I don't fucking remember who paid for the tacos. Yeah. We all got tacos that day. It was great.
Tacos, fish, all kinds of. I need another swing at Comic-Con because this last one really disappointed me. So
yeah,
countdown to
we got New York Comic-Con happening right now. Not much. Mm-hmm. I know there's been some
things.
Some things. Five Nights at Freddy, they announced like a couple of voices for some of the characters. Megan Fox, one of them, but I don't know that franchise, so I don't even. But I saw like the video, and it was like, hey, Megan Fox she's
still around.
Chica, I don't know what it's called. Chica something. I don't know. She's voicing. I just don't know that franchise. I didn't even see the first movie. I should probably watch it, but yeah, of course there hasn't been really. I mean, movie wise, New York Comic Con's never been known for that kind of stuff when it comes to like movies or shows. I know there's been like Wonder Man. They kind of been showing some things with that. I didn't watch that trailer. Did anybody watch the trailer?
I did.
I'll watch it tomorrow.
How was it?
Chris, did you watch it?
Which one?
The Wonder Man trailer.
Teaser, sure.
Teaser, yeah.
It's not really much, right?
And they also moved it to 2026. That's in January of 26. So it's really not that big of a deal.
Yeah, it's they said they don't want to bury it in the holidays. Well, okay, bury it in January. I mean, it's the last vestiges of the era. Let's pump out as much content as possible. I mean, it was an interesting choice to kind of say like, oh, this in an age where we're pumping so much comic book stuff out there, superhero fatigue. I said, that's an interesting line to go for Marvel.
I think the show itself, based on what was present in that minute tease, it's going to be interesting to see how Marvel Studios tackles the concept of we're making a movie about making a movie. Yeah. Or rather, we're making a TV show about making a movie, right? And now our main character will also be a new player for us to use somewhere down the line in the MCU. Obviously, Abdul-Mateen II is playing the new incarnation of Wonder Man. I understand why I think it was either Winterbaum or Feige. One of them talked about it on the official Marvel podcast months ago. How they wanted Wonder Man out earlier, but because of the strikes and a bunch of other shit, that didn't happen. And now you've got stuff like the studio, and Marvel was like, well, we kind of wanted to do something like that first. And I'm like, well, it's not really the same thing because you're specifically focusing on making a superhero movie in your narrative. And the funny thing is going to be like, okay, we've seen how Amazon does this. We've seen a bunch of other versions of this story. It's going to be interesting to see, will the studio make fun of themselves? Like, will they poke fun at some of the shit and criticism that they've gotten over the years? Will they? I wouldn't doubt that they probably are going to poke fun at the other side of the pond.
Oh yeah.
I think this is going to be an interesting show. I just also think, to Chris's point, it's a unfortunate I wouldn't say catalyst isn't the right word. It's an unfortunate casualty of that whole, content Chapek era fucking narrative. And I'm not saying that's the whole Chapek era.
Yeah, I know you're talking about.
Yeah. We're just trying all that.
Yeah.
Right. And it's like, well, this is actually one of the few that, to me, on paper, of the ones that we've seen so far, this is the one now seeing it in motion. I'm like, this one actually could be kind of a banger, and I could see it getting a couple seasons out of it.
Okay.
And it's dropping the same month as A Night of the Seven Kingdoms. It's like, so you're going with Game of Thrones.
I don't think they're thinking like that.
Right. Yeah. It's like,
I don't know if the demographic is, because I'm one of the rare ones who would watch that, but Game of Thrones has its niche, and I don't know if there's not, because I've tried to cross over these audiences here with Game of Thrones, and it just never seems to stick. So I don't know if they need to worry about that, do they?
Yeah.
Don't know. That's my coverage will be.
Yeah, that looks like my least, just from that trailer I watched of that. I don't know. I guess I gotta watch that to get endeared to that, but I don't understand. My first question was why, and where you are at with House of Dragon, where you needed to be with the Jon Snow show. Where does this fit in? It's 100 years before Game of Thrones, so I'm like, here we are going back again. If you're going to go back, go to Aegon's Conquest, because that's the only real story you have to tell that has any type of reverberating ramifications throughout the entire 10, 15 years of Game of Thrones. So, but I'm getting the Knight of the Seven Kingdoms. So, listen, I give it a shot, I guess, but I'm not really like, wow.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not blown away by either. So, I mean, I'll give it a chance, though, anyway.
I need
it's there. It's there. So it's not like I got to really,
I think
go out of the way.
If you're a hard fan of Game of Thrones and you like if you really like House of the Dragon, you really like the original show, this may scratch that itch in a way, but it's not, I don't think, going to scratch the itch completely, because it's not focusing on, the feuding families of Westeros, right? We're focusing on two very specific characters in Westeros, and I don't really know too much about the Knight of the Seven Kingdoms. Dunk and Egg. I know. I know F all about these two characters. So for me, I'm kind of looking at it like, well, I like underdog stories. To me, it feels like this is a story. I'm assuming. I know nothing. So if anyone knows something, please don't spoil anything for me. But like, the vibe I'm getting is just like it's a show about a dude who wants to be more than just a common man knight. And having played a couple games where you literally have a character and you ascend past, just an average knight, it's like, okay, I can get kind of behind that story. And if it's in a world that, I seemingly enjoy, I think people who were kind of burned by the second season of House of the Dragon may look at this and go, maybe later. Other than that, I can understand kind of where William's coming from with this in terms of like, who is this show for outside of Game of Thrones fans? Like who really is this show made for? Because to William's point, the draw of House of the Dragon and the initial run was the Westeros conflict. You mentioned Aegon's Conquest. I've read about that in passing. Yeah, I guess that you could probably do that. I don't know anything else in that world. I'm a Game of Thrones like visual fan. I know shit fuck all about the books.
I've read the books and I've watched the show, and it's just, I don't know. I'm worried about when you start to franchise something like this. There's a core reason for this show. It is the kingdom. It is Westeros and it is the main players of Westeros. It's like when I watch, any major show on TV, if I watch Grey's Anatomy, I don't care about the person working in the hospital cafeteria. I don't care. I'm there to watch the main things, and that has always been the main draw of Game of Thrones. And if you read the books, you kind of like know where these characters end up anyway. House of Dragon's already pretty much written. A lot of people don't read the books, and that's cool. That's why I kind of speak lightly about House of Dragon, but who lives and dies. And it's just a matter of, okay, where do we go next? Because what they've done is they set themselves up to where the expectations are, we need these people or we may tune out. The way they handled the whole Jon Snow thing, that was the bitch slap moment. That those guys should be, every time I don't care whatever project they get on for the rest of their lives and they're at the press, somebody should be like, hey, so how did you fuck that up when you spent 8 years getting to that? You just forgot about whole characters. There are literally parts of Game of Thrones that those guys were in such a rush to get something else that they literally just thought we forgot about it. There were sorcerers, there were people, there's entire chunks of story that when it was over with, it was like, well, wait a minute. Is there going to be an epilogue? Because this you just left out. And then the reasons in the ending of the end, that's what hurt House of the Dragon, because people saw season 8 of Game of Thrones and were like, ugh. And then House of Dragons was really good. I thought season 2 was good, but I also knew what happened. But yeah, I am worried about them going too far off the beaten dragon path here. Stay with the dragons.
I think I when it came to Game of Thrones and the Jon Snow show, I remember hearing that was always just like it wasn't a thing that was actually ever like green lit, like it was
concept.
Yeah, it was just something conceptual that they were like, this is something that we could maybe do. And I know Kit
People like
Harington,
John here, give him a show.
yeah, like Kit Harington was an EP on it, and they were like working on it, but not avidly. But I remember just reading that in passing. As far as like where they go from here, I don't really know. Like I like the House of Dragon 2. I thought season 2 was fine. I can kind of understand where people were kind of like, well, it's nothing but a bunch of fucking talking.
Well, that's what Game of Thrones.
Talking
and fucking and drinking.
We're talking about, medieval
House of Cards.
Civil War. Like, come on, dude. Like, the war is tactical. War is conversation. War, you have to be very, very aware of your actions and consequences when it comes to a fucking war. It's not just go and attack. That's how you fucking die. That's how you lose.
That's
right?
why
Unless it's a video game.
Yeah, that's why the Dunkin' Egg thing like intrigues me because
it's not that.
But that's what I'm saying. Like, it's not. That's why it intrigued me. It's not that because from the looks of it, it feels very inspired by Lone Wolf and Cub. Okay, a knight and a kid traveling, and then from what I heard, it's like 30-minute episodes, and the season almost feels like a novella book, which I'm like, good. Okay, cool. And knowing that, I'm going into it, I know that it's not going to be epic and in the corner shadows developing stuff. Like, okay, cool. Now I know what I'm getting into, but whether I get a kick out of it in this world will be a whole nother thing to talk about come February.
Yeah, and plus House of the Dragons is coming out this same year, so it's the first time we have two House of the Dragon or two Game of Thrones shows happening in the same year.
Yeah,
so
that'll be good for them. I mean, I feel like season 3 has a lot of legwork to do for a lot of people who are probably spurned by season 2, but I think that with what is to come from what I understand is happening, season 3 is going to probably deliver.
It should end it. Season 3 should end the Dance of the Dragons.
Well, they're doing
End it all. End it all.
No. It's season 3. If you see where they're at in season 2, if you understand where they're at, especially if you read it, you understand they're getting close to the climax of this confrontation between
but from what I understand is they've already renewed it through 4 seasons.
Yeah. Now here's a caveat to that. House of the Dragon doesn't mean necessarily exclusively Dance of the Dragon, because you can do something. Here's what I think they need to do. And if whoever's writing the show, I know it's not Benoit and whatever anymore. If you're watching the Vodka stream right now, I'm giving this to you for free. Your next episodes of House of the Dragon, after we get done with the Dance of the Dragon, should be about the Last Dragon. It should be about Jon Snow and resolving that stupid ass ending that you ended with season 8 with. Oh, I'm just going to go north of the wall, and Grey Worm will never figure out that I'm coming back. That was stupid. So they could tell a story, and what they should do is tell a story of him coming back to the Seven Kingdoms, because Bran ain't gonna fucking be able to run it, and then do a Godfather 2 type thing where they're telling the current story with the legitimate king and telling me Aegon's conquest. I don't need 2 separate series. You can tell a story from the past and a story from the future and keep me engaged. Because no more prequels. The problem is pretty much how some of these things end up. It's like, fighting, with Star Wars. Obi-Wan and Darth Vader were fighting, wonder who lives. Fucking they both live, because guess what? They're Star Wars. So I want them to actually start plotting a course beyond.
It seems like there's no stakes when it comes to prequels.
Yeah, it's like, I don't care whether you live or die, because I know.
Yeah, because we already know who survives and stuff like that.
So,
you can get pretty creative when it comes to that, but maybe not so much. But, oh, man, this Game of Thrones talk has got me just... Anyway,
that and Vodka.
I'm not big on Game of Thrones. That's why.
Yeah,
sorry.
It's all good. It's all good. No. Like I said, the new trailer came out, and I get it.
Well, you know who owns Game of Thrones? Warner Brothers.
Yeah.
And I think Rational Skeptic has a pretty solid question that might dovetail.
Yeah, we're gonna bring on somebody who's been waiting to chime in on all this.
That was when I didn't like Peacemaker.
It's been a minute. It's been a minute back here, Dave.
Yeah, I know. I know.
Thought we're gonna get a whole review of the Game of Thrones show and books and everything like that. My God.
Oh, let's do it. I got them all here.
The only thing I'll say, back to Wonder Man, which I think which started that, which I hope everyone's doing well. Happy Friday. I think like what Chris is saying, I don't think they're worried about Game of Thrones or anything like that, because I think anytime you put out Wonder Man, I don't think anyone's watching that show really. Like it's us, it's the hardcores. I think that show's not going to pull much, and I actually don't know if we'll ever see Yaya in the MCU again. Maybe down the line, but I think like another 5 years. It's like a lot of those Young Avengers characters, like a lot of these people, a lot of these characters that don't connect and aren't big. We're never going to see them for this decade, I'll say. I don't think they're going to worry about Wonder Man and
Marvel
the
Zombies.
Yeah, exactly. Voiced by a different actor or something. But yeah.
No, it's interesting. But thank you for joining, Travis.
Of course. Good
to see you. And let me bring up Rational Skeptic. Thank you to the $5 super chat with Deadline reporting that David Ellison, Paramount will most likely buy WB. How does everyone feel? Yeah. I mean, that was going to be part of the, we'll get to more of that, but I think that's the way to go. Not, I mean, obviously Netflix they were talking about Netflix. People were talking about Universal. Netflix, I think, is always just a bad idea because it's Netflix, and I just don't trust them to handle their library. And then the fact that they don't like theatrical, they're trying to get rid of that. They want people to watch shit at home. I just think that would be like a terrible idea when it comes to Netflix. I get it. They're a big juggernaut out there when it comes to streaming, sure. But at the same time, I'm like, I just don't like that. Paramount, I could see, and it seems like David, with Zazzy Pants, it seems like that's what he was trying to do is like, hey, let's try to flip this house. And it seems like if Paramount had, you got Ellison going, hey, we got our shit and your shit. We can combine a lot of good stuff. I'm okay with it, to be honest.
Yeah, like for me, when I give the thumbs down, it's not that it's Paramount, it's just that I would rather them not sell in general. But that's what's going to happen.
Yeah,
I hope they don't, but that's what's going to happen. And it looks like it's Paramount. And I don't know. I guess we'll see. No, like I agree with you, not Netflix, but I can't say really anybody's good until we see what the game plan is, right? Because we don't know what anyone's going to do these. But yeah, I'd prefer Paramount, Universal, people that have still doing theatrical. I never want to hear, Batman's coming to Netflix this Friday. I don't think that would happen, but I would never want the possibility of, I can't see a Batman movie or even a Batman adjacent movie in the theaters, right? Because let's say where I am, we don't get like Frankenstein that's coming out next week. We got no screeners for that. The only movie from Netflix I've ever gone before was Glass Onion. The other ones are like, Red Notice or this type of stuff. Like I didn't get The Killer, didn't get Frankenstein. All the Netflix ones that I always want, we never get here because I'm a smaller place. So that's what I mean. That I'm sure big properties would, but still, there's a lot of other just Warner Brothers properties that aren't DC related that they could get and be like, that's a Netflix show or that's a Netflix movie now. And so yeah, nothing that's primarily streaming. So. Sure, Paramount, but it just sucks that's going to go down too. So,
if it's Paramount, in my opinion, I think it actually might be a good thing for other IPs like Game of Thrones, Harry Potter, Mortal Kombat, right? Those IPs. And to be honest with you, it can push them out a little bit more frequently and to a wider audience, right?
Yeah.
And like, Harry Potter's got an audience of its own, but it hasn't had a film it's got the TV series coming, but it hasn't had something in a long term of things, right? And
well, that's not true. They do have the Universal parks.
Yeah,
that is
well, that'd be yeah.
And also, these mergers don't help creatives have choices to go out and shop. If you don't get Warner Brothers, you can go to Paramount. You can go to this and that and that. That's why even the whole Fox deal always still kind of buzz me out. Cool, we got the X-Men, the FF back in Marvel, but people, probably me who would want to go into the industry, I just lost another avenue that I could have gone and shop a project or a movie or a show with these mergers now, and it's a fucking monopoly show in front of us being played, and we have no stakes or anything that can help expand stuff on, because we look at Paramount right now, they got their hands full with Taylor Sheridan and his catalog and stuff, and you look at Warner Brothers and what they're doing with HBO Max and how much they're having to put out stuff that you would think would be on HBO Max, but it's in Prime Video, it's in Hulu, it's in other stuff, and it's just it's a full bar fest.
It's and I always worry too, because we're down to the big five. There's the big five. And now it's what is it going to be, the big four now?
Big four, big three, big two.
And then you start going, oh shit. I mean, especially when Disney owns I think after they got Fox, it was they own 38% of the film industry or something like that, and it's oof. That's when you start going, okay, you're owning, it's a little too much now. And I don't know. Well, again, it's just like one of those things where I hope that Warner Brothers remains themselves, but at the same time, I'm like, well, it seems like that's what Zaz was trying to do, but who knows? I mean, especially with everything that happened this year, with their over 4 billion first, and they're like at the top dog, which is cool to see. It's cool to see Warner Brothers finally like the top dog again. DC Studios, with all that, and the fact that there's obviously it's like it wasn't like the biggest success, but it still was a success. It was a good foundation and starting ground, and then leading into next year it's gonna be interesting to see how next year is, with this year being Warner Brothers dominant with all their movies. It's gonna be interesting to see how many Oscar nominations, like awards nominations, they get for their movies. I'm really curious to see which movies, like I'm sure Sinners and fighting. What is the Leo DiCaprio?
One battle after another.
One battle.
Sure.
I don't know. I want to say
Fight
Fight Another Day. Yeah. There's that movie. There's everything. It's going to be interesting to see what gets nominated, and that's also going to help the studio. And I mean, obviously the value is going up and up and up, and Zazzy's just like, hey, look at this. It's finally look at this little shiny thing I made right here. And I'm sure he's very proud of himself. But yeah, I prefer nothing to happen. But, I just, when I saw Netflix, I was like, oh boy. Not just
Netflix and Universal were never really serious. Universal was a joke. Anybody who believed that, I'm just laughing, because they did the same shit, remember, with the Fox purchase. They just drove up the price so that they made Disney pay $30 billion more for that company, but they knew Disney wanted it and was not going to walk away from that deal. So that's all they're doing right now. They're just making their competitors hurt. I think the Paramount deal is a horrible situation because of the people running it have a vision that is, no matter what you think of their vision, it is going to disrupt whatever's going on. They're not going to keep. There's no way you're going to drop $46 billion or whatever they're wanting, plus another 25 to 35 billion in debt, and not switch around the tables and bring in your own furniture and your own maids and butlers and stuff like that. And to me, the last company that needs that type of disruption is everything that's under Warner Brothers right now. That's what's killed them. That's what's devalued their company. That's why they are in debt. So this is going to be another.
Is that why they're in debt? That's why they're splitting up the company into two different entities. And that's why David Ellison is trying to make a bid right now while the company is being split up, because the board of people who are above David Zaslav, if they are presented with this option, then they would weigh the option of, is it better for us to split up, or is it better for us to be bought by this guy? Right. And that's ultimately kind of what it boils down to. And
he's overpaying, by the way. His offer for $23 for some shit that's worth $19 a share, he's overpaying. And there's an audience of one. There is no one else that's going to outbid them. So
it's eerily, it is in a way kind of like the whole Fox Disney thing, because everyone on the internet's jumping at the idea of, oh, get Paramount to own DC. And I'm just like, you fucking idiots really don't look at the bigger picture of all this, do you? You really don't. You don't take into account the people who are probably going to lose their fucking job. You don't take into account of all the restructuring that's going to happen. You don't take into account, you people all just want to fucking point and focus in on the IP. Oh, look what's going to happen with this. Look what's going to happen with that. Oh, is James Gunn going to still have a job? Shut the fuck up. Oh my God!
Phil, I was going to ask you, just because like I haven't seen it. What is people's pitch for the pro of like why Paramount would get DC? Because like I understood Marvel and Fox, right? Because the fanboys were all like, "Oh, we got Fantastic Four, X-Men, great." Like, what is the narrative? Just because I haven't seen it, so like, what is that narrative of people?
Ray has a really great point in that David Ellison acquiring Paramount now as Paramount Skydance, looking back at what Paramount missed with Marvel.
Right, I remember him saying, "Okay,
yeah." And, getting their own. And I'm just like, I don't necessarily know that that's equivocal, because looking at what Superman made now, it's about equal as what Iron Man made in 2008.
Yeah.
But I just don't know that the quality is going to be the same. But I don't know.
No, I don't think
that's
so.
Just me. That's just me.
Not after this week for myself personally.
No,
so.
I mean, I just, I'm in my opinion, I think it would just be better for them to stay and stay just focus through with your split up of your company, and have Zazzy focus on the fucking film and the streaming and all that shit, and have Wiedenfels focus on the news and all that other bullshit. David Ellison just bought fucking Paramount. You just got a whole goddamn library, and now you want to look at Warner Brothers.
Fix that. Fix
the
Transformers.
Only reason,
fix G.I. Joe. You know,
the only reason he wants it, and the only reason he knows he can get it, and I'm not even saying this to like interject this in the conversation. I'm saying it because it's just a fucking fact and it's true. The only reason he's doing this right now is because of the current administration in the United States. They will fucking okay it if
he'll
they
give the
want
thumbs up right away.
100%.
In 4 years, might not be able to, right? Yeah, exactly. It's not permanent, but like that's where it's like Phil's saying, if he's gonna make that movie, you'd want to do it now, where it is you're likely getting the green light on that. Where in a couple of years from now, maybe not, right? So that might be the thing where, like you were saying, Phil, like he has Paramount, he has all this stuff at the same time. Maybe he's like, okay, we don't really need Warner Brothers right now, but same thing with the Marvel thing. Oh, if we don't take the shot now, we might not get it, and yeah, we'll see. Because obviously, I think the rumor is he can't even put the bid in until like technically next year or whatnot, or something like that. So
because of the fact that Paramount and Skydance merged this year, he can't do that until next year. And on top of the fact that Warner Brothers is in the process of splitting up, so the fact that Deadline and all these other trades are trying to run with this story. Listen, I have, and I know we've all got friends who live down there in Los Angeles, and we all hear things every fucking day. If anything, if I honestly had to guess, this is somebody at Deadline or somebody wherever fishing for a fucking story.
Which is usually the case, yeah.
Yeah, and there's a reason why Ellison hasn't commented on it. There's a reason why Warner Brothers hasn't commented on it. And it's not because they're probably having conversations, because chances are they probably are. But at the same time, it's just like, you don't fucking talk about it because that's just the nature of it. You just don't fucking talk about your business.
Yeah, and then somebody in the chat even said, if Warner Brothers is selling, why are they renewing contracts for executives? And I'm like, well, I mean, there could be, you got
to operate like you're not selling too, right?
Yeah,
it's going to go by person basis too.
Yes,
they're not going to renew. They're going to renew people who will probably be universally taken in. Yeah, because Abney and DeLuca, trust me, will probably be golfing with.
Oh yeah, they ain't going anywhere.
Yeah, they're saying. They're not going to go. If you're going to sign those two people, you're going to know anybody that you're talking to offline is going to be okay with those people. Mm-hmm. So you're not going to sign. If you have a prospective buyer or somebody you're in the conversation with, trust me, those signings were in that conversation, because you're going to have to force somebody to inherit them, or you're going to force them to be bought out if that incoming person does not want that person in place.
The other thing too is it makes the offer also more attractive in the sense that you have, to your point, we have two people that, yes, go back a couple of years ago, they weren't necessarily the most favored people, but now they're the top studio in the country right now with the box office, so, and it's under their purview, their leadership. Well, it's always in this industry, what are you doing for me now? Well, guess what? That's going to make them. That's going to make this even more attractive for them, and it makes them. They're seeing it too. They're on the inside of what's going on. So, do you want them bolting right now? No, he's going to do everything possible to keep them there in order to make this deal happen.
Mm-hmm. Now, what scares me a little bit, once again, David Ellison, we've seen his interviews, and he's got like a broad vision for things. I just don't think he's going to come in, if he assumes control of WBD in DC, and not disrupt things in a way that I think that's the last thing that company needs right now, because he's going to do that. Like I said, and he's going to have the right to. He's going to have the right to. It's going to be his task and his money. And there's nothing but is that good? For the consistency, like I said, the Achilles heel of DC for the past 30 to 40 years has been getting people to invest in something, and then here comes some other guy, and then anybody who says, well, they're not going to get rid of so-and-so or this person, have you been paying attention to the last 10 years of them doing just exactly that? The new sheriff always wants his deputies, his gardener, his everything, his secretary, and David Ellison seems like that kind of person, given how he's going to be handling Paramount. And that's why I hope some no-name hedge fund company is the one that comes out that doesn't have a studio already, doesn't have that kind of vision, and just looking at dollars and cents, because you may run the risk of destabilizing IPs that you're in the process of healing scabs over. You know what I mean?
Laying foundation for it just started, and it just like, god damn it, like you couldn't give these people like 2 chapters of storytelling to be like, listen, it's a good enough thing that like if they want to do a reboot eventually and press the reboot button and all that, then that's a whole nother topic. But like we barely got 3 projects consistently going forward.
You're just getting the ground from under you. And people will say, well, Superman made this. There's no way. Listen, the guy incoming always thinks he can do better than the guy he's replacing, especially if he's purchasing your ass. He's going to have the ego like, okay, you made 600, 700 million. Why didn't you make 1.4? I bet you I can. And I just bought your company. So I'm a little bit worried about the whole Paramount thing.
I know. Yeah, there's no way like James Gunn's not like, I mean, I would think that would be stupid if they were to be like dismantle DC Studios. That would be dumb, especially when like that's what we've been begging for a bit. But you just never know what's going to happen. And like whoever's owning it, they can do whatever they want. They could be like, nah, I'm not a fan of.
Just look at Discovery, right? Discovery when they came in, they put all their heads into thing and shakes everything up. The old regime, right? So that's
depends. It really depends, because you have to look at similar situations. Like for example, Fox being acquired by Disney, and even now Paramount being acquired by Skydance, and how internally things were shaken up, who took control over what. You have to look at who also falls under the Warner Brothers umbrella, because there's Warner Brothers Pictures, there's DC Studios, there's Legendary. Is there Legendary? No, Legendary's on their own now.
Legendary's on their own.
They just signed with somebody else too.
You're right. They did.
They partnered with somebody now. I can't remember who.
Sony.
Yeah, maybe it's that, because they've had a tough
Sony. I think they partnered with Sony, which I looked at that and I was like, that's a fucking
Apple
choice.
too. They're doing some stuff with Apple.
Yeah. But New Line Cinema, they have a ton of other smaller subsidiary, smaller in the sense of like what we grew up seeing, like these big production companies are now, weirdly enough, smaller subsidiaries of a giant fucking corporate conglomerate. And you have to wonder, would those get consolidated under one thing, or would they stay put? And I look at 20th Century Fox. It's now just rebranded 20th Century Studios.
Yeah.
I think in this case, specifically with Warner Brothers, because Paramount had when Paramount merged with Skydance, there was a complete restructuring because people were either aging out or just getting out of their contracts, and it was just time. So, and given that Skydance was coming in, it was just time to like, okay, well, we're just going to do what we do, and people moved positions accordingly. I don't remember the exact names of who moved where, but it wasn't really too new. We talked like a couple weeks ago about how Lachlan Murdoch actually just took over Fox from his father, Rupert Murdoch. So when it comes to Warner Brothers and when it comes to who is in charge of each respective area, I think David Ellefson would have the fortitude and knowledge to look at what they're doing, i.e., in this case, DeLuca and Abdi, James Gunn and Peter Safran, whoever's running New Line. I think New Line's actually having a pretty decent year with The Conjuring, a couple other things.
Yep.
So it would be in David Ellison's best interest to acquire it and then not do a goddamn thing.
Yeah, probably.
I agree 100%. I agree.
That would be
in
his best interest. And it kind of seems like he just wants to own shit. I don't know. He just to me, look, when I see that,
he has more money. He has more money than to do what to do.
He doesn't owe them, but funny enough, when we're talking about Legendary, it was actually Paramount that they signed the deal with. They came to agreement with David Ellison. So it's a 3-year deal only, but they are with Paramount. So it's kind of funny that we're talking about them.
At that point, everything would kind of come full circle if Warner Brothers got acquired under Paramount.
Feel a lot better if just like Abney and DeLuca, their signing is announced, that if you go ahead and sign these guys. Because to be honest with you, as much as there are aspects of the DCU I enjoy, I'm never going to be all in as I was in with its predecessor because of what happened. I'm never gonna. I invested time, and then I don't feel like being left hanging. Nobody's getting any younger. So if there is an announcement saying, hey, you know what, this 10-year plan actually has guaranteed contracts behind it, then I'm going to ease closer to the pool a little bit. But until then, I'll enjoy it to a point. And then that's all I can really do. I can't trust it.
Yeah, that's all you can really do. And that's a good way to lead into this Peacemaker finale. We can have let's start having this discussion. I know Phil's been waiting for this.
Phil, what do you think?
Yeah.
Phil, live from the floor. What do you think? What do you know?
Live
Like
reaction.
I said, I haven't watched a single episode, but I get cliff notes and I hear things from friends. And
Yeah.
Oh,
no,
boy.
like I said, it's good to have that outside commentary.
it's the show's whatever, man. Like if it's James Gunn's baby, like he says it is, good for him. Like if that's your fucking passion project that you wanted to bring to life, if you were so overjoyed of working with John Cena on it, then dude, I am not gonna piss in your fucking Cheerios. Do I hate your character? 100%. Do I think it's ridiculous that character's so popular? Yes. Does it bother me a little? Do I really care at the end of the day? Fuck no. You want to know why? Because my favorite character is a grown man who dresses like a fucking bat, and I get a new Batman movie every couple fucking years, and I'm a happy fucking camper. Okay. But
Well put. I like that.
And as far as the ending goes, I was talking to our buddy here. I was talking to Dave about, certain things that could come from it. I was like, oh, we're doing this in Checkmate. Okay, whatever. I was like, yeah, all right. It's different. It's something we haven't seen before. Checkmate as an entity in DC. And I think, it's kind of, it's what James Gunn does. He leans into the smaller corners of DC, of, any comic book franchise, really. And he fucking pulls it up and he brings it to the light and he goes, see how fucking cool this thing is that I made? And everyone's like, God damn it, James Gunn, you're so smart. And then there are the select few that go, what the fuck do people see in that guy? And I'm one of the select few.
There you go. I like it. Clip that one right there. No, but yeah, like I said, I appreciate the outside commentary.
I got nothing but love for people who love the show. Seriously.
No, I know that's the thing. That's the thing. That's why it's.
I think
you're not gonna criticize. Like there was somebody in the chat earlier that said
here's what I will say though.
If you like Peacemaker, you don't like superhero movies. I'm like,
That tracks. Yeah, totally.
Here's what I will say. Here's what I will say. When I saw
that
the show,
audience,
also it's a TV show.
When I saw
it's not even a movie.
Exactly.
when I saw this clip of this little imp creature thing or whatever, fuck Tim Meadows' character through the dome.
Yeah,
I thought to myself, I was like, sometimes I really wish that DC Studios was not in charge of the guy who was into trauma weird shit.
When I saw that,
and that's just me.
When I saw that on screen, I felt like Phil. I felt I was in Phil's body, and I was because I did not enjoy this finale. The season to me was fine, but
it's like when I think about stuff like that, I think to the people who watch Man of Steel and were mortified by watching Zod's neck getting snapped, and then I think to the people watching Batman v Superman and mocked Martha, the Martha sequence, and then I jump to that, and I'm like, is this how they feel? Is this the disrespect that they apparently feel that I'm allegedly feeling? Because I don't feel disrespected. I just feel like I saw the clip and I was like, this is a complete waste of my fucking time. Yet the algorithm shoved it in my face and I had the dumbassery to click play. And I still click play. And I watched the damn clip and I was like, yeah, I'm glad I don't watch this fucking show. And I'm glad I've got friends who watch the show to keep the shit going. God damn it, I'm with William. Get me to Lanterns.
Yeah, that's right. And I was there midway through this episode. So I'm like, not just get me to Lanterns, hook a fucking tow truck hooked in my neck and drag me there. I wanted to love this. I have enjoyed this season, and I really, really wanted to love this episode. It may be one of my least favorite episodes of the entire 2 years, and that's throwing away the first 4, which I thought were awful. But this show, and it wasn't about the cameos and stuff, because usually that's going to be a letdown no matter what.
Yeah,
I heard that going.
Yeah. The biggest problem I had with this episode is it was pointless. Everything about it was pointless. Pointless, and that's being kind.
Yeah,
pointless, and it wasn't consistent with the 7 previous episodes.
I agree with that.
Really about
the whole ending, when it just shift from, well, we really got to worry about the metahumans. And I said this on our review last night. It's like, if you didn't watch Superman and you're just watching Peacemaker, there's no fucking main metahumans in this story. So where is this? If you just are a fan of Peacemaker, none of that has to do with anything that we just saw the last 7 episodes. It's all about it was like we were missing pieces. It's like I was sick for 3 weeks. Like, I'll just watch the finale to catch up. But there was the way Rick Flag was talking, and I don't want to hear, oh, he's a great character. I mean, literally, while innocent people are dying, he's laughing, high-fiving. Yeah. And I'm like, oh no, at some point it's gonna reveal Shea shapeshifter mind control has to be. So I'm walking for the ride, but it's not. It's just Rick Flag, who you can say also, but he's never been a piece of shit like that, where it's just like they've just made him so over comedic, and that's where there's multiple things. Even then, like, it's a little thing, but they didn't talk about it, revealing that Harcourt and Chris had never slept together. So the first time that he had sex with Amelia Harcourt was the Nazi version, which is super fucking weird. Why would you not have a problem with that if you're her? I would understand if it's already weird enough, but if they were already sleeping together,
Chris is gonna have a problem with that. You just did some stuff with a Nazi.
I don't think he does.
Well,
he doesn't.
Know they were
obviously. Yeah, obviously.
There was no repercussions of that. This guy who wants to go to jail. Yeah, sure. I'll just walk out of jail. Whatever.
Well, in the boat, it was like, well, the entire season, what in the boat, did that mean anything? Did that mean anything? The whole season. And I'm like, it was a rock video. It was a hairband nostalgia rock video.
Oh,
That's what that was. All I was listening was David Coverdale. I was waiting for David Coverdale to come out with his guitar and a model or something sprawled on the hood of a car.
You got Nelson.
That's all that was. I really, and like I said, I wanted to really enjoy this, but it wasn't consistent. Like I always say, it doesn't matter if the plane ride is cool if you can't land the plane. If you put that motherfucking nose first into the ground, then the whole ride is kind of like, wow, I don't remember the good time. But especially after episode 7, which was the best episode of the entire run, both seasons, to come off into that and to have it so long, and that was another fraud. I saw 109, dude. Half of that shit is a video game thing that they're doing, and the other stuff that was
an ad.
Yeah, a long ad, and I'm like, well, I mean, you got more out of the 35-minute episodes than you did after this. There was a whole swath of that show that was literally like VH1, not even MTV old days, VH1 slow jams, where they're just dancing and kissing. And then it was cool to hear the theme song coming out there, but I got the theme song at the beginning of the show.
Yeah.
I didn't perform that. It just was pointless. And I was disappointed that I didn't need to see a big cameo, which is what you kind of said there was one, but I missed it, I guess. I didn't need any of that stuff. I just wanted
all the minions. It's all the minions.
Yeah. Otis, man, huge.
Be as good as episode 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, or the previous episode. That's all I needed. Consistently, if you'd have done that, I don't like where it ended, because now you're setting me up for Man of Tomorrow. There's so much stuff in between that. You couldn't have hooked it up to something sooner, but that wasn't. The Checkmate reference was cool. The Salvation that I need to do some Kishria, because a lot of that came out when I had given up on DC in the late 2000s. But
I think it's a cool idea. It's a cool idea where it's like, oh yeah, you have, and then you don't know what this planet actually consists of, because we hear like,
you're a bad creature in the background. I'll tell you that.
And then,
it's like Lost. All again, what's shaking the bushes, and you find out what that is, and then it's time to start watching that show. But I just thought it was.
We gotta go back.
This episode really felt the definition of an epilogue that could have been a strong epilogue, in my opinion, but like, fuck, man, William was bringing the plane analogies. I felt the turbulence, and I was like, it's weird what editing does. Like, if they ended it right at the last frame as the Checkmate logo, who knows? Maybe I would feel a little bit more different. But the fact that they put the ... watch this, and it's like, well, does this go against the whole no homework thing, that like, we're not doing that, everything should stand on its own, and why not? And I know he has his thoughts on like post-credit scenes, but like, that's what you do for post-credit scenes. Like, you end up the episode, you get the credits, you say goodbye to everybody who worked their asses off to bring the show to life, and if you're really a nerd, you're really geek and want to continue this, the credits is there to like give you some breadcrumbs. So like, this might happen later on. A trailer will probably explain it for Man of Tomorrow, but this should keep you loaded. And then, yeah, man, even Rick's turn, that felt, I was telling the boys that like, it felt like a plot move more than a character move. What would have really felt Rick Flag, especially after that fight that they had, which I love, was him doing this rogue thing, not butting up with Lex and his squad and all that. It's like, no. He still is pissed at Chris and doesn't care he's breaking protocol. Like, no. He misses Ricky. He misses his son, so fuck this.
But it was interesting when the last lines he gives to saying like, this is for Ricky, you POS at that point. That's exactly what Lex said to, Lex goes against Superman. He literally calls him that.
Yeah. Rick Flag is more consistent as that type of character that's been described in Creature Commandos than he was here, because here's one thing, I've been in the presence of them. I don't care how high and how many stars you put on your shoulder. If somebody, one of your own, whether it be a fellow agent or soldier, dies, there's no laugh.
Yeah.
It's a solemn thing. And that whole thing when they were doing that, I'm like,
the montage was a little
weird.
Yeah.
I didn't like the montage.
People dying.
I was like going, all right, if you're gonna have a montage, yeah, you can have like something, but it wasn't feeling right. I was like,
they should have had flags. Every time one of those people got drawn in, there should have been like the general would have been standing there. So there's all kinds of stuff. And that's what the Creature Commandos reflects, seems to me he's doing. So the guy who introduced, who voiced that same character, who's supposed to be that character, was almost unrecognizable by the time episode 8 rolled around. And like I said, it's just inconsistency. It wasn't a horrible episode.
You really want to talk about inconsistency?
Within the rules, no. Within the rules of the 8 episodes, at least.
I've got something that still has yet to be answered. I don't know how the fuck Rick Flag got up and walked after Clayface broke his fucking back in Creature Commandos.
Oh yeah, they didn't talk about that in this show. Yeah,
they didn't talk about it in Superman either.
Sure,
Superman.
There is a line that he says to him, like, "Oh yeah, I broke my back, got it fixed up, not." Which I'm like that. I'm more forgiving about that.
He does say it in Peacemaker. He says,
"Oh, do they? Okay,
yeah.
I wouldn't know that because I didn't watch the fucking show."
Yeah,
and here's the thing, and also the notion like we're not showing this to the press. We don't want spoiler reveal. I was like, I look at it now, and maybe it's for general audiences who don't look into it that much. But I look at these last 3 episodes, and I was just like, Commando's last 3 episodes has more spoiler stuff that I would not have shown the press. More than these 3 episodes. Like, I looked at it now and I was like, what here really would have, like, again,
other than Holt,
the Lex Luthor stuff.
Yeah, right? Other than that, because it's like by the time the Earth X thing was out, like everybody had theorized. So it wasn't like
Rick
the people
Jr. Kinnaman was a nice pop up from what I.
But that was before the first 3 episodes, right?
But still,
No, but just to his point, he was saying in those 3 episodes, I don't want to show anybody because I don't want the secrets out there. And it's okay, so Holt and I guess Peacemaker gets locked on a island somewhere, but it's like that's not like a. I don't think your publicist is going to start telling people that, and maybe again.
What he
wanted to do would have been worthy of holding back. I don't know if you guys will bring it up or not, but the whole thing of like talking to Ryan. And like, yo, what if for a second we do this? That would have been like, okay, that's very secret. You don't want that to leak on toys or anything like that. Fine. But like, I was just
the one thing I would have done differently is episode 8. That should have been like a 35-minute or 40-minute episode, but leave the ending bit as a cliffhanger, right? Instead of it being in the episode. So like it'd be the after the credits stuff.
We may not get a season 3 of this. There's no guarantee, no matter how well this did. If a season 3 doesn't fit into his overall narrative, there's no need for it. You might see Checkmate number 1 and Checkmate season 1 with a whole different supporting cast of people. And what's the cliffhanger too? And see, this is the problem when you only do 8 to 10 episodes. I think you have to cover a lot of real estate in those 8. It's not like the old days where you got your 26 episodes and then Who Shot JR, and then in June. And then you roll around, it's already September and we find out, and then you get another 26 episodes. You have sometimes years in between this. And I don't think he was clear where if the next step is Man of Tomorrow, that's 20-7. I'm trying to survive October 2025. So I just want some clarity, and I'm all right with it. I mean, overall, I give this show, the second season, I give it a solid B+ because there was a lot of stuff in there. I thought they excelled, and I thought they progressed. But it's hard. Like I say, you can't separate the last episode from the rest of the other 7. They are part. They are one. It's just
I think some of the character stuff was like good. Like obviously when it comes to the group, what are they? The 11th Street.
11th Street kids.
11th Street kids.
Dumpling gangs.
Yeah. So like I like how they progressed and everything, and that was cool. But at the same time, it's like when you're coming off of episode 7, that was just absolutely bonkers. And then you're going, Jesus, what the hell is the finale going to be like? And then it's like, hey, here's Harcourt and Chris at a concert, Nelson, and they're gonna kiss. Okay,
and
sweet.
Who knows who they are?
Yeah.
They dug them up from my teenage years with their one hit. They got one hit.
Gunn said that on the podcast. He goes, not a lot of people are probably going to know who Nelson is.
Yeah, their dad, Ricky Nelson, one hit, and Love and Emotion, their other hit. That's it. How did they end up on an HBO Max show?
Well,
And I'm
that's
like,
done for you.
James
He
Gunn
likes
wants
that.
him
He
there.
likes that.
He
He likes
wants
to
him.
do
I'm
that.
like,
kind of
okay,
stuff.
that's fine. But that was it. I'm like figuring out what Phil Nelson, what could do. I'm like looking through all my comic books. Nelson, what's it? And then it's them. I'm like, what? I'm like, all right, fine. I mean, but like I said, it just didn't feel like I was watching something that was like, people were doing whole shows of what could happen in episode 8. Now I look like a fool. And I was okay with none of my predictions happening because it's a potch, But what did happen was like, I'm like, dude, I'm sorry, pointless is not harsh. I think is where was the point to any of the things that moved this episode?
Yeah,
the only thing I felt like that kind of moved anything was just the whole salvation thing, because it's like, all right, that's a story point. There's gonna be more of that in the future, maybe. But then I was like, you guys could have fucking intertwined that within the other episodes. I feel like, I don't know.
Yeah,
it felt like it was in like the way that they showed it. Like I said, with them going into like the different and all the guys dying, and then of course you see all
the skull spiders, dude. The skull spiders was a letdown.
Yeah, totally. Of course. And
I didn't think it was going to be anything more than what we got in the trailer. I think it's a big
that's
tease.
the thing. It was like I said that
never had
time.
any expectations for that.
Even with low expectations, did they open the door and they close it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We got a zombie door.
Yeah, the zombie
moment.
But
that was too quick. Too quick.
James Gunn can say everything he wants in the sense of, yes, you do you have to watch this? No, you can watch this and things like that. But like with everything, when he's saying like Peacemaker season 2 leads right into Man of Tomorrow at that point, yes, they can have a few things in Man of Tomorrow that kind of explain certain things, but it gets very, now you're getting very murky. It's like, well, it sounds like there's still homework, which again, I'm fine with. I'm a geek. I'm gonna be watching it anyways, but it gets kind of ridiculous hearing, oh, you don't have to watch it. It's like, no, it's a connected universe in some way, shape, or form. Like someone's gonna be referring something to something. But I get what he's trying to do, but I just don't think it's gonna be like that forever.
But I appreciated that he was throwing that challenge down. And I was like, ooh, in this day and age, go for it. And don't shy away. Like, again, like all I wanted was a great bookend for this story. And then don't kill anybody off, because I think they are really good characters and actors. Don't kill them off. Like, close this up. And if this is the last of Peacemaker show we get, cool.
Fuck.
But exactly. But if we see these characters again in Checkmate or something else, good enough for me. And like, if people come to those new projects and like, I like these characters, are there more of? Yep, go look for there's another show where you can see their ups and downs.
Is Waller still happening?
He said it's been a bumpy road.
I heard
Still
TBD.
trying to figure out the script.
TBD.
Yeah.
TBD.
He said that interview as today, just said it's been a rocky road. So it sounds like it's like a wait and see sort of thing. I feel like
That and
Checkmate
Authority.
kind of like slid in and took Waller's spot in a way.
Yeah,
where I don't think
it's
they're gonna
like-
be the same
that's
show,
what I
but
was
just
about to say
production
that.
style.
I
It's
think
like-
he likes
I would
working.
be
I
fine
think he
with
likes
that.
working with the Friends a lot more right now than trying to crack something else.
I think
it's like-
so.
Also,
Yeah.
think about where he positioned the character after Peacemaker season 1. He effectively had her remove, and now Rick Flag Senior is the head of Argus. It's like, okay, well, what are we gonna do with Amanda Waller show if she's not the head of fucking Argus?
She makes her triumphant return to take that back.
Yeah.
She was a part of
She's
Checkmate.
an important
She
character.
talks
She really
ads
is.
about her ex-wife that gave her 2 scenes this season that was completely pointless. They can bring that
those
back
were
together.
pointless.
Yeah, with the doggies. Yeah, the doggies. And I'm like, okay, what's this? Yeah, another point.
I like that scene. I like that.
Again, it sucks because like the scene's like by itself, it's greatly written and greatly acted, but in the overall scheme of things, you broke up with this person in the first episode. We never saw them again, and I'm supposed to care about this whole 5-minute sequence that's going on why you guys can't be together. And even then, we never actually see like ads really get attacked. It was Chris getting attacked and she was around, and then the other stuff was on Earth X. It wasn't here. It wasn't like some metahuman kidnapped her and put her wife at risk. That didn't happen at all. So when she's like, my job's always going to put you at risk, it's like they didn't really show that at all. There was not that big moment to the extent of that, which I feel like you would have known already with the type of work she does, that there would be some sort of risk when you got engaged with this person. I don't know, but again, that's another storyline that I'm all fine if they want to do. It's just I'm not going to care if you mentioned in an episode when you broke up, and now you're going to try to dovetail it at the end of the season. So that's why for me, like, I didn't have any problem with the way people are mad about, oh, no cameos, this and that. That was none of my complaints. I laugh because it's just like another, like, we got big stars, and other than Holt,
another multiverse of madness kind of.
Yeah, but Multiverse Madness delivered way more than this, and I know some people don't like kill them all off. I like that. I thought that was fun because the MCU is like filled with other movies that have cameos of multiverse people, right? So and again, I was not looking for I need the cameo fest, but it is just funny now when he says these things like big names coming. Other than Holt, there was no other big names in the last 3 episodes. I mean, and it's just I don't know, man. He's got to officially put that phone down. He's got to, which again, like we've talked about before, it is his product, right?
It was in interviews that he said it. Like,
true,
he also said it in interviews, and that's the thing. And I think, and I even said this, I think at the opening, I said, this is going to be like it's a learning process for Gunn. I mean, no matter what, even though, like, he's a known director and he's made blockbusters and whatever the hell. This is a whole different ball game, and I think he's still trying to learn that. And I think after we got through this first year, I think he's got to, and hopefully maybe Saffron and maybe his wife go like, hey, do you realize the things you kind of effed up on, like the things that, maybe you got to like scale it back. And I think we're going to get a huge scale back because obviously he's going to be focusing on Man of Tomorrow. And then we got three projects that are not his, that he's just producing. And I'm hoping that this is just total learning process that he went, yeah, maybe I oversold this and overhyped this and did. I mean, obviously you got to sell your product 100%. I get it. And you're going to fluff things. You're going to do some things, but yeah, I think he went a little too overboard when
you don't want to undersell your product though, which I feel he kind of did with this. Right. And that's the thing. And you never know. Even last week, he said in an interview that he looks at Kevin Feige's job very differently now. He's like, I had all these critiques when I was a filmmaker, and now he's like, years later, I respect him a lot. And he said we're friends, but he just said like, I didn't really get X, Y, and Z. So that's the thing where I feel like not only the first year, but the second year will be a big curve because, like you've talked about before, all the projects aren't his, and the same thing too. It's like this would be a good time for him to back off, but maybe he doesn't. Right? Maybe he's still active on social media and doing interviews and podcasts. And I kind of hope not. I don't want him to completely disappear. I understand.
No, I don't want that either. I just scale it back a little bit,
but I don't want the overburdens. Like communication. I don't want like when Clayface is coming out, every podcast poll quote to be from James Gunn. It should be the same thing with Feige when they go to the red carpet and he's on the red carpet and you get a bunch of stuff the week of a Marvel release. That's what I would hope when it's not his project, when it's Man of Tomorrow, when it's whatever he's writing. Of course, he has to be out there. But again, you still have to watch what you say because now because that's what most people were skewing for. I didn't care about the cameos, but people were like, oh, no Booster Gold, no Blue Beetle. He talked us up and what honeymoon phase is over.
Blue Beetle was going to show up. I was like, well, that motherfucker's going to show up. Watch. Nope.
At the bare minimum, I want a GI robot. I'm like, keep it in
house. GI robot
would have made sense. Earth X, be like, I know a guy. Just like, are these Nazis? Generally, yeah, GI, go get him.
Are they bad? Yes, very bad.
When I was being chased, I was hoping that GI robot would just mow all them down. Instead, they get electrocuted in a pool, which is fine.
And also, I think even James said that like when he wrote this season, he wrote Commandos, Superman, and this back to back to back. And it's like, okay, we see how it is afterwards. Just take your time with this stuff. Just take your time. Like you have talent. No one's saying that, but like you can feel when stuff was being piled up and not taking time to breathe.
Yeah, but then it's tough when he says, "Oh, we're not greenlighting anything with a finished script." And then he talks about Man of Tomorrow. He's like, "Well, I got the treatment ready, and we're going to production then." So it's like, well, so to your point, it's like, are you taking that time, or is it just because you want to get content out there and produce, which I get, right? It's a revolving wheel. You got to put that out there. That's what they expect. But again, it's just like then what you say then, right? It's what you say, like, we got to have the finished script. And of course, it's always going to be the finished script when it's his script, right? Because maybe Peter, and like you said, Dave, his wife will give him some notes, but like, I don't know if Peter's really going to give him that many notes, like, like cool. Like I'll worry about, he's even said he's not the creative guy in a sense, right? There's some things he will add in, even with the Salvation run, he credited Peter for giving him some of that idea, but I don't think Peter's going to like, oh, I did a script doctor on this and here's the 50 things you should change about Man of Tomorrow, so, but I don't know, maybe he is. I don't know.
He's very, he is very open to taking, I mean, even like when it came to Superman and like, I mean, he got things were like, oh yeah, you shouldn't have that. Even like when it came to test screenings, people didn't like Superman saving a squirrel. And, he said that was a controversial thing. And then, of course, when it came to, the Ultraman punching
They should have
Crypto and
kept
knocked
that.
him out. And him that's something where it's like, oh, yeah, maybe we shouldn't. I think he's, for the most part, maybe not all the time, but I think he's open to be like, okay, is this working? Is this not? I think there was even another thing on one of the song choices in one of the episodes where he wanted to use one song and his wife and Saffron were like, that song sucks right here. What are you thinking? He was like, no, it works. And then after a while he went, all right, I'm changing it. And like, he actually did change it. So, I think he is open to that, but for the most part though, yeah, there's still going to be like, he's still going to have the overall say, but at least I like the fact that he does, some people go, oh, it's just all about James Gunn. It's like, nah, I think he does. He still wants to get a good product out there but I think sometimes he just, there is a learning curve for this new position that he's doing. And I think and I really hope that he's taking some of that in where it's like, maybe he's looking at the responses of the finale and going, yeah, maybe I did.
He's looking at the responses. Come on, like the amount of questions that he answers on threads, everything. Like he's seeing it. He's knowing it, and then that's okay. Like no one's batting 100 and everything, right? So it's like, and that's like you said, maybe it could be a learning curve, and that's where it's not the end of it. Like for me, I thought Superman was good, but I didn't love it. Peacemaker for me was very underwhelming. Like William gave it a B plus. Like I'm like on a C. Like I thought the whole season, other than a few episodes, was kind of very meandering. I think there's a couple close to filler episodes that instead of just giving us 5 minutes of exposition, it's a whole episode of John Cena just recounting the last episode of ads. Like, oh, okay, this is what we're doing. But I'm really hoping next year hits for me because luckily, me and Chris were talking about this last night in our chat where if you look at the cinematic universes we've got since the MCU, there's a lot of bad shit out there, like the Mummy universe and all that stuff like that try to start, or even for me, Sony Marvel, which was barely a universe. But that's what I mean. Like it's kind of what Williams has said too, where he's like, he's not going to like everything, but at least if there's a vision, he can kind of be on board for some of it. And that's where for me, it's like, I will be there for the stuff. I love this stuff. I've grown up with all, but I'm not right now. They've put me in a situation where I'm not dying for Lantern just because the past stuff. I like that concept, but Lantern, Supergirl, I need to be proven. Where it's funny on Geekverse, I love the trailers for Superman. I love the trailers for Peacemaker, where the other guys didn't, and they like the stuff more than me. So I was going in more hype for this stuff, and then after the fact, I was like, and I that's where I'm the opposite of Phil. I primarily like most of Gunn's stuff. Like there's nothing, this is probably the lowest I've thought on Gunn's stuff. Like everything Gunn has done before Superman, I would have given at least like an 8 out of 10 or higher. I enjoy all his work. So for me, I thought, oh, this is going to be a cakewalk for me enjoying the DCU. And for me, it's been like, it's okay. And I'll be there, but I'm in no way like dying to see what's next, unfortunately. Where even after Superman, I was like, okay, there's some bones here. Let's see what's next. And now I don't know. I'm just really hoping Lanterns hits for me, and it does feel different. It's not just him saying it's different, but then it does feel a lot like a Gunnism. Like the same thing that happens in the MCU, right? They always say, oh, it's a heist film, it's this film, but lots of films have, I'd say, 80 to 85% of those films had the same tone and vibe in the MCU. So I have to believe it till I see it. And Gunn does that a lot, where he'll say something and then it's like, well, that's not exactly what's happening here. So I guess we'll know. For me, I'll know in 2026 whenever Lanterns comes out. So that's the test for me.
You'll know in a couple of months or a few months.
Lanterns literally it comes out, I think, before Supergirl.
Yeah.
What the rumors are going
It's gonna probably come out in winter, like
March.
March.
Well, probably after Game of Thrones, right? They're not going to put the same time. So I imagine after that ends in February. So I bet March, April's when
I guess it's March.
start.
Yeah.
That's too long.
I know.
That's
we got Wonder Man. We got Wonder Man when it comes to the CB.
That
stuff.
shit needs to happen in February. Well, we're 90 days from now. What the fuck advantage is it coming out in March or April going to do for me?
Will it make it too long for you because we're like at the end?
Yeah,
of the year?
yeah, it is. You know why? Because I bought into this shit, right? This is the carrot you've been dangling, and now I get past all the good and the bad and the malaise and everything else. I've stuck with it. Now you're going to throw the stick and the carrot over the fence. No, there's no reason. Give me a trailer within the next month. Fuck, New York Comic Con trailer needs to be there. It's shot. It's done. What are we waiting for?
Either this weekend or for Thanksgiving. By Thanksgiving, we should have something, I would think. Be like, yo.
Sometime in February when I need to see green on my screen.
And a lot of people were thinking that maybe that hey, Peacemaker, they're like, hey, an exclusive first look at Lantern.
That should have happened, to be honest with you.
It should have, that would have been smart. That would have been way smart if they would have done that. But
that's good business. That's continuity. That's good business. You gave me a bunch of stuff I never want to see again. The little Teletubby babies chewing people. That was fun, but yeah, that's not impactful as far as like the next step in your DCU is Green Lanterns.
Yeah.
I thought for sure we were going to see.
It would have been nice to get a teaser. Yeah.
Post credits. I'm glad I wasn't in the movie, waiting to pee, waiting for post credits, because that was them just talking again and rehashing the scene. So yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
And like I said, this upcoming year, it's really gonna like show DC's cards outside of Gunn directing or writing. Like, all right, let's see what this DC universe got when he's not at the helm, and can it they stand on their own, and B, be like, all right, all this stuff, it's different, unique to its own thing, but they can coexist. And if they do that within this year, then it's like, all right, that's a good foundation to start off, and then it's just like, all right, go for it. And I hope that like characters like, the guys know which ones I'm talking about, but like characters like Animal Man, characters like The Question, I hope they get the same attention and marketing and screening time the way Peacemaker's been getting, or the way they did with Superman. And I hope that doesn't shut out, because if it dips like the attention, people will feel like, wait a minute, well, you care so much about these characters. What about these other not so well-known characters? Are they going to get their time to shine on and let people know, oh, these exist? They've existed for a while now. I hope.
Yeah. No, yeah. I mean, I think, I mean,
we won't know until next year, right? We've got to see everything and to see how it goes down. So
that's the thing, and I do believe, like, when I've heard Gunn on like podcasts and interviews say like, oh yeah, everything's going to be a different tone. There's going to be, obviously we always worry, but I think he saw that a lot, like what you were saying, Travis, like, oh yeah, they say it's this, say it's that, but it still feels like the same tone. I think he hopefully he saw that, when he was over in Marvel Studios, he was like, oh, yeah. But
unless that's one of the things he understands for Kevin Feige now. It's like, fuck, I got to do that. That's why Kevin did that. Like what? Yeah. That's like, what lessons is he going to take from Feige in that sense, right? Like and I don't think so. I really don't want to watch a Clayface movie and have something humping Clayface's face. Like I don't want, like I don't want them. That's where, to the point, if the thing's gonna be different, that's great, because then it's like, okay, Gunn's doing whatever he's doing with his characters, but then I can get excited by this director or this writer. We're always with Marvel, we still have to kind of wait and see, right? They might bring some recipe, but you never know what's gonna happen. That was the whole thing with Raimi, where I like Multiverse Madness, but the whole lead up was like, well, they're gonna let him be weird, they're gonna let him do his stuff. And when I saw Multiverse Madness, like, okay, good, they did, but you never know. We've seen times where they haven't, where it's a flavorless movie, and it's same thing next year.
With, you hear that, Peyton Reed?
Sorry. Hey, I like the Ant-Man movies. I'm not saying you're wrong, but I like them. But hey, give him credit. In the 2000s, he was the one pitching the 60s F4, and no one would listen to him. So he had the foresight. He had that vision, and he was a man before his time. So, Quantumania is a fucking mess.
Yeah, no, I know. I always like to bring up his name. I don't know why. It's like, Peyton Reed, because it's the only one I can remember. Because sometimes like who directed fucking Thor: Dark World?
Alan Taylor from Game of Thrones.
Right. Yeah,
but that was the same one where he directed it, and apparently they had Whedon come in and do like a bunch of shit, because Whedon was the guy back then, right? And they were like, hey, we got to save this. Can you punch it up? Can you do this? I think even there's rumors that he directed some like reshoot scenes and stuff. So that's the same thing. What if Gunn gets a cut of Clayface? He's like, fuck, I don't like this at all. I'm gonna reshoot some of this, or get some that I trust to reshoot some of it, and then it is what it is, right? And I'm just throwing bullshit theories, but it's not like it doesn't happen to all these studios all the time, right? So
it's part of the gig where it's just like, but hopefully he could just, all right, just let. I mean, I think Clayface, I think that's going to be fine. I think like when you have, Mike Flanagan's script, and you got, can't remember the director's name, but I mean, I think
James Watkins.
James Watkins,
right?
James Watkins, yeah. I think he's going to have full on trust with that. It seems like when it comes to Supergirl, he's got full on trust in Gillespie.
I hope, yeah.
So
to that point, to kind of play devil's advocate to Travis, like I don't see a situation where James Gunn would look at Clayface and feel disgusted to a point where
I hope,
he has to bring someone else
in. I mean, this is a $40 million movie about a Batman villain, and it's essentially his origin story, if I had to imagine, since it's based off play. Number one, I just don't see that.
Yeah.
Thing, so
especially with the script, like he says he wants, like that's the hope, right? But yeah.
Well, he even said, like, when he was talking to Brandon Davis, like, and when Brandon Davis brought up, like, you know, we had all the set photos and he said, like, I didn't care. He was like, hey, that's gonna, and then he talked about I've seen some of the dailies and they're fucking great, and he's like, and there's a lot of practical effects, and I'm like, yeah. When he was talking, see, that's what I want him to do when he talks about the other fucking projects, because when he was saying that Clayface has got a lot of practical effects, I went, keep saying more things like that, please. You know, like when Lanterns comes out, start talking about some of the shit in there where it's like, you know, just fluff these things. And I think he's going to do that, and I hope he does. I hope he continues showing up on podcasts and whatever, but hopefully they can do a joint thing with the directors and whatever the fuck too. That would be kind of cool.
Maybe they could use the show that they have. They have a show.
That too. And then, but I like the fact that James Gunn, you know, he was on Tom Segura's podcast like 2 weeks ago or something like that, and I was like, so random. I went, what the fuck? He's on this podcast? I'm like, all right, that works. And there's a lot of, you know, there's some good things that came out of that, and I think podcasts are just like it's a new space. It's almost better than going on a late night show now, you know, because they get more
5
views.
years late night, it won't even be a thing, you know.
Exactly.
Like,
that's what I keep on saying, you know.
Or there's just going to be like what, because any late night clips I watch are just on YouTube. They put them up right away. Same thing. Like I haven't had cable in over 10 years, and I love the Daily Show back in the day. Jon Stewart does the Daily Show. He does that segment on his show, and within an hour, it's already on YouTube. So it's like, why? And not YouTube Premium or anything. It's just YouTube. So like, why? It's almost like it's smart because they're helping views, but at the same time, it's almost killing their own thing. So it's all going to go digital because I don't know if those guys are worth that cost. But I don't know the dividends of YouTube and those payouts and stuff. But it's like and even then, is Gunn going to really give like a descriptive plot, like something really juicy on the Fallon show? No, he's not gonna, right? It's gonna be a puff piece, and it's gonna be, oh, David's great, and he's from this, and Rachel's great, and now Lex and Superman are teaming together, and I love superhero team, you know, like it's gonna be kind of bullshit. So, which that's what you do on the Tonight Show, right? You say some stuff, and then you have an anecdote, and then you're off, right? So, but I don't think I don't think they sell anything. I remember that during the strike when people were like, you know, if the Marvels had the you know, the press, that would have helped. Maybe it would have helped a little, but not to the extent where it would have saved that movie. You know, no one that's on the Tonight Show is seeing Brie Larson talk about the Marvels, and it's just not a thing anymore. It has even the Tonight Show has its certain audience that tunes in every night. You know, no one tuned in because so and so's on, or maybe if it's someone once in a lifetime. But
everything juicy that comes out of it is always going to be clipped and put online.
Right, a second.
Quick.
Yeah.
I really hope like he spreads that with the podcast like next year. Like, don't just do the big names. I doubt he'll do it, but try finding lesser known podcast. And if you see them talking DC, and be like, all right, let's see what these fans are talking about. And like, all right, pop in for like a few minutes. Don't need to be an exclusive hour, half an hour talk, but like, all right, what are you guys interested? Do you guys like what we're doing? Would you like what we're doing? Like, not seeing what we're doing? Is there something you want to see a character on? And be like, okay, all right, good night, everybody. Thank you. Glad to talk to you. And then just be like, all right. He bothered checking out a lesser known podcast or a fan who does videos or does content, and gave them a minute of his time. Be like, ask me anything. Just please don't ask me about the Batman over and over again. I get everybody fucking asking me about the Batman. It's like, I hope that's in the cards.
Me personally, is like them doing a Lanterns podcast will be exposing the character even more, right?
Oh yeah.
And I think that would be ideal for the television side of it. I don't think a movie side of it you need a podcast. I just think just for the TV shows itself, like the live action TV show, definitely for that. But go on, William. You could take
the brand needs the show. this singular, let's just talk about the movies, let's just talk about the show, let's just talk about the video game here, and here. The brand needs to be consistently putting out information. And if it's a show that's coming up, then that's what we're talking about. If there's a story, why the fuck are we not talking about DCKO or any of these other things and how they may, some of the stuff that you brought up in your show, okay, checkmate, what's that? Let's be talking about that on something a lot larger scale. And no matter what it is, that way you don't pigeonhole yourself into, okay, well, this is coming out, so I can only talk about this. And if you're consistently talking about the brand every day or every Friday or whatever it is, then people are going to come into the brand. The movies are, if it doesn't do anything for the brand, if the movies are successful, nobody gives a fuck, because you have 3 or 4 other quadrants. If they're not doing well, then guess what? You're still dealing with a suffering company, which is what Warner Brothers and DC has been. Now they are putting things together to where they're doing things in the comic books, they're doing things on the shows, and they're doing things in the movie, and there needs to be that kind of synergy that brings you into all of it. Every Friday, I should have, you could be able to fill up 45 minutes of content of DC talk on all levels easily.
Yeah.
Easily. And they just don't do it. The show that they have has let me down. I think they really need to restructure that thing, and it needs to be weekly, and it needs to be better, and it needs to be more.
Yes, it needs to be us, William. That's what needs to happen. Like, I'm sorry. Like when it came to the DC Studios one, I mean, when I'd watched it, I was like, God, this is a little too polished, a little too yeah. A little too much of that. Just saying. Did we lose Travis? Yeah.
Yeah, I had to go do something for a little bit. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
We're being fed, and it's like, okay, there's enough. And Corey Jandro is on here. That guy knows all that stuff.
I love Corey.
That guy. He knows enough to be able to carry the conversation to places where those other people, the other hired hands, can't take it. But he's the one sitting there that should be able to connect what we saw to what we've read. And
and that's the thing. It's like, but like when I've seen him on just like Real Rejects and all that stuff like that, he's a little bit less than what he was when it came to DC, like the DC stuff. Like, I'm like, now he's putting on a little bit. Oh, I have to perform, kind of thing, because he's hired by somebody else. You got to be natural, and that's the thing. That's why podcasts like blew up so much, like especially when you had comedians do podcasts. Just podcasts in general is just the fact that it's like just be normal. Like that's what I've always liked about this stuff is like, when I'm doing my streams, I'm trying to I'm performing, like especially when I'm doing Film Junkie Live, but it's just an amplified version of me, maybe just because I'm just doing it myself. But when it comes to like a panel setting, it's like, hey, we're just shooting the shit and having a conversation. No this, no that. Let's just be natural with everything. And I think when it came to that DC podcast, it just didn't feel like that as much as it should. It just felt too polished. When I watched those episodes, it feels a little too polished, a little too. I could see where the edits are. Oh yeah, this is not. They edited that right there. They edited that.
Let's segue into this. I'm like,
wow. Yeah, and they're good people. I met them in person. It's like you could sense that like they want to let loose. The only time I remember, one of the few times watching that podcast, where I leaned in and be like, okay, we're not talking about the same old stuff, the same questions, same stuff of like what the DC potential. You're a DC fan? No. Coy, it was Coy. He literally asked him point blank, okay, Kyle Rayner, and I forgot the other two characters he brought up to him. Where are they at? And you could tell James Gunn was happy that someone asked him something that wasn't the ordinary question, but he was like, I can't tell you all that stuff. But he appreciated that. Like, I remember going, oh shit, is he gonna talk about anything else but Superman and Batman? Cool, I'm engaged. That's for those who don't know, DC is more than just the 3 main hits. Yeah. They are the big pillars, but they're more than that. And I see that now, and I'm just like, I hope shows, movies, and the podcast realm, they take a look and be like, all right, we can only go from higher now. There's too much good coming this next 12 months that it would be a waste of opportunity for us not to take that and just swing. Even if something doesn't pan out at the end, just swing. The fans will notice a shift in all those aspects, I think.
Oh, and they need to keep the conversation going. Like when we had the Earth 10, Earth X thing going on, that's a whole half hour right there.
There's a whole conversation you can have.
Yeah, you should have had your next show. You should have had the little comic book stand with all of those issues on it, talking about those and how they're relevant.
Yeah,
so people
they need to hire you, William. Sorry.
Yeah, if you're watching a show and you don't get enough out of your 35 minutes, you can go to a comic book store and pick this up or pick up a trade or go online, and you're continuing the momentum even though the stuff's not on the screen. that show is just so contrived, and it's like they just really do. They have the right people necessarily, but they just need to let loose and be like, okay, what kind of conversation would I have if I were in a comic book store or at a convention or somewhere? What kind of conversation would a normal human being have, one geek to another, and just go where that conversation goes? And I think that would be more informative, because there's a lot of stuff that James Gunn put out in these episodes that you can go do research on, and it broadens, it enhances the experience for you. Checkmate. I don't think it was such a great thing in the 80s, but you know what? He did, and some other people were going to like it. Yeah. All the other stuff, the Earth X stuff, there's stuff that he's bought out. Salvation, one of my people, when we were in the chat, brought out that's something that Darkseid used as a training. There's things that you can connect these things to, and if they're watching this stuff, they can gauge the reaction. So a random fan can actually bring up some really cool stuff that an executive might not be thinking of because he's zoned in on everything else. So you got a two-way conversation that they're just not having, that they really should start having before this gets to the point where there's a lot of content out there.
Yeah.
There you go. Phil, now you got to go.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. I have to take a dump. I have company coming. I will catch you guys later. It's been fun.
Fair.
Enjoy the rest of your guys' evening.
See what happens when you talk about Peacemaker? This guy wants to take a shit.
Big old fucking steamer. Yeah. All right.
All right. Always appreciate you, Phil.
Much love, Phil.
All right. Take it easy.
Phil.
Yeah, I agree with you. Like, there's this YouTuber named Jenna Flynn, I think her last name is. Go read some comics. Is her YouTube name, Jenna, and she's every week putting out these videos of like stuff she caught in the episodes, things she might go for it. And James knows her and always points her out. Go watch her videos because she points out stuff that even I don't know. And it's like, hire her, like
you're on the show, man.
Yeah. Bring her into the DC and be like, yo, let me level and let me teach all the people who don't know about comics, and like get them in and be like, there's a reason why you should go read Checkmate. There's a reason why you should go read Salvation. I'm looking into her stuff now to get into the books.
I mean, that's the thing. It's like, and they could have done something like that too, where you just they could have had even that concept. I like that concept because what you were talking about, William, was like, have it even in the concept where he's like, James Gunn just walks into it could be a set and it's a comic book shop, and they're just talking about, certain things, and then it's like, oh yeah, you bring up and because you're also selling comics with the show, like, hey, what is this referencing in the show? Oh, well, that's this and that's that, and you could just like reference like, oh yeah, well, you could pick up this book right here or that book right there. I don't know, you could just do some things like that where you give like a little history lesson for people who don't know certain characters or whatever the hell, and then I don't know, you just do something like that. It doesn't have to be in a comic book setting. But
no, it should be in something that is DC branded. I mean, Todd McFarlane should be on there. They make DC toys. Scott Snyder should have been on there. A lot of these guys that are bringing on there, because once again, see, this version that they've done with DC for like so long is that they give you this little snippet of what they are. Okay, movies. I know. I went to see Superman the movie. Big fucking deal. If that's all I get out of you, then I'm a failure as a company. If all I did is promote this movie and everything hinged on this movie, and I don't get you in buying comics, I don't get you buying toys, I don't get you buying Milk Bone, I don't indoctrinate you into my brand, then that's a failure, no matter how much that movie made. So it's a brand. It's getting to the point where when you see that DC or that Elseworlds or that brand, you're already predisposed to trusting it. That's what a brand is. And DC hasn't done that. And it's weird because they have everything to do it with. It's just weird to see them. And James Gunn. I thought James Gunn would be a lot further along with this type of brand, being the fact that he understands that brand. He's a Gen Xer who grew up reading comics.
So much on his plate. That's the bad part. He's got so much on his plate. Yeah. And I thought that too. I thought, oh yeah, this is perfect, because he does have a unique knowledge on on just those obscure characters and everything, and it's great. But then at the same time, he's just handling so much. He's directing movies, he's directing episodes of a TV show, he's overlooking scripts, he's looking at dailies. I mean, I'm surprised that he has any time for his fucking wife. I mean, like, my God.
Yeah, make time for her.
He's overseeing everything.
You better make time for her. Jeez.
Yeah, I always got giddy leading up to Commandos, Superman, and now Peacemaker Season 2, when he would post a photo on Instagram of like a pile of comics of what he was reading, and people were like, "Is that what you'll be reading into? Is that?" It's like you can take it both ways. That's some good stuff you can look into and read, or maybe it should give you some hints of what I'm planning on, or I'm inspiring.
Tom King needs to
he needs to hire like somebody who's got also a unique knowledge, who's like his like his like his right hand man or something like that. Like
he's got Tom King right next to him.
I know, but that guy's he's writing that shit.
Yeah, he needs a promotional assistant.
If he had like somebody who was like his right hand man that could do more of this marketing, go on the podcast and do like the weekly podcast where it's like, oh, this is what's happening, and then he'll like make pop-ins every now and again because he's just too much on his plate to like do that stuff. But if he could have somebody who has like a similar unique knowledge of all this stuff, and
I'd brand him. I'd brand him because you know what I would do? I would get Sheldon or somebody like him. I wouldn't just get somebody. I would get somebody that as soon as you saw that guy, you connect that guy with the DC brand, and you're about to get information. It's like HBO. When that static comes on in HBO on Sunday night, you're about to watch one of the best TV shows on there, no matter what it is. Yeah. And that's what it needs to be instinct.
That's the thing. Yeah. Stuff like that. I mean, that stuff's branded in our fucking brains, like stuff like that.
And this company's been around 85 years.
Yeah. I'll say this, man. If Come Lanterns, if somehow via promo or a podcast episode, if they don't bring Phil Lamar and Aaron Pierre together and just talk Jon Stewart for an hour, that's a missed opportunity because they're animated fans who just think Phil Lamar is Jon Stewart, like me. Like he is my Jon Stewart, and this would be a good like meeting of generations to be like, yo, live action animation combined. They just talk about Jon Stewart for an hour, even for those who do know or for those who don't know.
Perfect. Perfect episode. It'd be a perfect episode to like for people who don't like, who's like, oh, I thought Green Lantern was a white guy. No, there's also multiple Green Lanterns. There's also the Jon Stewart guy who's very popular. People might not know that. And if you were to have like
DC's version of actors on actors.
Yeah. Ron Arge needs to be on that show.
Yeah, see, there you go.
Banks needs to be on that show. People who worked on Green Lantern, at least till 95 and up, need to be on that show for Lanterns. Dude, there's so much Lanterns. Lanterns could literally be its own podcast or show like that, but just add that to your brand. And just like, you got college-educated people making like a lot of zeros next to their names. And this is
and don't overcomplicate it. I mean, that's what I think, like when it came to that DC weekly podcast, I felt too polished. And I'm like, don't have it so polished right off the bat. You could have it just simple. Just have it simple where it doesn't have to be like overly done. And I don't know, maybe it didn't cost that much, but maybe it did. I don't know. But I'm just saying, like, keep it simple. And then, like you said, like what Chris just said too, is just, if you have like an actor on actor kind of like just interview of like, okay, you have the voice actor who's voiced this character this many times, and then you got the actor who's actually going to play the first live action version. He's the first live action version.
Look how
right?
you got tons of legacy people, whether it be animation, actors, actresses. It just would be a cool gimmick that would just be enjoyable to watch. Like you don't even need to make it an hour. Just do 30 minutes. Just put the stars there. I understand where James Gunn wanted to kind of do the first initial ones because it's on him, but after Man of Tomorrow at this point, and he's kind of hinted at that, it's like it's time for him to step back and to really let the other creatives, really see exactly, okay, what is the sustainability? Can the people who we saying we're going to get the best creative, we're going to do this, let's see what they can do. Like I said, I understand where he was, but I would like to see him step back and be the hand that decides versus, the creative and the hand that decides.
Yeah. And, I think that's what's going to be interesting about 2026. And I'm just wondering how much but at the same time, he's going to be making Superman. But at the same time, we're also getting Matt Reeves making the Batman Part 2. So that's also another thing, too.
That's another guest on the show.
Yeah. You what?
Elseworlds. Talk about Elseworlds.
Yeah, talk about Elseworlds. Yes.
Where are we at with the rest? Like, is all we're gonna get for Elseworlds Batman? Is that really anything else? Like
before
anything else?
Yeah, before we get anything, like I don't know if I said it here before, unless I don't know if I'm repeating myself. Before we get anything Elseworlds, the brand Elseworlds should be established before the first thing we get.
Yeah.
The brand. Once you establish the brand, once you establish the brand and people trust the brand, you get the benefit of the doubt of what's coming. So the brand Elseworlds and that logo should be he should be establishing that as something. So that way, when something happens that he doesn't want in his mainline universe or doesn't fit with the mainline universe or contractual or whatever, you now have that brand that still highlights your entirety of DCU. And I'm surprised they haven't done that yet. They also need a fusion cell. And that means his people, the movie side people, sitting down in an office next to Jim Lee's people, the publisher, and the people who do the toys and everything else. They need to be sitting to the point where I could throw a paper airplane to them, because a lot of their ideas are going to drive the other ideas.
Yeah.
You know, the stories that Jim Lee is publishing are literally the fuel for a lot of the things that you're going to see on any of these screens. And then they're all going to be making the money from the toys that are selling. So they all should be, it should be like a round table where they're staring at each other. And I hope they have something like that.
Like Dinner for Five, where they'd be like, I just bring in people from both comics, shows, and movies, and just be like, how's everybody doing? Oh, we're wrapping up this miniseries. Oh, we got to do this new pilot for this new season of television. Oh, how are we doing with post production on this movie? And like,
and what kind of stories are we telling? Like Scott Snyder, who's over a lot of DC Comics right now, he should be in there.
Yeah,
because they could be easily adapting anything that's happening in the absolute universe in a heartbeat to something that could be making money for the other platforms. So I hope there's some kind of fusion cell there to where it's not just the studio over here in Burbank and then the publisher over here in LA and then everybody getting together at the office party every Christmas. I would hope that they're sitting in there in the same office, bouncing these ideas off of each other. So I hope. I can only hope.
Yeah.
Only one day we'll get something like that. So maybe, I don't know, give it a few months. Maybe James Gunn will look at your idea and be like, "That's a brilliant idea." Maybe
I see precedents where Hall H, you can make a big thing where like you there's a DC Studios Hall H panel, and the first thing you bring up is the comic book creators. It's like you bring them out, but like, folks, you should be reading their comics. Guess what? Because we're reading a lot of their stuff for the movies and shows we're going to bring to you. And then what? You bring in, they don't have to go full on MCU with their panel, but like something different, but that puts a big stamp on DC. Like DC has put out by then 5 projects. We're going forward with more, and this is the rest of Chapter 1, Gods and Monsters. And I don't know, do something like that.
And all the inspiration, because like not everything is completely adapted, but you can have a conversation to be like, okay, I took something from this, and well, what issues did you do it from? What was
she
it?
kind of did that at the start with the DCU slate, which helped those
Supergirl,
books, Supergirl and All-Star Superman. Like that helped those books fucking sell. It's like,
I wish that would continue, but I understand under him it cannot because his plate is full. Hire somebody, like I said, get me Sheldon or some goofball with the lightning bolt, on his shirt. Not me, but like Sheldon would wear, but to the point where you recognize that guy as a brand, just like the dude. What's the guy from the State Farm? The dude from the khakis.
Oh yeah, State Farm. What's his name?
Jared.
Jared from State Farm. Yeah.
The guy is. But that guy, when you see him, you associate Flo with her. You associate the lizard with Geico. You see what I mean? So you get somebody who associate with your product.
Jake, not Jared. Jake.
Jake from State Farm. But you get somebody, who is associated with your product. So whenever they see him, he literally embodies information about your product. I'm going to choose Sheldon because he's a geek, but somebody like that, create a personality for somebody and have them be the mouthpiece. But the way they put out information is aggravating.
It can be, and like sometimes when there's like this, there's a new interview with James Gunn, and all of a sudden it's just like a huge dump of a lot of things, and I'm like, I don't mind it because obviously we can all discuss, but I specifically like it. I don't like. When it comes to like a fucking Variety article or GQ or whatever, it kind of sucks. I like it. It's better when it's a podcast because guess what? You get clips, you get this, you get that. You actually can hear him talk about it. Hear how, like when he was talking about Batman and how much he likes, Batman and how, because this is Tom Segura's podcast where, he was like, hey, we're going to get the blue and gray costume. And that's a question that people are like, yeah, are we getting that? And James Gunn was like, I don't really care about the costume. I care about the character, about this. And he starts naming off like, I like the, this kind of version of Batman and this kind of version of Batman. It's just kind of like, it was a cool little discussion. Brandon Davis, Josh Horowitz, they asked those questions that a lot of us go, they asked those questions where you go, oh yeah, these are the questions that we want to be asked because these guys are fans as well. When it comes to like variety, when it comes to just like an article, it's just like, sometimes it's a little, it's like,
people look down on us.
Frustrating.
We don't want no normies doing it. I want somebody because when you get people like the people you just mentioned, their questions are logical questions based on what you've shown them. So if James Gunn shows me this, then that person's going to know the logical question to ask. I'd have a lot of questions for James Gunn after last night's episode, or then the other night. But there will be logical questions coming from. We would be having a geek to geek conversation. We're both the same generation. We both grew up reading the same shit. He was reading some other stuff, but we are still having that appreciation of story structure. Yeah. And see, that's what the thing about him is. He doesn't, he understands the story structure of what he's doing, but does the fan understand the story structure when some of these gaps? Because we got a long gap in between Peacemaker season 2, episode 8 to whatever that leads to. And when you are operating under an entire DC brand, I'm not just out there, without a paddle. I got something else. I could be reading stuff if I'm not watching stuff. I could be playing video games and stuff if I'm not watching stuff. You see what I mean? There's a whole brand that can fill in the gaps, and it wouldn't be so bad if, okay, that was underwhelming, but shit, I got this. It's just momentum, man. But
I mean, and then it's good that, obviously we got, we're all talking about it. I mean, it helps, obviously the discussion for a lot of people, and I don't know, it's a weird, it's different. I think this is the first year that we got content from DC, full on DC Studios. It was a rocky start because obviously they announced a slate when they had 4 fucking movies that were coming out in 2023. Yeah, 3. And then of course, I was like, God damn, that was 2 years ago. I was like, shit, that's when all those came out. And then of course Joker came and went, so things were like a little rocky when it came to the transition of a lot of things, just the movies not doing well in 2023, and then 2024 was just basically just Joker 2, and that thing was like a big huge bomb, and so then now that we're in 2025 and we have like these first chapters of Gods and Monsters and whatever the hell, even though that's considered a full chapter, but I'm talking about now. It was like, okay, but now they're trying to find that footing, and I think like a lot of things were being tested as like, okay, is this working? Is that working? Going on podcasts, doing an actual podcast. I think going on podcasts were the smart idea. I think doing the Peacemaker episode by episode podcast was a smart thing. I don't know if the DC podcast I don't think that was a hit. I don't think that struck I just don't think that worked as well as they were hoping it would work, even though we suggested it so many times. I don't know how many times, you and me, William, would always say like, they got to have that. They got to have something like that. And I'm like, we'll fucking host it if we have to, God damn it, if we need to. But at the same time, it was just like, but it just didn't, I don't know, it just didn't resonate because I think they were just, again, it was too polished and they were trying to be like, oh, well, we have to check this box and check that box. It's like, no, just hire people who just know fucking this shit and just, it'll be okay, and just not ask dumb questions.
And it still can. Like, I look at it,
hey, it's still out there.
Yeah, exactly. So, but I mean, I think there was a lot of things that they tested out. And I think they nailed it when it came to the Superman marketing. I think they did a great job, especially the social media marketing. I think they did a good job, and even with Peacemaker too, because maybe they didn't do it as much, but I mean, how many fucking videos popped up on TikTok and everything like that were behind the scenes of Superman after Superman came out, like, or leading up to Superman, that were recorded while they were filming, because they knew, they're like, yeah, record a video, chamber that, we're gonna post it during the marketing. And I think that worked big time because those were all over the place, and that definitely helped. And yeah, I think there was just a lot of trial and error that was just going on in this first year of releasing things. Whew, and it's just like next year. Now we got a whole. And next year's going to be another trial and error because it's going to be like, okay, we got through the gun era, the full on gun era. Now we're getting the alternates. I guess you could say not even alternates. I don't, that sounds bad.
The other side of the DCU.
Yeah, there you go. The creators.
Another side, not the other, but another side. Because for
other
people don't know,
creators, you know,
DC
like,
is so big. Like we were talking about it, the lanterns, the Green Lanterns, the lantern, all the lanterns. That's a whole franchise on its own. That like much like the Guardians, you could do, or the X-Men, you could do so much with them.
And that series has a potential to just grab viewers that are not going to watch Superman, not going to watch Peacemaker, not going to watch Creature Commandos. That there's a whole other audience that might actually go, oh wow, this is an interesting concept. And what, this is a superhero? You know, this is like, because they keep on anytime the showrunner or director talks about it, it's like they keep on talking about True Detective, Space
Cops.
Like,
yeah.
They keep on like trying to nail that. They keep on trying to like nail that whole thing. Like, oh yeah, it's this. But you're not emphasize that, and like, yeah, that's a whole other audience that you might grab just with that comparison. So you know, is it going to work? Hopefully. You know, you never know. There could be a lot of people that go, holy shit. I mean, a lot of people did that with Penguin. The Penguin series. People were like, what the fuck? Like, they didn't even watch the Batman. And then what ended up happening? They were like, well, I guess I got to watch the Batman now, you know, because they saw this and they were mesmerized by it. They're like, that's Colin Farrell? What? You know? So, you know, that's what's so great about the superhero genre is it can do that. It can get those people that just don't even care about comic books and think they're cheesy and everything. But then there could be some compelling stories within there that they go, oh shit. And I'm hoping that Lanterns is that for DC. I hope that Clayface nabs, I hope it grabs that horror fucking audience that is just because the horror genre is just booming, been booming for the last few years and continues. And I think it was smart to be like, oh yeah, you got Mike Flanagan that's going to make this like Clayface movie that's like a horror movie and we can make it for cheap. Jesus Christ, we could just come out big time on top and make a bunch of profits.
Imagine what they can do with horror in DC. With House of Secrets.
With the Dark, Justice League Dark, my God.
Like there's
and that's going to be the thing where they're trying things. You know, some things land better than others. I mean, what I'll say this about Peacemaker season 2 and even with the finale, like, okay, it wasn't the best thing that happened. There were a lot of great moments with it. This show is definitely, in my opinion, not terrible by any stretch of the imagination. There's great character developments, but again, this is I applaud them for wanting to do something like a Peacemaker show, but I am the kind of person to say, okay, I've got this. I've still got plenty of stuff into what you were all saying before. DC's huge. They're just beginning. I'm still giving it a chance just because it's still early, you know?
Yeah, we haven't even gotten into more vigilante characters outside of Batman.
We haven't even gotten to Batman yet.
Like
or
that's
Wonder Woman.
Batman. That is awesome.
Oh, Wonder Woman, yeah.
And that is like I commend them. Like, wow, you didn't go straight to the money right now. You're like, no, DC is strong enough that it doesn't need to go for the money that quick. Eventually, we'll get there. But like, and again, when Lanterns, I'm telling y'all, if those first 2 episodes really hit hard for Lanterns. The water cooler we're gonna feel for the next 6 weeks afterwards. People are gonna be asking all of us, okay, so Jon Stewart and Hal Jordan, are these the only lanterns? No, let me tell you. What do you want? Do you want Guy Gardner? Do you want Paul Rayner? Do you want a squirrel lantern? Do you want
Nort got a dog with a fucking lantern ring. How about that? How about Nort?
There's a fish Green Lantern. There's a time when there's 2 lanterns at the same time. Like
there's a planet.
Whole
planet. Mongo.
Yeah. Like, oh, I can't wait to do that. That's
I hope they put it on Sunday night, by the way. I think that one's on Sunday night. I really didn't agree with
it. That seems like a good spot for it, right?
Yeah.
That they put the Penguin on
Thursdays was not
Penguin on Sunday. Yeah. This Thursday shit, I don't know about that. I like the Sunday.
Because the history tells itself. We know what's happened on HBO on Sunday nights the last 25 years.
Yeah. They put Last of Us on Sunday also, right?
Everything that they've considered to be highbrow has been put on Sunday.
Yeah. See?
That's where I want to see.
Sunday, there's just something about a Sunday, right? Because everybody's just kind of like, all right, I got work tomorrow. I'm unwinding from the weekend. Yeah, you sit down and watch a fucking new episode of whatever. But I don't know. That would be smart. I just want to see the footage. I just want to see it. And I know a lot of people are going like, man, are we going to get like a Lanterns teaser or something? And I'm like, that would have been smart, but they didn't quite do that. And I'm just kind of going, yeah, when are we? I mean, I think like Ronan, you said like probably November. Yeah, seems like November would be like
Thanksgiving
a perfect
football,
spot.
or Macy's Paradise or Macy's Parade or whatever. Like there is, if you lean in all the way, you wait till Christmas. People by then we're gonna be so focused on both Fallout and Stranger Things that like it won't have. I don't think. Who knows? I might have that space to breathe. But like, if you can grab the land, if James puts out a video, hello everyone, happy Thanksgiving to everybody who celebrates, or working hard here in DC, for everybody here wishing you well. We don't have that much to update y'all, but we can give you a gift from us to you for our next project. Don't even say it. It just fades to black, and then you see Aaron and Kyle just running, and they just light up their green, rings, and it's like, oh shit, it's happening! It's actually happening! Boom, lanterns in a few months.
Yeah, no, I think we're. I mean, you would think that New York Comic Con would be a good spot to fucking.
I mean,
that would be Comic Con. There's been a big presence. No Hall H panels yet. Nothing like that. It's just like, what are they holding the ball for? How long? Like, I don't know.
I mean, there was a big thing with Scott Snyder today, which they dropped for the comic side of it.
The Vertigo stuff has been the most fascinating thing I've been here. I'm like, I want to see what that's about.
I mean, they finally defined what it is in the sense of Vertigo's indie titles. Black Label is DC characters. Finally.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that was they were talking about that back in July too, and I was so happy because these brands, Vertigo should have never went away.
Absolutely agree.
Vertigo should have never went away. Ultimates should have never went away. They do these things, and I don't know why, because somebody gets a hair up their ass in this idea that I can reshape things, and then they end up 10 years later, we're back where the same things are. So Vertigo, there was no reason why Vertigo went away, and the reason that they never even gave a real reason, because Vertigo sales were fine. Vertigo sales were fine. They were up there with anybody else. I mean, with DC in general, outside of Batman and certain titles, you're struggling to move a book anyway. But at the time that they did that, so I never understood why they did it. But now you look at now, they have smarter people running the company, and look at the kind of equipment that they're making too.
Before they canned Vertigo, I remember that a book I was reading at the time called Border Town was in magazines like top things to read. Sadly, the book got canned because there's some controversy behind one of the creators. But I remember like being so pumped with that title, being a DC Vertigo book, and then I remember I was at work and I saw a magazine and I went through it and the top 10 things to read, and the comic was one of the top things to read. I was like, what the fuck? And I was like, that's a Vertigo thing. I was like, man, it has that name, much like HBO, has a legacy.
Yeah,
Swamp Thing, Constantine, Animal
Jonah
Man,
Hex,
like
House of Dreams, House of Magic.
Oh,
the whole thing. Yeah. And Sandman, even though he has his own controversy, but the brand is there.
Bradley, and that show was so good too.
Yeah, I thought that was a mistake too. I understand why you want to disassociate yourself from him, but other people could adapt that just fine. People love that show, and you could have gone on with that show. He's an executive producer, that's fine, but he didn't have to be directly involved with that show until all of his allegations were resolved. And if you don't want him back, you don't have to have him back. But that show was brilliant, and you took a show away from people that would have been just fine, I think, going on with it, But,
yeah, without having him, it's like instead of canceling the whole thing, I don't know. It's all crazy. But I mean, I think the future is bright for the most part. I mean, no matter, obviously there was the whole argument that, because that Forbes article came out, and again, it's like, oh, here we go. Now all of a sudden it's lost money, and then it's like, oh, geez,
I banned that conversation. Somebody wanted to bring that up on the show the other night.
Oh.
They just wanted to pick a fight, and I'm like, here's the thing. It's not relevant. The reason why it's not relevant, because I said almost a year ago on this show, that they could lose a little bit of money. Is the main goal should be people talking about DC brand in a positive light that they were not talking about it months before. We were talking about 4 movies that they left for dead, that nobody went to go see. We were talking about all kinds of things, woe is me, and they changed the conversation. So if you lost a little bit of money to get your conversation one movie is not. You didn't fuck this up with one movie, so you're not going to fix it with one movie. So to build the conversation, they needed to spend whatever they needed to spend. It's like a commercial. It's an investment. If you didn't make a profit on Superman, big fucking deal. Do you make a profit on every commercial you do? There's small businesses that go years without making their going into the black. So that's all this was. So that's all they really needed to do. And somebody accused me of moving the goalposts. No, I didn't. I said the same thing before. If they broke 500, I remember saying if they broke 500 million, somebody should be popping champagne.
Yeah, you said that probably in fucking February of like on the Vodka stream or something like that. And like, I don't know how many times I've like had to tell people that. I'm like, yeah, okay, you can crunch the numbers as much as you want. You want to do all this. You want to say it's a failure. You want to say I don't know. Like I even said, like in my last video, since my stream fucked up on Wednesday, and when I talked about that article, I went, hey, if it pleases you and it just makes your life better that you want to tell strangers on Twitter that it was a flop, by all means, do it. But at the same time, things are still continuing. There's still a sequel coming out. So in reality, you're wrong. But if it makes you feel better, fine. You guys are like bending over backwards to try to make this movie be like this huge failure, and it's not. Even if like when it came to the box office, yeah, I even said, I'm like, when people were saying, oh, it could make $1 billion, I was like, are you kidding me? No, it's not going to make $1 billion, but I don't think it's going to fail. Like a flop to me would have been less than 400 million. That would have been like a flop to me like that, but it made over 600 million. And I'm like, like you said, William, I was like totally what you said. If it makes over $500 million, hey, you're setting the precedence, you're setting it up. And Peacemaker has been both Peacemaker and Superman were the trending number 1 on HBO Max. Sure, it's not Netflix. Yeah, fine. And whatever. But at the same time, it's like, you got to take those little wins because they're trying to build something. You can't just go. We were talking about this, Taladia and Ronan. We were talking about this when it comes to YouTube. Do you want to be the one that just goes like viral and then completely fall flat in your face, or do you want to build? You want to build that foundation. It's like when you build that foundation, it's a lot easier. It's a lot harder to fall flat on your face as opposed to just, hey, we get this one big hit and then the next thing just falls flat on your face. Like,
which is what the previous people did. Their anger.
Yes.
See, they want to blame the current regime because there was bad management that preceded them. And you're using the same rules. Like if this management would have paced themselves and not panicked, or the previous management would have done this and said, you know what, this is where we're at. Explain to the investors that it doesn't need to be $1 billion. This is where we need to be by here, here, and here. If they would have done that, if the previous regime, T.G. and those other fucking clowns would have had the wherewithal to do that, then we wouldn't even be here. But you're blaming, you're saying that the current regime, who is pacing themselves, who is methodically building something, is the villain because the previous guys didn't do that. I can't be angry anymore at James Gunn for some shit he had nothing to do with. Fuck, T.G. is gone, Hamada is gone. Emmerich is gone. There's nobody. Dude. I'm not going to fight Ghost anymore. I don't have that kind of time.
That's the thing. It's like, hey, we're not in 2015 anymore, guys. It's like we're not in 2016. All the people who effed up all the stuff with Snyder, they're gone. To the point where on the Vodka stream a couple of years ago, Zach praised the new regime. But these guys, like, there's people that are still complaining that, like, oh yeah, fuck Warner Brothers. I think they think Warner Brothers is like, I think they think like it's like a big transformer. It's like it's just everybody who's ever involved are like one big entity or something like that. And I'm going, I just don't get it. And by the way, Mariners won tonight.
15 innings.
15 innings. Jesus Christ, they finally won. They're moving on. Thank God.
All fighting for the right to get beat by the Dodgers.
Dodgers are gonna choke. They ain't gonna make it. So
I was gonna bring this up, right?
Pretty sure there's some sad folks in Philly that thought the same way as you did there.
Oh man. No, I thought the Dodgers would beat the Phillies, but yeah. Anyways, so go ahead.
I was going to say that the one thing some of the other guys on the other side of the fence don't realize is the merchandise.
Yes.
Merchandise.
Yeah.
It's all about the merchandise. Like crypto sold like hotcakes, in terms of toys and figures and cups and stuff like that. Yeah, and comics. There you go. Yeah, William knows comics. Yeah, so there's all of that. So a lot of people don't seem to realize that merchandise is the key factor for some of these projects, especially when it comes down to big movies like Superman. So yeah,
And the brand damage. Did you
Yeah.
just get? There's so much. I don't think people realize just how much brand damage the from 2017 to 2023 was done. That decision to not do something cohesive and coherent with those left on the road for dead movies was, I think, a mistake that they could have really. And I wish they hadn't been in such a rush to get the DCU started off to where they didn't. James Gunn should have taken those movies, sat down, and looked at. He comes from the DCU. So how he could have engineered those movies to mean something into something and propel what he was doing, not just for Superman, but in general. Because guess what? He brings up Elseworlds again and again. You had four of them sitting. You had four things from an Elseworld sitting there that you could have greased the skids. I don't need the Snyderverse to be 10 fucking chapters and all that. I just wanted a resolution that led me into these other things. I mean, I'm willing, I'm open-minded, but the way they handled that was so sloppy that really hurt, you know.
Yeah, and it was sad too because by the time that Gunn would have taken over, they would already had Snyder's story would have been wrapped up.
It would have been done.
It would have been done. Like the Justice League, Part 3 or whatever would have been out by 2022, or 2023 or something like that. It would have been done. It would have been done. Everything would have been done. And then whatever offshoots that came off of that probably would have been done too. They would have done like a Flashpoint thing or whatever the hell, as the, DC likes to do. It's like, hey, you want to utilize Flashpoint. But at the same time, it would have been live action. So it would have been.
And it was already there for him. He had the Flash movie. He was already in charge at that time. You could have done so. Releasing those movies after you made the announcement.
Yeah.
That
was weird. That was weird. And I was like, well, I get it, but I also don't get it. It's like they needed to announce, but at the same time, it's like you have 4 fucking movies. 3, 4? Was it 4? It was 4.
4 movies. That's 4 commercials that you could have used in your new DC.
And James Gunn tried to do his best. He was like, oh, The Flash is one of my favorite ever. And I'm like, is it really?
I don't know.
Best of all time. Tom Cruise said it.
That too. That was kind of interesting. So was Stephen King. It was like, I don't know. They were actively really trying to push that movie. And I enjoy The Flash. I'm not trying to shit on The Flash. I mean, that's another thing too, is is Andy Muschietti, that was another topic of conversation this week. Is Andy Muschietti still going to be directing the Batman movie, the DCU Batman? And some dude apparently talked to him, said yes, he is. I personally don't have any issues with Andy Muschietti directing that movie. I just have a script and like what James Gunn says, we have a script that we want, and then that's the script, and it's ready to go full on. Do that, because when it came to The Flash, that there was so many changes through
since
that
middle
movie.
school. Since I was in middle school, it's got changes. It was
There's so many changes, and I mean, there's so many things. I mean, I see people, and it sucks because Muschietti now has this stigma on him where, because of that movie, because of the VFX that people didn't like when it came to the what do they call that? The what?
We went the
babies.
babies.
The babies, and then of course the what do they call the chronosphere or whatever?
The multiverse chrono.
I thought that was a bad idea in general. I don't think he could have executed that that well. I just thought that was a bad idea.
Well,
when
I talked to the VFX supervisor about that, and they had a concept for it, and it just didn't work for people. I didn't care, I thought but then of course when they were trying to add all the, hey, look at all this from the DC library, I was like, well, that's a little. It was a nostalgia dump that I don't think a lot of people are ready for, especially when it came to Christopher Reeve showing up, and then Supergirl, what's her name, also showing up.
Helen Slater.
Helen Slater.
It was like, I don't think, there was just choices that were made when it came to that, and I've always said too. I saw somebody the other day well, if he's still directing, and hopefully they get a better Batsuit, talking about Batfleck, and I'm like, I was told, from a source that was like, well, the reason why that it wasn't entirely Andy Muschietti's fault. It was just when Ben Affleck signed on, he was like, well, I'm not wearing the Batsuit, right? I'm just showing up for a little bit. And they're like, yeah. And then they went, oh, we got to get you in the Batsuit. Sorry. And then he was like, well, I'm not wearing
I'm not working out again.
Because that's why it looks like shit. Because they were like, yeah, you wear the jumpsuit and then put some fucking thing over it, and that's why it doesn't look good. The cowl looks good, but the rest of it doesn't look good. In concept, it looks fine, but yeah, I talked to somebody who was very much in the know that there was like, oh yeah, when it came to the costumes of the Flash, specifically both Batsuits, even Michael Keaton's suit, which you kind of tell that one wasn't fully formed too, and sometimes when you look at it, it was like, yeah, there was like a rush on those designs because things kept changing. And then one of the things when it came to Ben Affleck, he didn't want to wear the Batsuit. That's why when people still scream about make the Batfleck movie, I'm like, that's not happening. Ben Affleck doesn't want to get in that Batsuit anymore.
That was 10 years ago. The body is over 10 different years.
Yeah. Leave the poor man alone.
Yeah.
The dude's 10 years older. He's in his mid 50s. It's like that suit is not comfortable. It looks cool. He's got it displayed in his fucking production office. It looks cool as fuck, and I know he loves it. He doesn't want to wear it. Again,
the closest thing you're gonna get to a Batfleck is in video games now, right?
Or an animated movie.
Yeah, or animation, right?
Yeah.
Like, I mean, a good example is that
Chrono Ball. That's what it was called. Sorry, somebody just mentioned. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, it's all right. Lego Batman: Legacy of the Dark Knight revealed the BVS Batmobile. So that was a thing, and people like, oh, make the Batman. And I saw that, and I was just like, you guys.
It was like in gold, right? Wasn't it in gold?
Yeah, it was in gold and black. I saw people tweet out, make the Batfleck film, and I'm just like, guys, it's a video game. It's not.
But then they bring up that, you know, when he was on the red carpet, it goes, hey, anything could happen, all right? And then he just like film like that. They're like, you're really basing it off that? He like gave like such a generic answer, and then he ducked out. He literally like went, yep, all right, see you later. And it's like he came back for Zach. Yes, I get that, but that was like a 1-day, 2-day shoot that he put the costume back on and the trench coat, and they shot that scene, and it was great. Of course, he did that because of everything that was tied to the Snyder Cut. He's not going to do a fucking full-on movie, you know? And I mean, the fact that he wanted to take on that, direct it, obviously he co-wrote it, and then direct it as well as star in it and be in a heavy batsuit. Can you imagine like being in a 30-pound batsuit that's very hot and cut, and then he has to walk over and look at the monitor and make sure it looks good? I mean, that would be a pain in the fucking ass. Like I remember even thinking back then, I'm like, wow, that's going to be quite the task for him to do that. Yeah. And then once it kind of fell apart, I went, and then Matt Reeves like came, I was like, that makes sense. I can't imagine like wearing that suit and filming scenes where you have to be in the scene and then you would have to go look at it because you're the director. You know, you would have to literally yell cut, or whoever, like your second, your assistant or whatever the hell, like second unit would have to yell cut. Then you'd have to go look and make sure the shot looked good before doing it again. I mean, it would extend the shoot, because I mean, Jesus Christ.
Yeah, more than just 2 years or 3 years of making a movie. Like if he was single and didn't have kids, I could be like, bro, you got nothing left. Like they're paying you money to do this, and you're being Batman. Yeah. Regardless, somebody's gonna like eventually love him
so much money for him to do that.
He's done his time for King and Country. We wanted more, yes, but
and I'm not asking for it. But if they ever say, you know what, Ben and Joe have been talking together, they want to do something. It's like, all right, give me an animated movie, and if they're gonna do a fight scene, let them do it in the mocap studio and bring that to life. Like that is, and like nobody has to be in a big costume. Nobody has to buff up. Like they can like enhance that. But like if the two of them want to be in it and they want to do some fighting, that's the closest you can get without having to commit to 6 to 9 months of training for a 5 to 6 months shoot. Like
yeah.
I don't know.
But people don't think about those little details.
I mean people don't seem to understand as well the mental health side of things too.
Well, I will never forget the Live by Night press tour.
Yes,
and I was excited for Live by Night. And they just kept asking about Batman, and then I kept looking at my friends like, I don't think if I was him, if these people are that impatient, they don't deserve that movie. Like especially what he was going through now. Like fuck him.
Oh, dude. Well, and then when he was promoting the No Way Back or whatever that movie, and then when
Gavin O'Connor,
and then when he talked about like, oh yeah, when I gave it to a friend, when I gave the script to a friend, he goes, if you make this, it'll kill you. And I'm thinking that friend was Matt Damon, I would guess, because, or his brother, or maybe it was another friend, who knows? But he specifically said that. And I'm like going, when I still see these guys going and make the Batfleck movie, I'm like, did you not hear him say that? Like that's the task of doing that, especially now that it's this many years later. He's now what, in his mid-50s? It's like, but they always go, but fucking Hugh Jackman. Hugh Jackman's not wearing a 30-pound costume, guys.
But here's the thing too. To get in that shape, and Hugh Jackman has gone on record for it a number of times, like doing that to your body back and forth, and forth.
Not easy.
That also, even your body recovering, maintaining. It does do damage.
Yes, it
does. And,
ask Tom Hardy. Tom Hardy brings to the ringer.
And Christian Bale, but also even if you're with a trainer, you do it quote unquote right, it still does damage to the body.
Yeah. Luckily, he was a dancer and does theater, so his body's used to being that moment up. But and for people with the suit, we just got Hugh in the suit. Like, imagine how much that would have felt. He would have felt by now wearing that suit for that long of a time.
Yeah. And that's the thing. It's like, and that needs to change too. I mean, I think that's more of a Hugh Jackman thing where he was like always obsessed with like looking so ripped. You don't need to. I mean, do we need look at Hugh Jackman in the first X-Men movie? I mean, he wasn't ripped, he wasn't like super ripped, but he was still in really good shape. Yeah. I'm like,
well, also to be fair, he got brought in last minute too. He didn't have too much time to do it. Second movie, he got ripped.
Yeah, but he still looked good. Mm-hmm. I mean, it's like, I mean, I think it just when it comes to the whole superhero physique, it's like, do we really need to like go too crazy anymore? I think we've gotten a little too crazy. I mean, look at Dwayne Johnson and Black Adam. He fucking Chris Hemsworth. I mean, he keeps on pushing it when it comes. It's like, all right, there needs to be a point where it's like it's getting, and we know, like, again, worst kept secret in Hollywood. We know they're taking shit. I mean, they're taking things that they're not going to fucking say they're taking. I mean, no matter what. I mean, they are. I mean, it's just the way it is. But I'm like,
most of it's
and that's what I appreciated when it came to James Gunn. And and backing up his Superman costume, regardless of how we feel, he was like, I don't want to look like a wet T-shirt. And I'm like, yeah, it's good. So David Cornsweet, yeah, even though it's like, he bulked up, he didn't have to be shredded. He didn't have to be like super. He just had to fill up the suit and look like Superman. That's it. I'm like, if you took his shirt off, would he be just completely peeled? No. He wouldn't look like Hugh Jackman. I mean, obviously, Hugh Jackman's even talked about it. Like on the shirtless days, he's dehydrated.
Yeah.
So he looks even more fucking peeled, and it's like, it's just to honestly, it's like you have to just, the whole thing of just being like just this crazy, like, shredded and stuff like this, like that doesn't like really did fucking Paul Rudd need to be shredded for Ant-Man? Like, he had his one moment where he's like leaned up and he's like fucking flexing his abs, and I'm like, that didn't need to be the case. He just needed to be in shape. He needed to have like definition in his shoulders, maybe some pecs.
No dad bod, nothing like that.
Yeah. He didn't need to have a fucking 8-pack. It's like that doesn't need to be a thing. I don't think anybody really cares about that, but it's always like, and I hope that kind of goes away. And I hope that, I mean, even Cavill was like, he was a big brooding dude. And even Ben Affleck, well, I mean, they were big brooding dudes, but I mean, I think Ben Affleck, he had like more of like he had more of his abs showing, I think, than, well, I don't know. It's all kind of crazy. I don't know. That whole thing's like kind of crazy because I'm like, yeah, does it need to be like that extreme anymore? Do we just fill out the costume? I know you want to have the glamour, like shirtless scene. Sure. I mean, I still always make fun of Nicolas Cage and Ghost Rider. I'm like, did you really need to get really shredded for that? You're fucking playing a skeleton, dude. You're playing a skeleton. But he had to have that shirtless scene where he's all fucking lubed up, and then it's like they showed that. I'm like, why did that didn't even need to be a thing? Like, yeah, you know, but and then in the second one, it's like, oh yeah, you didn't get that shredded, you know. But and then I mean, even if you look at Christian Bale from Batman Begins to Dark Knight, he's noticeably smaller in Dark Knight and Dark Knight Returns. In Batman Begins, he's really big because obviously he had to bulk up from the fucking machinist, which is insane. But he was obviously he had a lot more shirtless scenes, and he was just like really big. But then you look at the Dark Knight and Dark Knight Returns, he's just kind of like in a maintenance, kind of like this is kind of like how I just am. If you look at him, it's like he doesn't look really big in that. Like as much as he did in Batman Begins. And I'm wondering if like Nolan was like, you're fine. You know, you fill out the costume, you're good. You know, we don't need to have you being like all.
The camera will make him look big. Like
exactly.
The story will make him look big and whatnot.
Because he is like, you look at both of those, I'm like, he is smaller in Dark Knight and Dark Knight Returns. Not big time smaller, but you could, you know, just muscly like, you know, he's probably about 15 pounds less muscle, I would say, because you see that opening scene where like he takes off his shirt and like Alfred notices like the bruises on his back. I'm like, he doesn't look as big as he did in Batman Begins, not at all.
When he's training with the League of Shadows, yeah,
and that's the only time you really see him with his shirt off. And I think Christopher Nolan didn't want to make it a point. It's like, yeah, fuck it, and like we don't need to make that a point anymore. It's like we already know he's, you know, Christian Bale's always been in shape. He doesn't need to be like anymore. I think like, yeah, the first Batman, he needed to get back in that because they needed to sell it to Warner Brothers. As soon as they sold the first movie, they didn't give a shit anymore, you know.
And he had to bulk up for Batman Begins. If you remember, he did American Psycho, I think it was.
Well, it was The Machinist, where he was down to 120 pounds, and then he had to gain 100 pounds, which is insane. To you know, and I remember Christopher Nolan in an interview was like he was trying to sell Christian Bale to Warner Brothers while Christian Bale was shooting that movie, and he's all fucking, you know, 120 something pounds, all skinny and everything, and then he just had to eat meat and potatoes for like, you know, 6 months. And he even said that he got so bulky that he had to trim up even after he got bulky.
It was like a bear.
Yeah. He was like, I was like as big as a bear. And then he had to like get somebody to like help slim him up. I mean, that just wreaks havoc on your body too. Yeah. I mean, between him and Tom Hardy, those two have like had so many fucking weight changes that they talk about it where it's like, yeah, they've just destroyed their bodies because of that stuff. You know, I think Christian Bale more than even Tom Hardy. But I mean, like, look at Dwayne Johnson now. Look at how much he's slimmed up. I even think that the fact that he didn't get the DC Studios job was probably good for him because he's not going to play Black Adam until he's fucking 76 years old, you know, because he can't be, because we know that Dwayne Johnson wasn't doing that naturally. You can't stay like that big, you know, naturally. I mean, as much as we love the guy, hey, you know, so now he's got to cut back, just like Dave Bautista. Cut back. You got to cut back. So they're going to slim out. They're still in very good shape. But you gotta, you know, you're in your 50s now, man. You can't just be taking certain things anymore.
He's no longer wrestling either, so
yeah.
So there's
gonna happen to John Cena too. I mean, John Cena probably is, you know, taking some things too. He's gonna have to dial it back. We're probably gonna see John Cena when he gets into his, because he's not in his 50s yet, right? He's still in his late 40s. I can't remember.
Late 40s, late
49.
40, yeah. So it's going to get to a point where John Cena, I mean, we're going to start noticing where he's going to slim up too, because he's probably, but I mean, there's nothing wrong with taking a little testosterone replacement.
But yeah, keep in mind, a lot of this stuff, it's not like the you know, the Sammy Sosa era or thing like that. Most of the stuff that these guys are taking is stuff that could be administered by a doctor legally. So
exactly,
it's not, you know, it's not like
they're never gonna admit it. But I mean, I don't know how many times I've seen, like, you know, videos and, you know, and whatever the fuck, we're like, oh yeah, it's the worst kept secret in Hollywood. Yeah, they're all taking shit. I mean, you know, when you have to like gain a bunch of muscle in a certain amount of time, or you have to like get all ripped in a certain amount of time, you have to have help. You can't do it naturally. You just can't. And I'm sure that even Corn Sweat probably had some help, because he gained like 40 pounds in like 9 months or 6, whatever the hell it was. Cavill took things. Ben Affleck probably took some things to help it out. It's probably not as, depending on, how much time they had, probably wasn't as much as or whatever. But Hugh Jackman at 55, look at how he looked in fucking Deadpool and Wolverine at 54, 53. Dude was just peeled. He was just fucking peeled. I'm like, you can't do that just with, oh yeah, I was just eating 5,000 calories a day. Shut up. I was eating fish. No. Yeah, no, that's not how that happens. But whatever. Let's quickly change the subject here. And I know, Chris, you're gonna take off, but I do want to get your opinion on this. But because Tony Movie Chappie D9 Neil Blomkamp fan said, thoughts on Predator Badlands being PG-13, good or bad move? And thank you for the $5 super chat.
It's a business move to get more people to possibly see it. I'm hoping for a director's cut where we get an R-rated at that point, because it's Predator. It's Predator. I want to see an R-rated cut. That's what Predator should be.
Okay. But do you think the reason why they went that way is because there's no humans really in the story? Because we've talked about this on DC Fanimated, that when you can get away with so many things when it's not human beings.
Fair. Yeah,
so,
right.
So if there's no humans being sliced up or decapitated or whatever, you have only
green blood,
creatures.
Blue blood.
Yes, and then you got synthetics, which are white blood. The synthetics, the Wayland. You can get away with it as long as you can have one F-bomb, maybe two. And then you can actually get. But the thing that irks me is like, studios, can you just trust your fucking R-rated fucking movies? Can you not be so scared? We're in 2025 after we've had very successful R-rated movies, and you're still freaked out about R-rated, like, oh, we got to get more people in the seats, PG-13. Can we stop that shit?
I agree.
Mean, that's my thing when it comes to it.
Saw the first 20 minutes of this movie.
Yeah.
Same.
Oh yeah, you guys were at
if that's PG-13, then get rid of the fucking rating.
Yeah.
That was a
no humans, right?
Huh?
No humans.
No, but there's cutting, there's gutting, there's dismemberment, all 3 Ds. I only saw 20 minutes.
Yeah.
That's dismemberment and destruction.
That's how they're getting away with it.
3 Ds are in that first 20 minutes.
Yeah.
That was that's just the first 20 minutes. So we're not even talking about the rest of the movie.
If this is a very like Temple of Doom thing where that's what they consider PG-13 now, then at that point I'm like, all right, fuck it. All right. Like let the kids like don't worry about that. And maybe this gets the studio off Dan's back, because I'm pretty sure Balance is gonna be good. If they really fuck them,
it's aliens. We don't care.
Exactly, but like after Prey and what Kill of Killers have done is like, yo, the momentum is so good for this franchise that I didn't foresee. It's like if you
Prey was
now, initially, yeah.
There's as much as violence in the first 20 minutes of this than there's along the first 20 minutes. So the PG-13,
humans.
Yeah, it's human. It's a scam. Don't worry about this PG-13 being a soft and fluffy Predator movie. It is not soft or fluffy.
I would,
Holy fuck that movie.
They had my money day one.
Good.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, like, and it was all of us. I mean, a lot of everybody. It's just like anybody who's a Predator fan, like, oh, I'm there. But yeah, PG-13. Then and there might be a little. And I've even mentioned that to people, like my brother and some friends. Were like, "What?" I'm like, "Well. Think about it this way. Think about it this one. I have to like, no humans really in the story, so they could probably get away with it." And I'm just saying, hopefully, from what I've heard, and I've even brought up you, William, because you said that you saw like the first 20 minutes and you thought, Jesus Christ, this movie is going to be insane.
Yeah.
So I'm trying to still sell it. I'm like, hey, don't worry. I think it's going to be okay, guys.
Yeah. We saw the same thing, William, with Hall H. And it's like, I remember that end that I was just like no effing way you're going down this route. And like, I'm like, fuck, I got to wait 4 or 5 months now to watch the rest. And this was after they told us what they did later on with, I think, with Killer Killers, with that post-credit scene. It's just like
that was cool. They showed us that too with the additional people.
and it's like, yeah, man. Especially that, not because I haven't seen the new one. I'm like, I'm good enough with what I've seen. I don't need to see the final trailer. Like, we're a few weeks away, but like, if they can get away with it and really keep it still gruesome and like true to Predator, yo, this might be the next best example of a cinematic universe where it's like, yo, it's been going like this the whole time.
That's
pretty cool. People who are worried about PG-13 being, just get that out of your head.
Yeah,
it's not what you think. It really isn't.
Especially with something like this. But Chris, I know you're gonna take off, and appreciate you, of course, for
absolutely
showing up.
Always good hanging with y'all. I hope you all have a great weekend. And you can catch me on all the socials at Chris Balga. And catch me, not this week. We took this week off because Marvel decided to save all their stuff for New York Comic Con. So we'll do our full breakdown of New York Comic Con next week on Marvel Alliance, 9/10 Eastern Standard Time on the Geekverse Podcast YouTube channel. Or check it out by searching for Marvel Alliance and all the podcast feeds.
Nice. All right. Take it easy,
all right.
Chris.
Catch y'all later. Have a good weekend.
Bye. See ya. Yeah, I have full trust in Trachtenberg. Like, I really enjoyed Killers, and then when I saw like when they released like that alternate scene, I was like, what? And I was showing everybody. It's like, oh, look at this. Especially when I was showing.
They're all accounted for except for Agent Brody's character. Every Predator last person has been accounted for except for Agent Brody.
I hope, because Predators is so good. I love
like
that
it.
movie. The Predator sucked. That one was a huge disappointment, which I thought, hey, Shane Black, who was in the first Predator movie, he will do it justice. Maybe it was partially studio. I can hope that
it changed
was
a lot.
Yeah. So I'm like, maybe that was part of it. It wasn't the movie that he wanted to make. But Predators, though, I'm like, that movie was just fucking bonkers, and I thought it was great. Produced by Robert Rodriguez, which I love. I don't know who directed that. Who directed Predator?
Some guy from Europe who he did like an indie movie, and Robert liked what he did, and he just got him like, yo, he did
a good job. I mean, it's very. I always say like Adrian Brody being the fucking badass like military dude. That was a stretch, but he bulked up the way that, I mean, you look at him at the, when he's all like shirtless and fucking covered, and he's shredded. He got shredded. He got pretty shredded, but I mean, he's a very lean guy, so it's a lean shred. But
it's a good concept movie. Yeah. Because of Killers. Like, you look at it, it's like they're kind of doing similar things. I prefer what they do with Killer Killers.
Is almost similar too for the Predators.
Yeah.
Like, you're putting them on this planet to survive all these other creatures. It has a Predator's vibe to it.
Yeah.
So
I wouldn't be surprised if there was a post-credit scene of this one, Badlands, where because it makes sense. They've gotten Danny Glover's character. You now know he's alive and frozen, and Dutch is now. So everybody who survived the Predator movie is alive. So him and that girl should be frozen somewhere if they're going to be. So,
that'd be the only question I have is like, so after those people survived, they just went back and got them. Like, like
remember back in Prey where it shows you that post-credit scene where that ship comes down.
Oh yeah,
that's how they got that gun back, because that gun was given her to her. When she took it, and they took that gun, so that's how they got her. And so they basically somebody came back, not necessarily the ones that they defeated, because remember Danny Glover's they actually took off and left in their ship, but somebody from their cast came back and said, "You beat what? You beat one of our. You need to be."
And that's what I'm kind of looking in, because that's what I got when I would show people that. I'm like, so what? They just, and I even saw that online. I'm like, so they just like after like these people, like after Dutch and I think his name was Mike, Danny Glover's character.
Yeah, I think so.
When they defeated like those Predators, like after doing all that, they just came back and captured them. I'm like, I think it was like, when it comes to the Predator mythos, it's always the Predator just goes down, and it's always just a test for them. Like, it's always just, hey, you're on your own. You're not going to get any help. And even like when you see Predator 2 and when he's on the ship and he sees the other Predators, like the Predators have like they have a respect for the fighter. Like you know, because that's what was really emphasized with Predator 2, which is why I still love. I think that's a fucking fantastic sequel, and I love the fact that it's such a. It went from the fucking jungle to the concrete jungle. I thought that was such a good move. And having somebody like Danny Glover, just a Los Angeles cop, defeat a predator. But it was just like, it was one of those where it really emphasized like, oh, there's a respect to this race of fucking creatures that they just are all about, oh yeah, because that's why they're the predators, because they're hunters. And when somebody defeats one of their own, they respect that. You know, they're not going to just be like, okay, you killed one of our own, now we're going to just totally just gang up on you and kill you. No, they actually, they fuck with them a bit, but then they just kind of go, okay, this guy's a fighter. Respect. We have respect.
Well, that's where the respect gathering in them. That's the best of the best.
That's the thing. And that's what was emphasized in Killer of Killers, because and that's what I loved about it. I like the three stories, because you're kind of going like, what the fuck is happening? Because when you see the in between, and when they're wearing like the neck brace things, and they're like in like the future kind of world, I'm like, wait a minute, like what the fuck's going on? Oh, so it's like, it's like they're gathering them because they are the top of of these time periods and everything. And I'm like, that's really cool. But so I'm kind of curious where they go with that, and of course how they incorporate any kind of xenomorphs.
The Wailing Yutani stuff, I'm just like, woo, like
I hope they don't. I don't think they're needed here.
Well, I think eventually they're gonna get there, but I know Trachtenberg said like there's no xenomorphs in Badlands, which is good. It's like, hey, we already have we have Wailing Yutani, we have the synthetic.
It's good
That's
enough.
all. We don't need to jump into xenomorphs yet. Yeah. Eventually it'll get to that point where we'll have that. But I think it's good that, and I think everybody's kind of like, that's good. Just keep it like that. Don't no xenomorphs. Not yet. Lead up to that. Maybe there could be something with that. But the xenomorphs are they're not like the predator. The predators are like, they're a tribe. Xenomorphs are just they're rabid dogs.
They're wild animals.
They're wild animals, and they they obviously they know that how they reproduce is like they have to find carriers for their fucking little face hugger guys. Yeah, they know how to do that. But other than that, they're not really. I mean, they're not really tribal. Well, they're kind of tribal, but
they're more
fear. Like they can
hive.
Yeah, more like a hive, because they're all about like the queen laying the eggs, and so it's just not the same. That's why I think the predators they're way more like fascinating than the xenomorphs. Xenomorphs are all about, because it's a lot of human interaction with that, because it's always like, oh yeah, how can human beings benefit from this species? When it comes to the predators, it's not humans, and humans are just trying to fight them. That's about it, because they're so tribal. They're their own clan. So it's there's a lot more meat on that bone than the xenomorph.
More history to discover.
Yeah, that's what I like about it. It's really cool. But oh man, what else happened this week? Oh yeah, I mean, how are we feeling about? Did we already talk about Andy Muschietti?
We talked a bit about him.
A little bit of it. Yeah, we did.
It comes out pretty soon. Or Welcome to Derry.
Yeah,
Welcome to Derry.
I will say that I have talked to somebody who's watched 5 episodes of that, and the message that this person sent me, Andy cooked. So
that's what I'm hearing too.
Yeah, I'm hearing it's really good. And again, this is why, I mean, the Flash did a little damage on Andy Muschietti, which sucks, because things were not his fault. Just like, I mean, Zack Snyder's name's attached to that goddamn Justice League, and it's, it sucks that that's the case, that his name is like attached to that even at all. Luckily he got his redemption, but I mean, again, you get a strong, we did talk. Yeah. You get a strong script for that Brave and the Bold. I think the Batman scenes in the Flash, to me, were great. I thought the Batman scenes were great. I thought even like the Batfleck motorcycle scenes, it got the fantastical element of him just sliding across the road and fucking grappling hook and all that stuff. I thought it was all. I was like, okay, if we're gonna have a fantastical Batman, which we do need. if you want to distinct yourself from, of course, Matt Reeves' Batman, which is not so fantastical. Yeah. I mean, I think Muschietti can, if he has a strong script, I think he can totally direct that. And the fact that, he's done the It movies with kids and made It Chapter 1 work very well. I think he could do some good things with Damian Wayne, and have that dynamic with the gun helping with casting. I'm sure that I think it could be something pretty unique and pretty awesome. And I think like the general public can be shocked by the fact of like, wait a minute, Robin is his son. That's my whole thing is like, that's the hook that you're going to get people with that movie is you're selling like, oh yeah. Did you know that Batman has a son and then he makes him Robin? You didn't know that, did you?
And they'll have to go back to the comics from Grant Morrison's run.
Again, go back to the comics. Here,
isn't that the first Robin? What do you mean?
Yeah.
And then that's where the general, our friends ask nerds like us, what? I'm like, well, let me give you a little education about the Robins. Yeah, and then you just, and that's why I'm like, very much looking forward to it. But we'll see what happens. He might not direct it. Who knows? But I have faith in him.
I do. I think most people realize that what went on in DC, most people who are inside Hollywood understand what a clusterfuck that was and don't hold it accountable to the people who had to deal with it. Maybe the hierarchy. That's why I haven't heard of what it started off with. It has been in a year. I don't know what Toby Emmerich is doing. Don't care. I know Hamada's doing the stuff that he was really good at. But as far as like people who were caught up in that, I don't think a lot of people that are in the know or would hold that against them. So I think we should be fine. There's no damage there.
No, and I mean, and I think like, if you already have, he's already within the Warner Brothers sphere. He's been directing movies. It seems like they like him. And the fact that he's got this, Welcome to Derry series coming out. And I have a feeling it's going to be, just from the trailers alone, not even just from what I heard that it was really good. It just looks good.
Looks creepy.
It looks creepy as all fucking hell. And like, I think, if he ends up, I think he could do something pretty special with it. There's going to be a lot of pressure on it because fucking Batman. That's what, no matter what, whatever actor, wears the cowl, there's always, that's what's so funny is like when James Gunn said, there's so many actors I want to play Batman, but I'm like, yeah, it's crazy. But at the same time, it's like, fuck, that's like an ultimate thing. Like it's a big thing, that can make or break your career, to be honest. It almost killed George Clooney's career, but luckily he bounced back from it. Luckily he was okay with it, but he
had ER. So,
yeah, he had ER, and then
Oceans.
He was charming and good looking. So he had enough flair to him where he was, hey, I have enough. I'm good. But he's even said that almost killed his career. But you think like when you take the role, like, oh, this is gonna boost my career. And he's said many times it almost killed it. Like my career almost died because of that movie. I
think they think about things differently than they did in the 90s because if you look back on Batman and Robin, that was just a bad movie. And nobody expected that to be a bad movie because the people who did that movie had just done one of the better Batman films of that era with Batman Forever. That was an immense success. People try to underscore because, it's not Keaton. No, that movie, Batman Returns, really hurt the Batman movies in the 90s because it was just a downer. And then they came back with that. Yeah, they came back with that, and that was a marketing. That was the first time that they really used a comic book movie in the modern era to merchandise as much as possible that they could beyond Batman 89. Batman 89 was huge, but Batman 89, they really went completely crazy with Batman Forever.
Yeah, Batman Forever. I had bed sheets, I had T-shirts, I had the toys, I had so many things from Batman.
Remember the glasses? I got the glasses here from the McDonald's.
The mugs.
McDonald's glasses.
Yep, I got those.
Yeah, but when it came to Batman and Robin, I didn't have much.
Neither did I.
Yeah, it was just like I remember even as a kid watching that, I was like, yeah, it's fine. I was excited for it. I remember when the trailer came out, And I remember
had a good soundtrack. That's about it.
Yeah, the soundtrack was good. Yeah, the Smashing Pumpkins song. It was they had a good song, but they were really trying to capture everything that they captured in Batman Forever, but it just did not work. I mean, if you watch Batman Forever and then you watch Batman and Robin, there's almost like a beat by beat, almost like they try to like really capture like, oh yeah, let's try to make the kind of same kind of flow of a movie with some different things, of course. And then of course they did like the same things. They were trying to market it, and trying to push out a lot of merchandise. And then they had U2 that had like the main song in Batman Forever. And then they're like, oh, we're going to get Smashing Pumpkins in this one. Let's have a killer soundtrack because the Batman Forever soundtrack was awesome.
Yeah.
And but the Batman and Robin one, wasn't as great.
That's why I don't need a Schumacher cut.
Yeah.
So I don't need a Schumacher cut.
I know that's the thing is like, and that's what I try to tell people too. Like, I want to see the Schumacher cut. I would gladly welcome it, but I'm going, yeah, but what makes that hard is people have welcomed Batman Forever, the regular cut, as, hey, that's a great Batman movie. So if there's not like a pressing need for it, they're not going to do it. But at the same time, if they want to just chalk up like a couple, $1 million, that's $1 million though, to reinstore that footage and do all the things. Sure, it'd be great. But sometimes I go, I don't know if they're ever going to do that.
So you would have that out there in the preferred movie by the studio, the one that made all the money out there. Which one do you want people going to see?
See, and that's the thing. That's the problem that the Suicide Squad, David Ayer's Suicide Squad has too. It made a good amount of money. Like it made over it made like 730 million or something like that. And so when it comes to I want to see David Ayer's cut because I know it was they fucked with it. But at the same time, it's like, are they gonna give $6-7 million to do that? That's why I will always say this, and I think this is, as much as I love Zach, I just wish he would have fucking incorporated David Ayer when it came to him pitching the Snyder Cut. If he could have done a joint thing where that $70 million that he got to finish the Snyder Cut and add some, if he could have chalked up about $5 million to throw at David Ayer to complete his cut, they could have done a joint thing and just.
They would have never approved it though, because the bottom line is they don't want that cut. Here's why. Remember when that guy?
Yeah, because they had the Suicide Squad coming out. Yeah, they probably would have done that. Yeah.
Remember when that person was doing the Ayer cut at the theaters? And it was one of them. It was Schumacher. If the studio doesn't want it out there, then they don't want it out there because they have the preferred product that they have. They have the Batman Forever that made them the money that's still on their streaming services.
And still people love.
And they have the Suicide Squad that made them that money. And with the Suicide Squad, it's even you got to double down on it because there's no reason for it other than I want to see it. That's not a good enough reason to make something.
Yeah, Snyder Cut was a whole different thing. It was a whole.
Yeah, it was a whole different breed.
If you're not going to finish that story arc, that nightmare story arc, then the main purpose for me, you bringing Suicide Squad on, was to bring me the Joker and Harley Quinn because they are integral in the finishing of that arc. They even say so. So if you're not going to do that, then I don't need an Ayer cut. I'm not going to spend money on an Ayer cut because it's a road to nowhere. Curiosity doesn't pay bills. It just
they did a Batman Day, right? And they had like Batman Forever shown. Yeah, and I remember I think one of the producers or something.
Yeah, I forgot his name. Yeah, I always. Uslan, Michael Uslan. Yeah.
Michael Uslan, right? He came on stage say, "I'm one of you guys." Blah blah blah. Just don't do what the other guys were doing and just send a message.
Yeah, send happy messages. Maybe it could happen. Something like that. But who knows? Like I said. Like we're saying right here, I mean, the Snyder Cut was the Justice League that came out in 2017 was it was a bomb. And people were like, what the fuck was this? So, and then of course, Zach did, smart thing of like, hey, I'm teasing what could have been. And when everybody found the story, I mean, that's what made it so special. See, the sad part when it comes to Ayer and then it comes to the Schumacher cut is there's just, those movies were successful and there wasn't like this crazy fuck fucking fucked up story that went along with it, you know? But yeah, so I mean, that's why I'm like, yeah, I want to see them both, but if they don't happen,
these cuts, the Downer
Yeah.
cut, I've gone my entire life without that. I mean, I am not. Listen, sometimes, believe it or not, I know we got this one hobgoblin with the Snyder cut that it seems like to be the example that everybody puts up. But most of the time, the people whose job it is to make sure the wrong shit doesn't get to the general public are doing their jobs. Just because you have the one leprechaun, the one unicorn, or a couple different ones, and even then, for every one or two or three of those, the people who edit these things, the producers who make the decision to leave this out and put this in, are doing their job. They're really good at their job. And I know fans think usually they're smarter than those guys, but those guys are been there and been in Hollywood for 30 years. So when it comes to these cuts, most of these cuts I don't ever need to see. Snyder cut was, like I said, was a unicorn and a Jockalypse all in one thing. But you know, that's it. A lot of times, and Ridley Scott, one of my favorite directors, there's a guy I don't need to see his cuts at all. I've seen all of his.
There was like what 6 cuts of fucking
Blade Runner.
Yeah, and his director's cut is the worst version.
Yeah,
of it.
his director's cut was not that good.
So guess what? Alan Ladd and the Ladd Company and Alcon, who were the decision makers, who are good at their jobs, made a decision that this was the one that needs to be going forward. And that's what happens 9 times out of 10, mostly 10 times out of 10. But because we've had the Snyder cut, everybody's curiosity, they want somebody to put their money on the line for your curiosity just because you want to see a cut. Most of the time, whatever got cut needs to be cut.
Yeah, and that's the thing. It's like, and that's why I don't really push. I'll push them out every now and again when I get something sent to me that's cool, and I'll talk about it. And I'll be like, yeah, man, we'd love to see it, but I'm like going, it's just not the same. It's not the same, guys. It's not the Snyder cut. The Snyder cut was a whole different beast.
Mission accomplished.
Whole thing.
Yeah,
it was a whole fucking thing, and it was. I mean, and you got it out. We got it out, and that's and that's that. But yeah, I mean, it would be cool if they just were like, oh yeah, we got an extra, $6 million. Let's go ahead and fucking give it to to release. But it just seems like now they're never gonna.
Okay, I got $6 million, Dave. Why would I do that?
Exactly. That could go. That can go to another movie.
Indie movie that's going to lead to somewhere.
Budget movie.
Instead of just reinstalling another movie that got fucked with, and I'm like, yeah, it sucks. It sucks that it's always going to be on David Ayer's mind of like, yeah, that was the movie that just got away, and I'm like, but at the same time, it's like, well, dude, it could have been worse. As I love David Ayer, I'm like, but look at it. He's making fucking, small movies with Jason Statham, and he's killing it. He's making, these movies with Jason Statham, and fucking, they're making money. And he's got
Plus release it next year. You got the 10th anniversary of it next year. If you want to release the physical media, then put it on that physical media. I would not. That's where I would put it. That way you can sell some physical media.
You talking about the David Ayer cut?
Yeah.
Yeah, but they still would have to give $6 million to it.
Not necessarily. They could put a work print cut on there. There's ways around that.
Yeah.
And okay. So even if you did do that, which I don't think they would need to do, say you did do the $6 million. Now it's justified. You spend whatever you can justify. How many units are we going to sell? How much profit are we going to sell off of this? So it doesn't necessarily need to be $6 million. I call up Dave and say, hey, we're going to give you this amount. This is what I'm giving you. So you fit what you need to do within this. So you tell your complete story here, and we're going to slap it onto this DVD, this 10th anniversary of Suicide Squad, and then it gets released that way. We get the story, and we get his presentation, and you get the original one that made all the money on the same thing. Same thing with any of this stuff that started it off. You wait for an anniversary, wait for an opportunity. Right now, it makes no sense to do anything with the haircut. No sense at all, because it's going to be money for curiosity, and it just doesn't make any sense.
And thank you, Arkham, for the $2. Hey, I want the 10-hour Michael Bay Transformers cut.
Andy Warhol shit.
More explosions.
I'm good.
Everything.
I'm good with Michael Bay already giving us enough Transformers for a generation.
I don't know. He might come back. They're teasing that. He's shown interest in maybe coming back, but
give it to Travis Knight.
Get him what?
To Travis Knight, the guy who did Bumblebee.
Travis Knight. He did the last one, right? No,
he did Bumblebee.
He did Bumblebee. That's right. Yeah.
Mm.
God, what's gonna happen with that GI Joe fucking Transformers crossover? That's what's gonna be interesting.
That's gonna be real. That's gonna
That
be.
might be maybe that's the one that Michael Bay should make.
No, you know who
Dwayne
needs
The
to
Rock
make
Johnson.
that movie? Quentin Tarantino needs to make G.I. Joe.
Oh fucking hell! That's gonna be his 10th and
The
final
Star Trek.
movie.
Or somebody crazy, because here's the problem, and they've always failed with G.I. Joe, because I fucking hate those movies, by the way.
Yeah, those movies are crap. Yeah.
The reason why is because
Marlon
they try to be serious, and they need to understand the heart and soul of G.I. Joe is not that.
No, it wasn't anything like that. When you watch that cartoon, when you watch that fucking cartoon, that was not. And it was so funny too, because it was like, oh yeah, let's bring in Dwayne Johnson, and then they just killed off Channing Tatum's character. Like, oh, okay, we're in the first scene. Let's just kill off. He was like Duke. Yeah, you're gonna kill off like a main GI Joe.
By the way, they were going to do that in the cartoon. Duke was slated to die in the cartoon. In G.I. Joe, the movie that got released in 1988, they were going to kill Duke, but because of the backlash of Transformers the movie and all the traumatized kids that came out of that movie, they canceled it because they had killed Duke and they had not been done making G.I. Joe the movie. When Hasbro and Sunbow got the response from that, they rewrote the script, because if you watch that movie, Duke catches a straight up Cobra lance from Serpentor straight to the chest. He's dead. They meant to keep him dead, but they ended up having to change the strategy because parents were going to boycott everything to do with Hasbro's toys, and they couldn't have that. The whole point of those things was to sell the toys. So that's why Prime was never supposed to come back. 3 months later, Optimus Prime is back giving me an infomercial saying heroes never die. Optimus Prime, can never be conquered. I'm like, okay, well, that was bullshit you put us through about 6 months earlier. So yeah, we had kids crying in 86 when they left that movie, because they bought the toys, and they all bought toys that got killed in the movie, and they got killed in brutal ways. So no, Duke was actually, they've been trying to kill Duke on something for a while. I guess they got it done.
So
but
funny.
no, be crazy, because guess what? When you watch Kill Bill and Sophie gets her arms and legs cut off and she should be bleeding to death and dead, but yet she lives to give a message to the bride, I'm like, okay, that's the kind of ridiculous you need to approach G.I. Joe with. It has to be either you're going to go military, straight up hardcore military, which, okay, there's 1,000 movies that are out there like that. There's how many Navy SEALs or Delta, whatever, name the military movie that's already going to be doing that. G.I. Joe was military, but it was a loose, cartoony military structure, and it didn't take itself seriously like those movies did. Those movies are horrible. So yeah, I say go crazy. They need to actually go cartoon crazy with those movies for them to work. Otherwise, it's just another military movie. So.
Yeah, should be crazy. But I think this is a good way to end the stream tonight. This has been a lot of fun, of course. Well, a lot of Peacemaker talk. Like I said, I think all around we have our grievances towards it. But for the most part, season 2 was it was good. I like season 2. Yeah, it might have been a par ending, but at the same time, I'm like, all right. But that definitely does set some things up for the future. But, I think we're all just kind of now licking our chops and going, all right, bring fucking lanterns on.
Yeah.
Put on our
I need a trailer. I need a trailer at this convention tomorrow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When it comes to DC
what
content,
do we got? Marvel tomorrow, right? All
Marvel's happening tomorrow. That's the panel tomorrow.
The animation, I think. Yeah.
Animation.
Should be. Yeah. Oh, just animation. Yeah.
I think I could be wrong.
Yeah, maybe they'll.
Oh, and why are we getting Nightfall, the animated card? What?
It's because it's a great story, William.
What
it's a fucking great story. It's
why don't you just bite me on my neck and suck all the imaginative?
You don't like that story, do you? You don't like that story.
I don't like that.
That story is great.
Okay, listen. So are stories. Listen. So are museums, but I don't need to fucking relive every artifact in the museum, do I? No. We've had 30 years of storytelling, and we got to keep going back to this. Oh, wow, let's break Batman's back. That's new.
Hell yeah!
We kill Superman. We're at it again. And no, stop it. Stop.
No, I cannot wait.
Come up with new ideas.
Stop it.
The two that you built that are headline grabbers.
No,
that's all they were.
I love the Nightfall story.
We want to get Johnny come lately, who wasn't going to buy a comic, into buying comics, because that's what the Death of Robin did for him. They said, hey, we can get the Joe Average on the street to buy these things. We can make a lot of money. So they did that. And all these people that they had that could have hurt Batman. Oh, we got to create somebody. What we got all these people that could have hurt Batman. Oh, we got to build somebody because that'll make the news.
I think William is triggered just by the Nightfall thing, just like he is with the Killing Joke.
Yeah, no, the Killing Joke was good. Killing Joke was good. That was new. That was innovative. But that wasn't a headline grabber. That just ended up grabbing headlines because of the content of it. But when the problem I have with the 90s, because I was a dealer in the 90s, the problem I have with the 90s is you weren't doing
comic books.
You weren't doing the stories to further the stories. You were doing the stories in the chromium covers and all the things that they were doing to attract a group of people who were never going to stay with the genre. They overprinted, they overinflated. So you got shit like this. Yeah. You know how many of these I get in every week? Oh, I got something valuable for you, William. I think you're going to love this. You know what? No. All right. Oh, I got Death of Super William. I got Death. Oh, it's in the bag.
I love the Nightfall. I love the Nightfall story.
Send it to me. Send it to me.
You want it? You want it? I won't miss it. If it wasn't for the fact I'd have to send it across the pond and it would cost me more than it was worth, I would send it right to you. And some Death of Superman, too. Next time, when you're in Vegas, when you come to Vegas, guess what? You're going to leave with some of this shit. Yeah. But it's the greatest story of all time. And I'm like, dude, why do we got it in Superman and Lois? I'm like, okay, here we go again with this. I'm like, is it on the checklist? I have to do. Oh, I'm writing Superman. I got to do this. I can't wait.
So you didn't like Batman versus Superman then? You didn't like Batman versus Superman?
Remember, I've always said the one difference I had, the one thing I did not like about one of the greatest comic book movies ever made was the insertion of Doomsday and the need to kill Superman in order to deliver the value of Superman. He could have left. There's a lot of things he could have done. Someone else could have killed him. I thought Brainiac could have been put in the exact same spot with Lex and everything else. That's the only thing, the only problem I have about that movie is the fact that they went to that. And then, like I said, why did you need to, you have these storytellers who have many different ways and they have decades and decades of rogues galleries that are already there. And you have to create somebody to do that. Not a fan. I know I'm in the mind. I don't care.
Yeah, I get it.
I felt that way when these stories came out.
All I know is I love the Nightfall story. I think it's a great story. Yeah, I think it's a good story.
I'm excited for
I remember when I had no idea. When I was a kid, I had no idea that Batman was out of commission until I saw like on the fucking comic book rack at the grocery store, and I saw this other Batman, the different Batman, Jean, the Azrael Batman or whatever. And I was like, what the fuck? I was like, what the hell? Because I just hadn't collected any books in a bit. And then I was like, I started collecting that. I was like, what is this new Batman? This is crazy. And then when it came to Bruce Wayne coming back, I was all about that story. And I love that story of him trying to come back. You got Lady Shiva in there. And then he wore like that crazy little bat, like helmet thing, whatever the hell. And then of course the big fight at the end between those two. And it was like, you had Robin in there, you had Catwoman, and it was just all craziness. And I was like, I love it. I'm looking forward to it. Sorry.
Not that the Dark Knight Rises was salvageable, but guess what? Guess what we did there? Wow. New original idea there. Whoa. I didn't see that coming. I mean, come on, man. I just have higher expectations.
So basically, don't kill Superman anymore, and don't break Batman's back anymore.
But once again, it's not the act; it's the why it was done on both occasions. It wasn't to, it wasn't like we were in the middle of a Chris Claremont run and everything you did furthered the story and strengthened what you told. They saw what happened in Death in the Family. They saw what happened in Death in the Family, and they never forgot that. And they saw those numbers and the value of that comic, and then they decided, okay, what's if we'll kill Superman. Now we as geeks, even in the 1992, we knew goddamn well that they weren't going to kill Superman and keep him dead forever. Okay, we knew that. We knew that as we were buying it. But Joe Sixpack outside of that was like buying 20 copies of it because they're killing Superman. I can't believe that they're doing that. Well, yeah, because you don't collect comics. So, and then, we broke the bat. We broke Batman. Will he ever walk again? Dude, the solicitation has him on the cover of the damn Diamond Previews magazine I got. You want to see that? It's like the same people who were Blair Witch Project. Oh, they're really kidnapped. No. It's like it wasn't done to augment a story. It was done to grab headlines, and that's what the '90s was. That's what the '90s was. They did a lot of stuff in the '90s that inflated the market. And if you do a history, Google or YouTube what the '90s and what happened. You had two companies that nearly went bankrupt in the '90s. The only reason DC survived a lot because they, ironically, were owned by a much bigger corporation. Marvel was doing the same thing. Marvel almost got bought out for like pennies on the dollar. Michael Jackson even had an offer for Marvel. That's what happened. The market bought in a bunch of people that were not going to be the foundation of your collective. And when there were no headlines, they all went away. So yeah, and it's based on a lot of those types of stories.
I don't know. I think it was pretty cool that because like even though we know that they're not going to,
this is yours, lady. Whenever you get here.
Even though we know that Superman's not going to stay dead and Batman's not going to stay broken, it's like we want to know what's the redemption story. Well, how do they come back? That was always the fascinating part. I remember I didn't before I did have the comic books first, but I remember reading the novel of Death of Superman. I had the novel. I remember getting the novel, like the actual book, So, yeah, I remember getting that and just like I remember reading that. I actually liked that more because I don't know why I just read that novel more than I actually read the comic books, even though obviously the comic books had the pictures and everything. Anyways, all right, now that William's nice and triggered, let's go ahead.
I don't see the value of doing that.
He's triggered, guys, and I think he'll be triggered on his channel as well later on when he goes live.
So let's go ahead and end this, and this has been a lot of fun, of course, talking about this. And thank you guys for being on here. Of course, thank you to Chris, and thank you to Phil, and thank you to Travis, who are also part of this. Let's go around the horn. Talladega, what do you got? Promote your channel. Do all the things.
Yeah, well, I'll be doing some gaming content, talking about the Lego Batman stuff.
Nice.
I got a lot to discuss about that, including the 1997 Batmobile, which is going to be in the game. So I'll be talking about that and the gold version of it. And I'll also be talking about 007 First Light. And I got some videos for that. And then I'll talk about Marvel's Wolverine, which is going to be an M-rated game, which is pretty sick, to be honest with you. So I've got some stuff for that. Yeah.
All right, cool.
Nice.
Ronan, what you got?
Just did a Peacemaker stream before I joined this one, so you can go watch that. Peacemaker's done. Next week we're doing the season stream, and that's it for coverage of Peacemaker. And then got to look on the horizon that Frankenstein, Chainsaw Man movie are coming down the line. Fallout Season 2, a string of things. And I'm right now, once we get through New York Comic Con, I'm going to start mapping out stuff to cover for the next few months. And yeah, if you're a Star Wars fan, Marvel fan, DC fan, Last of Us fan, Invincible fan, Invincible dropped a teaser today. That wasn't a trailer, it was just an announcement. But I cover that as well, so you can go check that out on my channel.
Cool. All right, William, what do you got?
Just Google the Sci-Fi Center. We got our normal shows. We'll be covering all this stuff tomorrow. We'll be covering New York Comic Con. Hopefully there's something to cover as far as trailer type stuff. That's about it. We have our normal show tomorrow night at 8 Saturday night overnight live show. So we'll have a bunch of topics to cover. And I'm going to say this right now because I know the hate is coming in the comments. It's not going to hurt me. It'll unload. I don't care. I didn't just form this opinion. Hit me where you want to. I don't care.
He's sticking to it, guys. All right, guys. Well, this has been great, and thank you everybody who's watched. Subscribe to the channel. Follow me on all the sock meds that are down there if you want to do that. Twitter, I'm most active, but do all the things. And appreciate everybody here, and we will talk to you later.